compter mes doigts. Où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey. Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, folks. That's right. It's Monday News Day, March 9th, 2026. I'm live. I'm alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. We're back at stolen Tongva Nation land. Unk looking cozy as fuck. Yeah, Unk is cozy. I just got off the plane. You might have noticed because my hair is out of control. I got plain hair. Free Iran from Israel. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Anyway, folks, we're live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but there's not really much going on in the personal news front because the Dow's under 50,000. And that's kind of how things go for me. It's like if there's no personal news, if the Dow's under 50,000, if it's over 50,000, then everything's good. If it's under 50,000, then Pam Bondi needs to be shot out of a trebuchet, right? I don't make the rules. She makes the rules. Sticking your head out the jet window again, I see. Yeah, with my tongue out. I'm a dog. So where was I? Oh yeah, personal news wise, I'm excited to be back in Los Angeles, California. I ended the broadcast yesterday. I was very tired. I took a little bathtub session, did a little bathtub action in my hodl. And yeah, if you feel like if it seems like I'm refreshed, it's not because I'm here back in like home base, right? It's actually because I have my fucking soundboard back. That's literally what it is. Like it's not even because like, oh yeah, I got some kisses from Kaya, anything like that. It's just straight up because I have my fucking soundboard back. I get giddy like a little kid with the soundboard. I fucking love this stupid ass soundboard. Kai looking cuter than a Zanku chicken. Yeah, she's looking like a delectable slab of meat. In any case, so personal news wise, I went to bed, woke up early, obviously, got on a fucking plane, and as always, hella TSA HasanAbi has, as always. That's just the case, though. I don't know what it is about TSA. I don't know what it is about the TSA, but TSA is like, you look rough, Unk. You need a data reset. Okay, calm down. You're not wrong, but the Chinese is vindicating Hassan and
无人机的升空需要一个强大的心脏。这个发动机它的重量只有 18.3 公斤，排量550 cc， 很像一个摩托车的发动机。但是它可以把220公斤重量的无人机推到7000米的高度，连续飞行20个小时。除了这样小型的发动机，还有这样的发动机，这样的发动机。
This is literally what I was talking about, by the way, when I said like it like they literally do QVC for drones on TikTok and on just like most websites. Kind of crazy. But yeah, where was I? It's cold in Northern California. Is it cold in Los Angeles? No, it's 65 and sunny here. It's actually incredible. It's very nice, very toasty. But honestly, Chicago weather was pretty good too. Like when I was there, it was actually pretty nice. It's just a little windy. But yeah, I break the MR chatter by mentioning HasanAbi nuclear doctrine. I think MR would probably be on board with the HasanAbi nuclear doctrine. At least Emma would probably be on it. But military industrial complex, but China, yeah, no, it's a little crazier because the Chinese military industrial complex, they just, they just build it and then they sell it to everybody. That's what I'm saying is pretty wild that they could just that they're totally on board with just making it and then just giving it to anyone who wants it. Anyway, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, personal news wise, got off the plane, got here, and I'm live. I don't really have anything else going on. I have a big day today, so Tatis said free Palestine. Nice. Is Newsom dropping hints about his collab? No, this is not Newsom dropping hints. I have no new updates on that right now. But you mentioned you were coming to the SF. When will you have a meet and greet? I will do a bunch of college campuses in San Francisco. But yeah, Jinx Monsoon episode is out on the Fear M podcast, if that's the sort of thing you're into, yeah, that's it. There's not really much going on in my personal news and in my life at all. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump's going to have a press conference. We're obviously going to talk about the new Ayatollah, same as the old Ayatollah, new Supreme Leader. Sorry. Yeah. Let me just get this from here real quick. Yeah, new Ayatollah Khamenei unlocked. Not to be an update, Andy, is Cuba still in the works with you? Yes, it is. And I'm getting a lot of pressure from my family. I'm getting a lot of pressure from my family that keeps telling me not to do it. And they're being a little lame about it. But, they're detaining people at O'Hare over travel history and then shipping them to ICE facilities. I did not see that, but that is where I got detained as well. So anyway, new Ayatollah Khamenei unlocked. Gas crisis. Modern situation. Cuba under threat. MAGA is cattle, as always. Modern situation, Cuba under threat. PSYOPS, BURGERREICH, Oliver Larkin on later to discuss. Do we have a blast off meme? MACA, yeah. MACA, make America cattle again. Well, they've been cattle. Okay? Do discuss how to unseat pro-war Dems. Is MAGA still trying to parade as majority opinion? I think they've given up on that. I think they're just in their hug box. So Bahrain is going to give death penalties for civilians? Yeah. Do we have a blast off meme? Chatters, do we have a blast off meme at all? Hezbollah hit an Israeli occupying force satellite relay site pretty hard. I saw that. If you really need one. Yeah, we got the Save Act too. We got to talk about that. That's funny. How to be a song starter pack. I like that. Okay. I'll use that one. All right. Pretty good. All right. This one's good. Here we go. We're blasting off. We're freaking blasting off, baby. We're blasting off. Okay. Here's the blast off meme. For those of you who are wondering, there it is. New Ayatollah Khamenei unlocked. Gas crisis, MAGA is cattle, modern situation, Cuba under threat, PSYOPS, BURGERREICH, Oliver Larkin on. Later discuss how to unseat pro-war Dems. I was going to go with this other thumbnail, but I've decided not to. It's kind of funny how Asmongold makes Hasan look like him in his thumbnails. Dude, what the fuck is this? I find it really strange that his editor will literally just he's trying to Asmongoldify me. I don't know how to describe, I don't know if I said the right word there, but he's trying to make me look like him. I guess they're trying to level the playing field. Is that what it is? Bro is so insecure, Lamau. I don't think that's his insecurity necessarily, but it's just funny that he's doing that. Also, I kind of still look good. If I had this hairline, I would just cut it. I would just chop it down. You know what I mean? Were you bald? That hat kind of proves him right. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm bald. I'm the baldest anyone's ever been. No one has ever been more bald than me, as you can see clearly. How it felt watching the streams this weekend without the soundboard. Yeah, it just felt like you didn't have the full impact. It felt boneless. You know what I mean? I don't trust your hairline. Okay. And at the papa. Okay, the only correct play committing to baldness is freeing. Yeah, well, not for the time being. I'm not going to be doing that anytime soon. So the SAVE Act is straight from Project 2025. Will take away millions of married women's ability to vote. Yeah. Lindsey Graham single-handedly threatening Saudi Arabia. Yeah, well, we're going to get to that. It's pretty fucking... it's pretty nutty what the American government's decisions are. What is this? They clocked you when HasanAbi starts speaking Zoomer News.
America just bombed Iran. They killed the Ayatollah, and Trump was in on it.
Trump and Netanyahu, military mogged Iran, spiked the Ayatollah cortisol to the max. And now the Ayatollah is a sub-6. No, like 6 feet below the ground now. Netanyahu's gesture maxing for the Iranian people, but he's just chud fishing.
Oh my God.
And
It's devastating news. The people who've spoken, Hassan should look into the camera while he adjusts. Yes, but lower down. Okay, what the hell is this, dude? There's only 13 votes on it anyway. Who amongst us doesn't do casual face hammering? I'm confused. Like, that's just normal stuff. An influential UAE billionaire responded to Lindsay and Trump and then deleted the tweet. Yeah, I read this morning. It was pretty funny. He kind of lasered him. It's unexpected because he's a UAE guy, right? Like, United Arab Emirates are like the biggest dick riders of Israel. And not only are they the biggest dick riders of Israel, they're supposed to be the biggest dick riders of America and Israel, right? So the fact that even the UAE billionaires are like, speaking out against American intervention here, but of course he got a boss call, and they made him delete this, but we'll read it obviously in a second. But I think it speaks to basically what I've been saying, though, about at least like the people I've talked to in the region, people that I know that live in the Gulf states, or people that I know that talk to people that live in the Gulf states. And I'm not just talking about like, regular expats or whatever. I'm talking specifically about like higher up people in the government, right? And their anger and frustration, the way that it's presented in Western news on like, outlets like The Economist is, they're very angry at Iran. They're saying like, why not bomb Iran harder? But I promise you the situation is more complex than that. And they are very frustrated with, not getting the return on their initial investment, which of course is stopping precisely what's going on right now. Like, that's supposed to be the guarantee here. America and Israel are supposed to stop the chaos in this region, but they're seemingly not stopping that at all. They're making it worse. And not only that, but also in the process of making it worse, they're also ruining the Gulf economies, making them unsafe. All the efforts that they put in, all of the investment that they dumped into the Gulf states because they thought, we're gonna have like white people here, we're gonna have like Westerners here, they're gonna live here. This is a place where you can. This is a place that invokes stability. This is a place where you can purchase an apartment complex in the line, right? Like all this shit, it's all gone now. It all just perished. Many more people are saying this, for the record, going back to 1965, telling everyone that in the future, both the Soviet Union and the United States will collapse under the leadership of men who were spokesmen for the same pizza restaurant. I'm immediately sent to the nut house and lobotomized. Quite literally happening. I mean, this is exactly what's going on. The line is being turned into a data center. It's so fucking over. Yeah, I know. I was memeing about the line shit. The line was never going to happen regardless, but, Hezbollah is literally getting targets from trans anime Twitter. Yeah, this is not. I saw this earlier on the car ride home, and I'll be honest with you, this doesn't surprise me at all. And here's why. Because the American government was getting their targets from OSINT Twitter. If you recall, in Yemen, there were OSINT accounts that were claiming that there were weapons manufacturing facilities in like random coordinates. And then the American government blew up that random coordinate. And we found out that it was literally because some fucking random dickhead OSINT guy who ended up killing a bunch of civilians in Yemen. So yeah, that was like, if the American government is getting their notes from OSINT Twitter, then yes, it's understandable that Hezbollah and Iran would probably get targets from OSINT Twitter as well. Now, obviously, it's very dangerous. It's very, very dangerous because when last time America listened to OSINT Twitter for a target, they killed like 25 tribal civilians in Yemen. And I have no reason to believe that this is the case, but yes, this is like one of those. I think this is like a Osen Andy that's like a Nazi. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Like they're a semi-reliable Osen Twitter poster, but they're also like a Nazi at the same time. What's Osen Twitter? It's open source intelligence. It's just fucking map autists and missile autists and plane autists. Like just. And it's an autism factory that basically does subcontractor work for both the Defense Department and seemingly for Hezbollah as well, but they do it for free. Yeah, they're map autists. Like they just literally pour over hours and hours and hours of like maps to analyze strike patterns. It's not about autism, bro. Chill. It 100% is about autism. That is crazy. This is the one area where you cannot ever convince me that open source intelligence is not about autism. Are you fucking joking? Open source intelligence is the most autistic community out there, okay? It's like they would be offended that you would consider them to be neurotypical. Anyway, all they do is just like look over maps. So yesterday, this account, which I think is a Nazi, if I'm not mistaken, they, like I said, they're like semi-reliable, but as far as pouring through the data and showing like what American assets have been targeted and whatnot. But then also yesterday, this account tweets, Iran's satellite controller was destroyed by Israel. Iran should do the same and destroy the satellites to boot with an ASAP missile. This other Osen account responds with the exact coordinates of where the satellite controller is, or the satellite station is. The question is, has Iran already struck it? If not, then why? And now the thing is, like, this is readily available information. It's not like Hezbollah didn't know. I mean, it's on fucking Google Maps, right? So I think it's kind of stupid to assume that. I think it's stupid to assume that like Hezbollah is getting their notes from a fucking random, Twitter account, right? Stupid to assume that like Hezbollah is getting their notes from a fucking random, Twitter account, right? How are they Nazi? This one, they're like big into Zog and also Nick Fuentes. I believe they were the other day. They were literally tweeting about how like all of you communists are so stupid. Like you still think it's class war, but actually the real truth is like being a national socialist or something. I don't fucking know. There's like some dumb fucking shit that these dumbasses on the internet believe. So yeah, Christian Cross in the handle. No need to dive deeper. Nick Fuentes, the GOAT. Yeah, sure, buddy. Okay. ACP is brainworms. I mean, it's the internet. Everyone's got brainworms of a different variety. That's why this is the most normal space that you can possibly be in that's involved in this kind of stuff, because at least like we have the backing of hundreds of years of thinkers, theorists, men of action that have engaged in the praxis to some limited degrees of success, as opposed to coming up with like random idiotic conspiracy theories. Anyway, any idea if Aviv actually lost power? It seems like the pages that shared are sketchy. Anything that you hear about Tel Aviv, if you're not directly hearing from a relative or directly getting it from like a mainstream news outlet, is probably a lie. I'm sorry. So much fake shit on like the pro-Iran side of things, or like the anti-Israel side of Osen Twitter in general. It's literally, it's not even like Osen Twitter really. There's like a lot of accounts that just post AI videos over and over again and be like, see, we're nuking Tel Aviv. See, they used the nuclear. Iran actually has a nuke and they nuked Tel Aviv. It's fucking bullshit. Okay. It's bullshit. They just keep posting either older videos of successful strikes, or they keep posting like just AI videos in general, completely made up AI videos. There are obviously reliable accounts that I rely on, as you guys know. Bonzer Berry is one of the best ones in my opinion. So if you see me looking at like an account, just know that that's one of the accounts that I actually. So they are lying about it. The accounts that are like the pro-Iran accounts, sometimes they do post like not even sometimes, they post like a lot of unreliable information. They post old videos, they go super viral because everyone's like, yeah, Israel's getting fucking bombed, it's awesome. But like the reality is just totally fucking made up. It's either AI It's either AI or it's like an older video of an interceptor getting dusted by Iranian rockets from like the 12-day war or whatever. Anyway, but Hezbollah did hit the radar site. That is real. That did happen. I saw people driving past it and filming it, and I mean, I guess people just like went up and filmed it too. Not radar, SATCOM ground station. Yes. So is Israel not getting blasted? No, it is. It is. If Hezbollah is not able to successfully target Israeli communication nodes from far from the border, well, so here's the reason why this is significant. Because Hezbollah has, they have some launching capabilities, right? But for all intents and purposes, after the Hassan Nasrallah decapitation strikes, Hezbollah was functionally dissolved, or at least that was the analysis from the Israeli side. They made it seem as though Hezbollah had no more intention to continue striking Israel. They made it seem as though Hezbollah had no power to strike Israel, that their munitions were depleted, that they had no willingness to fight, all this stuff. It turns out, however, that wasn't fully true. It turns out they were basically just licking their wounds and getting ready for potentially another fight down the line. And it's clear that they still have a lot of fight in them, considering that they have been fairly aggressively engaging Israel in this last couple of days of the back and forth that's going on. Operation Operation Ephebophilia Defense, Ephebophilia Force, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Operation Apex Fury, Operation Epstein Fury, Operation Epic Chungus. Someone report this guy. What is this? Fuel prices in Australia almost up 3 liters, USD $8 a gallon. I'm a brokey that DoorDash for a living. Wish me luck, chat. If nukes were going off, panic would explode tenfold. I'm waiting for it to shut countries down. As a scared kind of uneducated person, is World War III going to happen? Or is the U.S. Israel pretending that there's a war when they're actually genociding against someone? To report this guy. What guy? I was just joking about the link spam. Oh, because I was spamming my blast off meme. Yeah. So, yeah, Operation Epic Fortnite Chungus, not exactly as successful as people presented it as. Here is one of the here is Hezbollah obviously striking a missile striking deep inside of Israel, hitting a satellite communications site. Launched a barrage. Hezbollah from Lebanon launched a barrage of long-range missiles that struck multiple locations in Israel, including a direct hit on a military SATCOM dishes at SES satellite station in the Ha'ila Valley south of Tel Aviv. The site hosts satellite communications infrastructure used for secure data links, meaning the strike could disrupt military comms if damage is confirmed. The Israeli military said several long-range projectiles were fired from Lebanon, with some intercepted by air defenses, while others were allowed to fall in what described as open areas. Well, it turns out some of them were allowed to fall into the satellite dishes, which doesn't seem to me like it was, this doesn't strike me as an allowance, okay? I know, like, you have to read through Israeli comms. Like, when they say security incident took place, they're writing about something that the military censors don't want them to write, okay? When they say, we allowed the missiles to fall into safe areas, they're lying. That means that they just couldn't intercept some of the missiles. This is one of those instances, right? The Ha'ila Valley sites lies well south of Tel Aviv and far from the Lebanese border, suggesting that the strike involved precision long-range targeting. So part of this is because I think the network of radars and early advanced warning systems all communicate with one another, or used to communicate with one another, and now they're not, because Iran successfully has shut off a big chunk of the early advanced warning systems, SATCOM, radars, all this stuff that plays a significant role in calculating the trajectory of ballistic missiles ahead of time, far ahead of time, so that one, Israelis can immediately rush to the bomb shelters with the sirens and whatnot, but also far ahead of time so they can calculate the trajectory adequately and they can intercept it successfully. When you shut off the eyes and ears within the region, it makes it much more difficult to intercept these ballistic missiles. So slowly but surely, the less understanding that they have of like what kind of munitions are being launched, when they're being launched. The harder it gets to intercept. The harder it gets to intercept, Iran can directly target additional SATCOM, additional radar facilities that Israel is using, which then in turn makes it even harder to intercept all of the other missiles. Because remember, like, we here think that this interception or things like intercepting missiles are basically like they're like automated in like a video game, right? Like, oh, you see a missile and then it's like heat seeking. Well, there are some heat seeking missile systems, but like, no, it's math, it's calculations. They have to see where the missile is coming from and try to interpret its trajectory, and then do a complicated math equation in many instances to like identify exactly where it's going to fall, with what speed it's going to fall, and figure out exactly what what kind of surface defense that they're going to utilize, they're going to deploy. So the more you shut off the eyes and ears, the harder it gets, right? The harder it gets to do that complicated math in the fast enough time, oftentimes like 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes to figure out exactly what you need to deploy. Computers do all of it, yes, but it doesn't matter. When your eyes and ears are not working, you can't do the calculations because your inputs aren't going to be correct. So that's what's going on. And the less they have the capacity to intercept, the harder it gets to defend their, other additional eyes and ears inside of Israel. Ex-missile warning operator here, not a bad description. Thank you. I'm trying to do my very best. As someone who has a different kind of autism and not the missile autism, I'm trying to explain something that is relatively complicated. I'm a program. The program is inputs for the math equations fed by peripheral devices like sensors, detectors that provide location and coordinate data in the calculation. Spot on, pretty much. Yeah. And it has eyes and ears everywhere, right? It has eyes and ears around the entire region. And the more eyes and ears you have, the more radar facilities you have, the more early advanced warning facilities you have. That is like in the getting as close as possible to the launch site, so you can calculate its trajectory. The more effective you are at being able to intercept these missiles. Iran, for the last 7 or 9 days now, has shut off all of those eyes and ears, so it's much more difficult to triangulate exactly what kind of missiles being used, what the trajectory is. It's making it much harder for Israel to intercept. It's making it much harder for America to intercept. They weren't just like pummeling Bahrain and pummeling Kuwait and pummeling the American bases for no reason. There was a very good reason for why they were doing that. It was to achieve a military goal, and that was to get more done in terms of striking Israel with less. In the first couple of days, they were deploying a lot of their older munitions to overwhelm the Israeli defenses, when the Israeli defenses had all of the eyes and ears, right? So they could make these complex math equations in real time, and they could do a much better job at trying to intercept all the missiles that were coming in. Once they were able to slowly but surely take out these radar sites, they are now capable of striking less, but with a much, much higher percentage of success. Anyway, and that's where we're at. So Trump is going to be doing a presser at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Obviously, we're going to be tuning into that. We're going to be hearing what he has to say. But it's things are not going great in the Western world. Obviously, Operation Apex Fury has not been the successful initiative that the Americans claimed it was going to be. And Donald Trump is going through the motion right now. Lindsey Graham is going through the motion right now. They're coming to that conclusion, and there's been some funny updates here as well. Like, for example, Donald Trump this is how you know this motherfucker is desperate. Donald Trump literally posted a Drew Pavlov tweet, man. The time didn't change. You did? What? We're so cooked. The president is posting my fattest op. Not even an op, really. The president is posting a person who got recently deported by his ICE agents for trying to stalk a celebrity. Hassan joined the right. It's not too late. Okay, sure. Mossad would like to speak with you. All right. 2 more MQ-9 drones shot down. U.S. military has lost 2 more MQ-9 Reaper drones during Operation Epic Fortnite Chungus in Iran, bringing the total cost to 11 drones. The 11 drones lost are worth over 330 million in total. God damn. God damn, Operation Epic Fortnite Chungas, baby. God damn. Who is Clash Report? Is that reliable? Yes. Usually. They're just an aggregator. They take like news from other like reliable news outlets and like post it. Oh, anyway. We could have so much healthcare. No, you can't, and you will like it. You will never have healthcare, and you will enjoy it, okay? You are not allowed to have healthcare because all the money is going to Israel, and that's the most important, most consequential thing you could do. And if you ever question that allegiance that we have, you are the biggest anti-Semite that has ever existed, and you should go to prison. Me, on the other hand, am Israel Chai. I love Israel. I think all of our tax dollars should continue going to Israel. I don't think teachers deserve higher salaries. I don't think rural areas deserve to have hospitals because I think we should give all that money to Israel. Please hire me now. I can be a consultant for a Democrat or a Republican. Doesn't matter. This is the attitude. This is the attitude you must demonstrate. This is the attitude demonstrated by so many motherfuckers, as a matter of fact, in politics. It's great. It's wonderful. I know I saw this. It's so awesome. Most moral nation, tiny. Israel, the size of New Jersey. Israel, tiny nation. What are you saying? You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Give all of the monies to Israel. Give all of the monies to Israel. Now. Azan, stop. No politics here. Yeah. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So here, we'll start here real quick before we get to the new Ayatollah, new supreme leader. Sorry. Iran appoints new supreme leader, same as old supreme leader. Name is the same. It's his son. We'll obviously get to that. But before we get to that, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just get to that, and we'll get to Lindsey Graham afterwards because Lindsey Graham is pissed off.
Iran rages on, the regime selecting a new supreme leader. State media reporting that a week after Ayatollah Khamenei's killing, his son, 56-year-old Mujtaba Khamenei, has been chosen to succeed him. The younger Khamenei is expected to follow his father's hardline policies, but President Trump dismissing him as a lightweight and an unacceptable choice, telling our Mary Bruce in an interview he needs to approve the next Iranian leader or he's not going to last long. Israel warning it would target any new leader. Trump now considering sending US special forces into Iran to seize the country's nuclear stockpile.
We wouldn't do it now. Maybe we'd do it later.
The news coming amid an intense new wave of US and Israeli strikes Sunday. Israel targeting the country's energy infrastructure with a huge attack on multiple oil refineries in Tehran. This fire seen from miles away. Massive plumes of smoke billowing through the night sky. Another major refinery.
Guys. Think about how we're saving the Iranian people, though. Like when I see massive plumes of like oil smoke mixing up with the clouds as like, you know, all of this toxic waste accumulates above the Iranian population and will inevitably move to other countries in the region as well, by the way. When I think about all of that, I think about how we're just giving cancer to every single Iranian person we possibly can, and this is going to liberate them. It's going to liberate them from their fucking from their bodies, really. It's so crazy that American foreign policy ends up engaging in chemical warfare with the Iranian population every single time. We talk about like 47 years of back and forth war, but from the Iranian perspective, this is literally what we did in the Iran-Iraq war. We gave Saddam chemical weapons, which he deployed on the Iranian people, and now we're directly getting Israel to bomb oil refineries and facilities and once again engaging in chemical warfare with the Iranian population. It's fucking insane. Like, the things that we do to countries that we have declared our foreign adversaries are unbearable. They're unimaginably cruel. And yet we still sit around thousands of miles away in our ivory towers and our fucking throne in the heart of empire. And we talk about how these guys say Markbar America, like as though that is totally ridiculous to say if you're like a regular Iranian person. Of course they're going to say fucking death to America and death to Israel, man. Look at what the fuck we're doing to them. We're actually killing them. Okay? We're actually killing them.
Was hit elsewhere in the city, igniting a fireball. Videos circulating online showing streets on fire. Poisonous fumes filling the air for miles around. Residents warned to protect themselves against toxic fumes and possible acid rain. Iran condemning the offensive as nothing less than intentional chemical warfare against the Iranian citizens. Iran says well over
Yeah, I believe the American-Israeli attack on Iran will be good for the Iranian people because unaware of anything that has ever happened before in the history of the world. Yeah. No, that's literally what it is. That's always what it is. It's like, and these guys are not oblivious, by the way. They just don't care. They know you're oblivious, okay? They rely on the average American person's lack of understanding. We were on our way to the airport, March and I, and the talk radio was on, okay, in the Uber. It's like 5 a.m. And I could not believe the commentary on this. Like, there was not even a single fucking dissenting voice, not even a single person that had elected representatives on to talk about, basically, on both sides, on the Democratic side, on the Republican side, they had elected representatives come on the radio show to say, Iranian people, they have a nuclear weapon. We have to stop them. We have to stop the nukes. Like, even the Democrat that's like, oh, I don't think like the process is being followed, but like it's understandable that it's like some kind of military action had to be taken. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, it blows my mind what kind of, when you find out what kind of news and information the average American that's like tuning into this stuff is getting, you kind of get why Americans are cattle. Like, you kind of understand why Americans are cattle for the most part. Because like so much of the media that like normies are consuming is one-sided on this stuff. Like, that's precisely the reason why I think when people encounter my commentary, they come at it and they're like, what the fuck? What are you like? What are you, a fucking a part of the IRGC? Like, what do you mean Iranis are people? What the fuck? I've never encountered this perspective before. Now, it's become easier than ever before to make this kind of argument about imperialism, about the dangers of imperialism, because of the deteriorating material conditions here in the United States of America, lack of trust for mainstream institutions, lack of trust for the government, and also the very open ways, the very vulgar ways in which Donald Trump communicates exactly why they're doing this kind of death and destruction campaign. So it has made my job a little bit easier. But, bro, you accidentally dog whistle way too much. What are you talking about? It's like you genuinely believe there's no such thing as propaganda unless it's from... It's like you genuinely believe there's no such thing as propaganda unless it's U.S. or Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? I earlier covered how a lot of the pro-Iranian OSINT accounts are straight up fucking AI slop posting, making it seem like Israel is being nuked or some shit. No, you just hear something that doesn't... You hear something that cuts across mainstream news and you go, oh, this must be like an IR. You literally are proving my fucking point. You're proving my point. Okay? Yes, dude, I'm secretly a fucking Nazi saying, oh, goy cattle, I'm dog whistling. You caught me. Yeah, I spent the last fucking 13 years of my professional media career shitting on Nazis up until this very moment as well, only to accidentally reveal my position. I'm glad you fucking figured it out, dumbass centrist establishment liberal. Yeah, no human being who is like objectively against Nazis could possibly arrive at the conclusion that this American and Israeli allegiance that we have designed is incredibly damaging for regular folks in the region, and it's not actually beneficial for Americans either. You're right. In any case, the point I'm trying to make is that for the average person, like the information environment that they're still in, especially for like high info voters, like people who are actually like reading, because the average American doesn't even do any reading whatsoever. They don't do any listening whatsoever. They're like, oh, maybe this is a distraction from the Epstein files or whatever the fuck, right? Like the average person is watching Mr. Beast videos and flicking their bean. Okay, they're not tuned into this shit at all. But there's a decent number of like people who listen to NPR, listen to the New York Times' podcast, or read the New York Times, who also get a very stupid understanding, a very wrong understanding of exactly what the dynamic is. And then you have the right wingers who are pure cattle, right? Like maximum cattle. They get prodded on a daily fucking basis. But ultimately, as I have been saying over and over again from day one or day zero, day minus 20, when the armada, when the fleet, when the American naval assets were like coming around, like surrounding Iran, and I kept repeating over and over again, any kind of military action is not going to be at the behest of the Iranian people. It's going to be very deadly, very destructive for the Iranian people. They're going to destroy cultural landmarks, as they have been doing, and they are going to kill Iranian civilians as they have been doing, and it's not going to bring about liberation. And lo and behold, we're already there. Luckily for us, I think people in this fast-paced information environment are much faster at receiving this information and changing their minds. And you're seeing that already. A lot of the people who were fucking dancing in the first couple of days have stopped dancing, right? A lot of the Iranian diaspora that was like, oh, Mr. President Trump, you are doing the best. Please bomb my grandfather, President Trump. They've all shut the fuck up. Part of the reason is because they also very quickly realized, oh shit, President Trump doesn't care about regular Iranians at all. Okay? Think like a woke, act like a chud. Hogs are waking up.
That's an interesting shirt there to say. That's an interesting shirt there to say the least.
Yeah.
What makes you decide to wear a shirt like that?
Because they kill children, pretty much, innocent people, women, children, old people. They target them. They commit genocide, so that's why I wear it.
You know what? You want to hear something interesting? It is actually illegal to protest against Israel in most U.S. states.
In what?
And to protest against Israel in most U.S. states.
Well, that's...
You believe that?
That's wild, man.
I didn't believe it until I looked it up myself. Someone told me. I was like, no way. Yeah.
Like, we're moving in a positive direction. And what do I mean by this, right? For the longest time, even during Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, there were a lot of Americans who wanted the Palestinians to be perfect victims, where they were doing this whole like, oh, free Palestine, except like, you know, Hamas is bad. It's actually kind of Hamas. That's the reason why, you know, Israel is doing this kind of stuff. Like they were giving far too much. Far too much credence to the casus belli that Israel was presenting as to why they had to do this genocide. I think that's changing. Obviously, I've been on the fuck Israel, the fuck Israel side of things for a very long time. But now more and more Americans are actually moving on from like, well, these guys were perfect victims and they're being destroyed, so we should side with them, to actually, no, the people that are doing that death and destruction are the bad guys in this equation.
Almost every state's illegal to
that goes against free speech, man.
Well,
First Amendment.
Now when it comes to them, man, they can they can make our president go start a war for them, you know?
Yeah, that's true, man. It's like they say, you know who controls you by who you can't criticize. So
Putin and Netanyahu both have a piece of him then, huh?
Yeah, it's a crazy world, man. Crazy.
I hear you. Well, good to see you out, man. We're out here every Saturday doing this.
Yeah, I come every couple weeks. I try to make it out and show support for everything. And,
what's your name?
Trump, Dylan.
Dylan? Steve. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you. Trump's a monster, man.
Fucking A.
Take care.
You too.
Wichita, Kansas. Kids with cancer are in charge. Yeah. I mean, it's like, whatever. Not to change the subject, but Trump subpoenaed Arizona 2020 election results. Whatever. Fuck that guy. Get yourself an AM frequency when the internet goes down. I have a radio. Seriously? Okay, bro. Chill. We're not getting there yet. Okay. The Trojan horse of the Middle East are doing Israelis bidding in the UN. What is this? How can you call others cattle when this is the origin story you believe? This is true. Noah's Ark preserved all the sins for me in the Great Flood. But EU with an insane statement. Okay, we'll get to the European Union, the servile little vassal slave state that the European Union is, in a brief moment. Okay, we'll get there. Don't you fucking worry about it. But getting back to it,
1,000 people have been killed so far, including 190 children and 198 women. The American death toll also rising again this morning. The Pentagon announcing that a U.S. service member wounded in an Iranian strike on a base in Saudi Arabia on March 1st has passed away from their injuries. Despite degrading its missile capabilities, Iran retaliating across the region. Drones and missiles hitting this high-rise in Kuwait. And videos circulating on X capturing the moment an Iranian drone struck Dubai International Airport. Dramatic video showing Emirati air defenses taking down at least 8 unmanned Iranian drones. Iran's targeted the UAE more than every other country in the region combined. Now, even the region...
If you ask the Iranians, they want to kill the idea of Dubai, which that's what regime hardliners are saying on regime TV. So do with that information what you will. I'm not, I'm not making any, I'm not saying anything about it. Okay. I'm just here to repeat what they are saying. Okay. I'm not going to say that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm washing my hands over this. Okay. I'm washing my hands off this. All right. All I will say is the United Arab Emirates is literally, it's a little Israel. Okay. If America's big Satan and Israel's little Satan, then Dubai is like the third small Satan brother. Okay. That's kind of the assessment. It's just, they have been positioning themselves. I'm just neutral. I'm neutral on this. I don't, I disavow. But the United Arab Emirates has very actively pushed for exactly what's going on right now, like America and Israel's involvement, and have, they're doing their own little genocide, which is not so little in Sudan. And yeah, United Israel Emirates has been on the receiving end of a lot of pushback from Iran. The government, not the people, though. Yeah, obviously it's not. It has nothing to do with the people, but that perhaps has some reason as to why they've been on the receiving end of a lot more of the bombing from the Iranian side.
Water supply critical for survival in the Gulf.
Like, I'll just tell you like this: Tommy Robinson is directly funded by the United Arab Emirates and also the State of Israel, right? Like, they straight up foment Islamophobia in Europe. And you might be thinking to yourself, what the fuck? They're a Muslim nation, and yet they still do this. They do. They literally are playing a role in pushing Islamophobic propaganda in Europe and in the United States of America. Okay? Think about it like that. You are also funded by the left. This is true. I am funded by the left. I'm funded by you, the people. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the people, for you, the people. The Piker Broadcasting Service is not funded by any groups or anything like that, just regular-ass subscribers. If you want to support the stream, if you want to support the show, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or $6 a month with a regular Twitch subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Yeah, so you can also gift subs to others as well. That is who funds the Piker Broadcasting Service, not the wonderful nation of Qatar and not the IRGC, but instead just regular-ass people in here.
Of desert being hit. A freshwater desalination plant in Bahrain attacked by drones not long after the US was accused of attacking a similar plant in Iran. And on the other front in this war, in Lebanon, Israel's offensive against Hezbollah is widening. Lebanese authorities say more than 400 people have been killed, 83 of them children, 42 women. Hundreds of thousands have been displaced. Israel says it killed 5 senior members of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard at a Beirut hotel. It comes as Russia's reportedly providing Iran with intelligence to target US forces, including the locations of troops, aircraft and ships. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth downplaying the threat.
No one's putting us in danger. We're putting the other guys in danger.
Thank you for the 10.
That's our job. So we're not concerned about that.
Well, as we've seen throughout this conflict, one of the biggest challenges is intercepting drones. We're now hearing that Ukrainian drone specialists have arrived in the region. They're going to help Gulf countries and some of those US bases to identify and hopefully intercept Iranian drones. Michael?
All right, Ian, thank you so much for your reporting.
Ukraine is on the table, everybody. Ukraine is the table. Ukraine holds the cards. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Ukrainian WhatsApp posters celebrate the new motion that Zelensky has developed in this process. I saw a post about that. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. This is kind of funny, but obviously Ukraine has a lot of experience with drones, both in the deployment of drones, but also with the interception of drones as well, even though there is a limited amount of success in terms of interception because, the drones are still very difficult to intercept. But if there's a group of people that are capable of doing that or have experience doing that, it's going to be the Ukrainians, because Russians now have their own version of the Shahed that they have been manufacturing themselves. But we're using the Shahed drones for the longest fucking time. So let me see. Hold on. There has been a very funny This has been a funny development for a lot of people because, like, if you remember, if you recall, Donald Trump embarrassed Zelensky after all of the work that Zelensky and Ukraine has put in to try to defend their people, being utilized as a fucking proxy in the process against Russia to uphold American interests, and like losing a bunch of territory, losing a bunch of human lives. And then coming to the United States of America and having Donald Trump straight up be like, you need to apologize, or J.D. Vance being like, you need to apologize, you need to be more thankful. That was actually very disruptive and very frustrating, understandably, for a lot of Ukrainians. Ukrainian Instagram is so happy they're about to have a stroke because they think Trump is begging Zelensky to send drone interceptors to the Middle East. And I do like this kind of boomer posting. You don't have the cards. And then this is St. Javelin account. I have the interceptors, Mr. President. A couple geopolitics, the ultimate plot twist. Not our problem. Yesterday, not our problem. Zelensky, can you help us stop these Shaheds? Anti-Shahed expertise. Today, can you help? Iranian drones? Actually, I have some cards. The mindset. Like, this to me speaks to how pissed off, understandably, how pissed off the Ukrainians were when Trump did this and the Americans did this. Like, they put him in a suit, and now Donald Trump is in a more casual outfit. They were very upset about that. Did you say thank you once, Mr. President? Like, they're doing the who holds the cards posts. House full of cards. You asking me to teach how to shoot down Shaheds, but you don't ask with respect. Mr. President, I hold the cards now, Mr. President. Yeah, this was they're having fun with it. They're having fun with it. But yeah, Ukraine is at the table. This is some 9gag style memes. Yeah, bro, they're in fucking Ukraine. They don't got internet, okay? Anyway, yeah, that's been one of the updates. But to the surprise of some officials in Kyiv, no one from the United States bothered to ask Ukraine to share its expertise in how to defend against drones before starting the offensive in Iran. How is that surprising? How is that surprising? I'm sorry. These guys are fucking idiots. By the way, American drone technology is far behind all of our adversaries. Like, at least a decade behind. You got, what's that guy? Palmer Luckey, who obviously wanted to take advantage of the new procurement methods that the American military is engaging in. All these like tech guys are now getting into the space. And U.S. drone tech is so ass in comparison to what the Iranians have, in comparison to what the Chinese have, in comparison to what the Russians have. And they're literally trying to basically recreate whatever the fuck the Iranians are doing, but it's still going to be more expensive because it's being made in America. So, like, the closer we've gotten to the Iranian drone tech with the Shaheds has been the Lucas, and it's still double the price of the fucking Iranian Shaheds. And the Iranian Shaheds can be deployed from the back of a fucking K-truck at 5 at a time, whereas the Americans, of course, have to, deploy them with, with another, like, $30, $40, $50,000 piece of equipment, right? Like, they don't have any mindset around cost effectiveness. They don't know how to deploy this stuff without billions of dollars of expenditure. So I can't believe what you did to Melon Sean. Wait, what did I do? But it isn't surprising to me at all. The reason why I was bringing up Palmer Luckey, by the way, you are correct with regards to swarm kamikaze drones. US by far has the most advanced surveillance drones. Yes, that's true. Those are a substitute for the much more expensive and much more costly and much harder to train, like fighter pilots, obviously, because they can loiter for a lot longer and also fly above where a fighter jet would, or any kind of like other surveillance capabilities that are more likely to get struck down. The flying wind drone that Iranians hacked and captured in 2011 in the U.S. likely has more advanced surveillance drones than that. Yes, Americans have some of the best surveillance drones, but as far as like their offensive capabilities, American has decent offensive drones as well. The problem is you need a lot, and you need it to be very cheap. That's the whole point of the Shahed drones. That's why they call them suicide drones, right? It's not like the way that these things work are like high maneuverability for munitions. It's it's almost like a rocket that you can maneuver much more efficiently and target much more efficiently than like a rocket that you're just launching that has a very specific, very precise trajectory. So if it's $20,000 a pop and it's very difficult, it's much cheaper than like guided missiles, and it's incredibly cost efficient. Yeah, you're gonna fucking overwhelm people with these missiles or with these drones. Lucas has a 500-mile range. Shahed has 2,000. It's not in the same category. So there's that side of the conversation. But Anduril, Palmer Luckey, tried to go and develop drone technology in Ukraine, and they failed. Okay, the Ukrainians literally had to tell them, pack up your shit. We don't want your drones any longer. Like that's how far behind the Americans are on our offensive drone technology, our offensive drone capabilities, that like all of the new people that are coming in, all the tech people that are coming in that were presented as like a much more innovative, much more efficient version of the previous procurement strategies that the American military had, with all of the reliable defense contractors that are bloated budgets and have like a very long timeline to create new weapons and shit like that are now seen as like antiquated. The advanced solutions were supposed to come from the tech space, but even the tech guys are, they're failing. They're failing to achieve these results. So, over reliance on AI, no understanding of like they're not building these systems off of necessity. Iran is building these systems out of necessity. Even Russia is building these systems for a specific purpose. America is building these defenses and these systems for money. Okay, that's the major difference. If one side is doing this because they want to make sure it's as cost effective as possible so that they can continue a war of attrition effectively, continue waging wars or continue engaging in defense effectively, and the other side is doing it as a fucking grift so they can get $100 million contracts from the unlimited budgets of the Pentagon, then yeah, one side is going to have a bigger investment in defense over the other. The only thing that carries these fucking countries is places like Ukraine, who actually have to engage in ingenuity as a mechanism of self-defense. Like Ukraine doesn't have the option of getting bloated defense contracts, even though, from what I understand, a lot of the European allies have taken advantage of the funds that go into Ukraine as well, and have designed their own drone facilities and whatnot as well. Seeing how much money is being dumped into that in Ukraine right now. Yeah, use value versus exchange value, as one might describe it. Exactly. So, can't get as much money from arms sales from another NATO country needing your tech if you make it cheap too. Yeah, it's an entirely different goal for the Americans. They're not building this stuff out of necessity. They're building this stuff to make money. And if the government is always going to open up their purse and give you unlimited funds, you don't need efficiency and you don't need to make it cost effective. As a matter of fact, it's the exact opposite. You want to make sure it's not cost efficient, because cost efficiency in this circumstance actually harms your bottom line. You want to make it as bloated as possible, right? Because it's fucking free money. This is contractor bloat that exists in the American military. And this is also part of the reason why the American war machine is no longer as efficient as it once was. And this is why now that we're fucking fighting, now that we're, fighting a enemy state that actually has designed their entire defensive and offensive capabilities to withstand American bombing campaigns and to make it as punishing as possible economically to the rest of the fucking globe until America says, all right, we're done, we have to pull out of this. All of a sudden, they're not achieving their war goals as fast as they thought they would. This is something that I've been trying to communicate to people even before it started. There's a reason why it comes across like I'm predicting what's going on here successfully. It's not because I'm fucking brilliant. It's because I'm looking at exactly what has happened over and over again. I'm looking at the incentives that exist, right? The incentives that exist within the American industry, the American defense industry, and the incentives that exist within the Iranian defense industry. So that's the situation. Anyway, now let's get to Iran. obviously, the first opening salvo assassinating a lot of the top IRGC generals, including the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, did not reach the success that I suspect Israel was telling Trump it would reach. People would actually take it to the streets. People would actually rise up and engage in a successful popular revolution against the IRGC. All of the stuff that was promised, I suspect, to Donald Trump from Benjamin Netanyahu is not happening. This is one of the examples of this. As I told you over and over again, contrary to how the media was designing this environment for months, talking to all of the dissenters of the IRGC, talking to regular Iranian folks that are on the ground in Tehran, and telling you over and over again that the regime has no popular base of support. The regime has no support whatsoever. They've lost the population in its entirety. And I kept telling you that's not true. 20 to 30% of the public in Iran is absolutely on board with the Ayatollah and unconditionally on board with the IRGC as well. Okay? This is it. This is proof once again. All of the people, like the Islamic Republic has a popular base. Okay, it has a popular base. You don't have to like it. I certainly am not a fan of their domestic policies, right? But at the end of the day, they have a popular base. And no, it's not under 15%. That's also wrong. It is absolutely not under 15%. There is no information that claims that it's under 15%. That's why I always say it ranges from 20 to 30%. At times of economic turmoil, it diminishes a little bit, but ultimately there is a good chunk of people that actually are on board. Okay? If you look at American news, right? American broadcasters present this as like there is no popular base, there is no social support from a popular base for the Ayatollah. Okay, that they're basically holding everyone at gunpoint. They're holding everyone hostage at gunpoint, and that like there's no popular mobilization that exists. It's just like the Bosage militias. It's the fucking IRGC. They're killing people, and it's like 90% of the country hates them in a 93 million populated nation state. It's 10 million soldiers that are just like fucking murking everybody that speaks, that talks out of line. That's not true. Is the government absolutely repressive and very violent at times? Yes. Is there a big chunk of the Iranian population? Is there a big chunk of the Iranian population that is against the IRGC, against the Ayatollah? Absolutely. This is also true. But they still have a popular base of support. They still have an organic population on the ground that is in favor of the IRGC, in favor of the Ayatollah. If you don't recognize that, you can't understand Iranian society at all, and you can't make calculated decisions. Now, Americans obviously don't give a shit. This is also outside of this, like what's unfolding right now is also the other thing that I kept talking about, right? Which is that even though there are secular liberals in Iran that hate the IRGC, you know what they also hate? Getting fucking bombed. You know what they also hate or are not big fans of? The United States of America and Israel. You listen to diaspora Iranians that are ultra-Zionists that go on American news and say, we love Bibi Netanyahu, we love Donald Trump, but that is not even represented in the diaspora population, because when you look at the actual polls that poll the diaspora Iranians, even then, 56% in the 12-day war said American and Israeli bombing campaigns were actually bad. Not good, but bad. And Iranians in Iran, regardless of their position on the Ayatollah, regardless of their position on the IRGC, are not exactly fond of America even before this bombing campaign started. So this is another thing. This is another thing that you have to understand, okay? So you will... like as many diaspora Iranians are coming to the conclusion that the American bombing campaign that they supported initially is actually not leading to the revolutionary change that they thought it was going to happen, and that this is actually hurting their family members and changing their attitude in real time, Iranians themselves are also going to have a change of heart. Even if they don't love the IRGC, even if they hate the IRGC, all of a sudden the IRGC is the only thing that is, punishing the people that are bombing their fucking homes, punishing the people that are bombing their oil refineries, punishing the people that are bombing the schools where little girls are going to school. It's the same dynamic with Hamas. Okay, there are plenty of Palestinians that are not exactly fond of Hamas when it comes to the domestic affairs, right? This is two separate categories here. There are Palestinians that are not exactly in favor of Hamas's governance. They don't like it, but they don't say anything in times of Israel's bombing campaigns because the number one op is always going to be the alien foreign occupation, the alien foreign bombing campaigns. That is always going to redirect people's attention, and they're going to, in America, we call it rallying around the flag, but basically they're going to turn around and say, all right, well, fuck this. You know, I don't like these guys, but I would rather have them, the indigenous force of oppression that I hate, rule the country than to destabilize it and destroy it in the hands of Israel. It's a perfectly understandable position. It's one that I keep repeating over and over again because I've experienced it myself in Turkey, right? There was a coup that happened with an American parallel state that was designed with Fethullah Gulen, and that coup was very deadly. A lot of civilians were killed. American bases were utilized for fighter jets to directly bomb civilian enclaves in Turkey. And the people rose up. They armed themselves. They rose up and they successfully stopped this coup in Turkey. What happened next? Everyone fucking, rallied around Erdogan, even people who hate Erdogan. You sound hella jealous. What is this? This happened in Turkey not that fucking long ago. This is how it works. When you see a foreign entity or a parallel state that was formed by a foreign entity destabilize the country and start killing people, all of a sudden, that's the number one op. Okay? And of course, the same thing is going to happen in Iran as well. That was 10 years ago. Will avenge the blood of his father. With America, we are sure he won't compromise with America. He's a true son to Ali Khamenei. The hand of God was revealed. Khamenei became younger. He's the rightful successor to the late leader, God willing. I hope we deserve honor to support him. Now, these guys are like straight up already supporters. They're in the popular base of support for the regime anyway. So, of course, they're going to be celebrating this regardless. But I was telling my fellow chatter that the way he's behaving in chat makes him seem jealous of you. Oh, okay.
This is the moment Mujtaba Khamenei, the 56-year-old son of Iran's late supreme leader, is announced as the country's new leader. Supporters say they see his father in him. In a widely circulated message.
By the way, there was a brief period where even Crusaders and the Muslims united against the Mongols. This happened all throughout history. Okay, yeah, China, KMT, and the Communist Party aligned with one another to fucking purge the Japanese invaders, for example. This always happens. Reactionary forces or bourgeois forces will align with revolutionary forces. In some ways, this also happened in the Iranian Revolution, where you had the clerics and the Islamists join up in a united front against the Western-backed puppet, the Shah, and overthrow the Shah in a successful popular revolution where the communists and the Islamists were aligned with one another, right? That's just how it works. That's always how it fucking works.
By several state-aligned outlets, a slogan read, God revealed his hand and Khamenei just got younger, portraying Mujtaba's rise as a continuation of his father's rule. In 1979, Iran's Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi was overthrown by Ayatollah Khomeini. Mujtaba's father, Ali Khamenei, a close ally of Khomeini, quickly rose within the new political order and would later help shape the future of the Islamic Republic. Mujtaba came of age during revolution and war. At just 17, he went to the front lines during the Iran-Iraq war, while his father served as Iran's president. The troops he fought with would later form what became the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, now Iran's most
the modern Iranian government is built on revolutionary principles. Okay, it's built on revolutionary principles. It's built around sovereignty. It's a major component of Iranian society is that they are sovereign. They'll fight amongst one another if that's what it takes. and the government will be incredibly repressive at times, but ultimately it's their problem, okay? They don't fucking want outside intervention. They don't want outside intervention to such a degree that even like in the past, when they should have leaned into like the Soviets, they didn't do so, right? That's just the reality. These guys don't want outside intervention. There are some in the country that are so desperate that they think that American and Israeli intervention might help, but those numbers are going to diminish when that outside intervention becomes reality. And the reality is fucking black plumes of smoke and you know, oil rain, like chemical warfare. All of a sudden, you're going to be like, I don't want this. What is this? What? A guy speaking with a gun next to him, lol. Yeah, bro, I'm an American. You got a problem? All this asshole Hassan does is foment propaganda and babbles Charles Manson opinions while selling them as fact. Dumbass channel. Do you have actually a disagreement with anything that I'm saying? Do you have any, like, you know, can you engage in at least the revolutionary act of counter messaging here? Can you do that? Or is the only thing you can lean into being like, oh, dude, you're like Charles Manson?
Powerful military institution. That relationship will prove.
It's always vague posting and crying to the referee with these people. Oh, Trump is doing mission operation successful, mission accomplished. He's rolling out the mission accomplished banner. All right, let's watch this and then I'll get to it.
Decades later, many say the Guard's loyalty was an important factor in Mujtaba's elevation as Iran's third supreme leader. Mujtaba Khamenei has long been seen as an influential figure behind the scenes, playing a role in the appointment of senior officials and shaping Iran's security institutions through his father's office. In the days leading up to his selection, US President Donald Trump warned that Mujtaba's rise would be unacceptable to Washington. But many in Iran's political and military establishment saw those remarks as interference, further strengthening support for his appointment. Mujtaba's father, mother, sister, wife, son, and several other relatives were recently killed in strikes by US and Israeli forces. Many believe this loss could shape his outlook and possibly push Iran toward a more confrontational path. But some analysts argue the opposite may happen. Under heavy pressure from war and international isolation, they say the Iranian regime now faces two difficult choices: collapse or transform. Because Mujtaba carries the legacy of his father and the revolutionary establishment, they argue he may have the legitimacy to push difficult reforms through without being accused of betraying the revolution. But time may not be on his side. Israeli officials have repeatedly threatened to target any successor to Iran's assassinated supreme leader. But the challenges go beyond external threats. Many in Iran see Mujtaba's appointment as dynastic, arguing that the revolution which toppled a monarchy has now produced another. At a time of war, sanctions, and societal polarization, the system's survival may depend on bridging the gap between the state and the people. Under Iran's constitution, Mujtaba Khamenei is both the country's highest political authority and the supreme religious leader for millions of Shias in Iran and beyond. His father assumed power just months after the end of the devastating war with Iraq in the late 1980s. Mujtaba Khamenei takes office during a far more dangerous moment. Whether he can unite the country, end the war, and reopen Iran to the world, or lead it into deeper confrontation and isolation will define the future of the Islamic Republic. Rasul Serdar, Al Jazeera.
The post of Supreme Leader.
Wasn't his son hit? I think so. There's some reports that he might be like seriously fucked up, but I don't know. We don't have any information. So there's new information on the Revolutionary Guard side as well, but New York Times reported that Iranians appear conflicted about their new leader, yet the only evidence it presents a video showing tens of thousands of Iranians celebrating his appointment while American flags are burned during the festivities. The reason why they're saying it's conflicted, by the way, the numbers are fucking crazy, obviously. And the reason why this is important to acknowledge is because this doesn't represent like the overwhelming approval at all. Okay, it doesn't. But it does show something very important, which is you still have to deal with tens of millions of people who are on board with it, right? Like, this is why it's not so simple. It's never as simple as the way America presents it. And this is why the Venezuela campaign was effective, because the handover to Delcy Rodriguez was much more efficient than a permanent military occupation with a puppet state being planted into a position of power in Venezuela with like Maria Machado. Trump actually did a much smarter form of intervention there by recognizing that the regime, right, the Maduro regime, had a significant base of Chavistas that were still prominent in Venezuelan society. That was part of the reason why one of the insurance procedures that Maduro put in place was to basically arm the regular Venezuelan society to create like a popular mobilization if there was any sort of like direct military occupation. It would be virtually impossible to maintain this direct military occupation without incurring tremendous cost and tremendous casualties on the American side. Okay, that's why Donald Trump did the intervention in the way that he did. It's still not good, obviously. It's still fucking disastrous, and it still plays along. It still betrays the revolutionary principles that were implemented by Chavez initially, right? Having said that, however, there's a reason why they did that and didn't just go in and fucking put Maria Machado in charge. If Maria Machado had a popular base of support inside of Venezuela, then that's what he would have done, right? Why would he utilize Delcy Rodriguez? Why would he still keep the same fucking regime in charge, which you don't really hear much from any longer? If you noticed, American media doesn't talk about how angry the Venezuelans are. Have you guys noticed that? Because it's still the same people in charge, but all of a sudden now they're running the fucking oil contracts in the hands of the American state. So all of a sudden, I guess there's no more anger and discontent surrounding the scary Maduro adjacent regime. I guess the Venezuelans no longer are offended or angry. I have noticed that. Maybe you have as well. Perhaps it had nothing to do with the discontent the Venezuelans were experiencing and everything to do with fucking making propaganda work so that we could justify military intervention. Same situation here, except it's even more damaging for American interest because unlike the Venezuelan government that seemingly cut some kind of deal with the Americans, the Iranian government is not cutting a deal with the Americans nor the Israelis. They have designed their entire society to withstand this kind of military occupation, and they're making the Western world hurt. Okay? We don't have any accurate numbers on what the support for the IRGC is currently. Pre-war, it was around 25 to 30% of supporters, almost 25 to 30 million pro-regime. After his death, has reached 50 to 60%. We don't know that. We don't know, and we don't have the accurate numbers there. And I'm sure there are still people who are angry and frustrated and don't want this to happen inside of Iran, but those people have to worry about American and Israeli bombs blowing up over their heads for the time being.
Was created at the formation of Iran's Islamic Republic in 1979. Its founder, Ayatollah Khamenei, sought to integrate both Islamic...
You are wrong. The new regime in Venezuela fixed the society. That's why you don't hear anyone complaining anymore, huh? Oh, they fixed it. So the regular Venezuelans, the only thing that they were demanding was the privatization of the oil. Is that what it is? To offer all of the oil refineries to, you know... Oh, you're joking. Okay, got it. I thought that the Venezuelans weren't demanding privatization, but instead wanted liberation from the dangerous and incredibly repressive nature of like the Maduro regime.
Principles and political governance, with a powerful clerical figure at the top to ensure Sharia guided the state. He was first to hold the role. The Supreme Leader oversees virtually all functions of government, either directly or indirectly. His powers include determining the political direction of the government, commanding the armed forces and all-powerful Revolutionary Guard Corps, and appointing and dismissing a range of officials, including the head of the judiciary and the head of the state broadcasting agency. The Supreme Leader also appoints 6 of the 12 members of the Guardian Council. The other 6 are law experts who are nominated by the head of the judiciary and approved by Parliament. The Council has the power to veto or demand changes to legislation passed by Parliament, and all candidates standing for election, even for the presidency, must meet with its prior approval. The Guardian Council also approves the members of the Assembly of Experts, which in turn is in charge of choosing the Supreme Leader and ensuring he remains qualified to lead. By contrast, Iran's president is in charge of day-to-day administration, particularly economic management, and oversees government ministers. However, the president has limited autonomy when it comes to issues like foreign policy. Overall, he operates within boundaries set by the supreme leader.
Let me be clear.
Danny Danon, let me be clear. Israel will thrive in this war against Hamas. IRGC.
And pussy too.
Anyway, we'll get to Danny Danon in a second, but there's some updates here. There's some Lebanon-related updates, but Trump has told aides he would support killing Iran's new supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, if he refuses U.S. demands such as ending Iran's nuclear program. He's literally trying to... He is trying to roll back the clock so bad. It's fucking hilarious. Okay? He saw the price of an oil barrel and he was like, you know what? That's negotiations are fine. Art of the deal. Art of the deal. We're going to do art of the deal, baby. That's right. That's right. Meanwhile, Iran is seemingly escalating or increasing the intensity of its bombing campaigns, even though a lot of people were saying over the past week or so that they're just going to be launching 0 missiles or minus 10 missiles, given the trajectory of their launch capabilities, given the fact that their launch capabilities have been deteriorated by American and Israeli bombing campaigns. So it seemingly hasn't really stopped. It's become more efficient, but it seemingly has not stopped. But the RGC Aerospace Force Commander Mousavi says from now on, no missile with a warhead lighter than 1 ton will be launched. The wavelength of the launches and the wave levels will increase and their range will become broader. So we shall see. Meanwhile, America and Israel are not only engaging in scud hunting, but also hunting Ali Khamenei. And they think that, like, oh, if we kill Ali Khamenei, this will stop. Again, it literally didn't stop. It didn't stop when you killed the initial, the OG Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So what makes you think that killing Mojtaba Khamenei is going to actually succeed? Sorry, I said Ali initially, but Mojtaba, the son. Like, the entire purpose, the entire principle behind why they chose Ali Khamenei's son, I believe, was to deliver a fuck you to the West, to say, no, we're resilient. We don't give a fuck about your demands. We still call the shots here. We are not backing away. If you end up killing the son, nothing is going to change in the dynamic. It makes no fucking sense. This sure sounds constructed to convey that he doesn't back his immediate killing, which is the stated Israeli objective. President Trump has told aides he would back the killing of the new Iranian Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei if he proves unwilling to cede to U.S. demands, such as ending Iran's nuclear development, current U.S. former official said. This guy literally is like, come on, let's do JCPOA. Remember Obama? It was so good. Let's do Obama. Let's do JCPOA. Come on, we'll back away. We'll back away. It'll be glorious. It'll be glorious. The White House declined to comment, but Trump on Monday told the New York Post he was not happy with Khamenei was selected to lead Iran. He called young Khamenei unacceptable. I'm not going through this to end up with another Khamenei, Trump told Times Magazine last week. Israel would likely execute an operation aimed at taking out Khamenei, who was named as supreme leader on Sunday, a current and former U.S. official said, noting that Israel is taking the lead on targeting Iranian leaders. Now, we don't know exactly what calculations took place because this is a secretive, closed-door elections process. But there is some speculation as to why they made this decision from people who are much more knowledgeable on this stuff than myself. And their assessment is basically that this was a big fuck you because Ali Khamenei did not want a hereditary line of succession. He did not want the appearance of a hereditary line of succession. The entire point of the revolution was to overthrow the Shah, to overthrow hereditary lines of succession. And this doesn't abide by the revolutionary principles in which the Islamic Republic was developed, right? So having said that, clearly Mojtaba Khamenei has a lot of motion amongst the clerics as he was seen as like the entry point, as he was seen as like the little advisor to Ali Khamenei. And is much more is much closer to IRGC and a much bigger hardliner in it as far as like the analysis from both anti-IRGC people and pro-IRGC people alike. they all unite on this assessment that Mojtaba Khamenei was much more aggressive than his father. So we don't, the assessment as it stands now, as I covered yesterday, is that this was more so a fuck you to America to show that the Iranian government is resilient and is not going to concede to the demands being made by the American side, the Israeli side, and that they're just going to continue punishing the global markets, continue punishing the Western world, continue punishing Israel, and basically force America to retreat from the Gulf. And that is seemingly what their objectives are. If you were looking for like what looks like a W for the Iranians here, it's obviously not to wipe Tel Aviv out or whatever. They don't have the superior military power in comparison to the American and the Israeli side, but their goal is to basically, exist. Their goal is to basically exist beyond this bombing campaign and then recover and rebuild, right? And what they are trying to do is continue forcing America to retreat from the region. Oil markets and the stocks are all basically reversed on the news that Trump said the war is complete. Yeah, all of it is fake. We'll get to it in a second, though. And while all of this is happening, after Trump's 2016 win, many Americans were stunned because they didn't know anyone who voted for him. Political polarization had created totally separate social realities. Iran today is even more polarized. Some Iranians, especially, though not only abroad, support this war, believing it will quickly lead to something better. But presenting those voices as representatives of the country is deeply misleading. But CNN will do it regardless. Let's take a look.
Your contacts open with people inside Iran since the moment the U.S. and Israel began this war. What's their reaction to it? And do some of them who oppose the regime welcome U.S. and Israeli military action?
Racer X, thank you for the 50, by the way.
Yes, I've been trying to keep in touch as much as I can over the past few days because as you know, there's been an almost complete internet blackout, but some people have been able to get through. And the messages that I've been getting is that people are overwhelmingly supportive so far of the airstrikes. Yes, they are afraid of their loved ones getting killed or themselves getting injured, but they're even more afraid, they say, of this regime staying in power. One of the texts I got from a woman in Tehran said that her number one fear is that after this war and all these casualties, the Islamic Republic would remain, and her number two fear is losing her loved ones, whether because of the war or the regime. Now, if the war continues, it's possible more people will turn against it, but I also hear the sentiment, for example, from a friend who lives in the U.S. who just talked to her family there today. They were saying they would rather die than live in the country.
Oh, okay. If that's the case, then fuck it. Let's just nuke them. Great. Again, this is insanity, but it is intervention propaganda, right? It's intervention propaganda. They're trying to they're trying to blast as much info as possible out there because it's not 100%. Like there is no like overwhelming majority that's like in support of the Ayatollah, in support of the IRGC, but there's no overwhelming majority that's like saying the bombing campaigns are good. As a matter of fact, at this state, totally speculative, purely speculative, but from what I've seen from previous iterations of the bombing campaigns, like the 12-day war and whatnot, I would go so far as to say that there is a far larger majority of Iranian society that wants the bombings to end than people who want the bombing to continue, right? Because regardless of the anger and resentment that people have in Iranian society towards the IRGC, towards the Ayatollah, foreign intervention is not welcomed, okay? So the media in this circumstance is unironically leaning into the smallest subsect of Iranian society when they say, oh, there's still people who want this bombing to continue. They don't mind if they die in the process as long as the Ayatollah's regime is over, okay? We don't have current polling in Iranian society right now. That's why I'm leaning into previous iterations of American and Israeli bombing campaigns like the 12-day war. That was nowhere near as consequential in terms of like destroying oil refineries and whatnot, right? Because like Israel did not actually destroy the oil refineries last time or blow up the oil refineries last time, as they are doing this time around. And that is devastating because you're basically cutting out the lifeline of like what comes next after. In Iranian society, even if the Ayatollahs are gone, Iran still has to produce oil. It's like a major part of their economy, and that goes against the interests of regular Iranian society anyway. It's a massive ecological disaster that we are creating. It's devastating for regular Iranian society. In the past, they've hit like storage facilities at times, but like never to this degree. Source, trust me, bro. Wait, what do you mean? Kurtic TV source, trust me, bro. Here, I'll show you. Someone has the polls in here, right? Like from the 12-day war of Iranians in Iran and Iranians in diaspora saying that they were against American and Israeli military intervention. You can always find people that will be in support of American intervention. You can find people who are mourning Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's death in the United States of America in fucking New York City, okay? Imagine if you know, IRGC news accounts were going to the fucking, you know, trans Marxist group that did the vigil for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei to be like, Americans are actually super in support of Ali Khamenei and they are mourning this loss, this devastating loss of an anti-imperialist figurehead. Like, it's kind of like that. Okay, it's fucking stupid. You can find people that are in support of the bombing campaigns. Of course you can find people in support of the bombing campaigns. More than half of the population believe that Israel was successful in achieving its objectives. This is from Gaman. Among the emotions experienced during the war, anger at the Islamic Republic ranked the highest with 42% of the population. Next were worry about the future, 38%. Anger at Israel, 30%. But regarding reactions to war events and consequences, the majority said they were deeply upset by civilian casualties at 73%. Other events that provoked strong distress include direct attacks on Iranian territory, 46%, killing of nuclear scientists at 30%, attack on Evin prison at 27%. Concerning the nature of the war, 63% believe that the 12-day war was a war between and Gaman is the one that's like voters 52 to 42% oppose U.S. joining Israel in military strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. No, this is Americans. This is Americans. We're talking about Iranians. We're talking about Iranians, and we're talking about Iranians that are in diaspora versus Iranians that are in Iran. Both have been polled time and time again, and it shows that the majority is not in support. Americans are not in support of any sort of intervention either. That doesn't even fucking matter, though. Nationwide poll of Iranian America shows opposition to war, support for diplomacy. Yeah, I think this was the one I was looking for. Yeah. National Iranian American Council commissioned YouGov to conduct a comprehensive poll of the Iranian American community. And U.S. military action against Iran, 37% strongly opposed it, 16% somewhat opposed it, leading to majority disapproval of American and Israeli intervention in Iran. And this is diaspora. This is the diaspora population. And if there was a overwhelming support for it, most polls wouldn't show 50-50 is what I'm trying to say, with some leaning on the side of the diaspora population, 50+% of the diaspora population saying it's good, but 49% saying it's bad. It would be much more, it would be heavily leaning on the side of the overwhelming support. Okay, even Iranians in America, even Iranians of the West in the diaspora population are not as overwhelmingly in support of American and Israeli intervention in the country, regardless of their hatred for the regime. Okay, my point is it's much more diverse. It's much more diverse than you think it is, and it doesn't lean as heavily on the side of like American and Israeli intervention, and that's understandable. And these are people not directly impacted by the bombings. Now imagine what it looks like when you are anti-regime, but then you're directly impacted by the bombings. You're obviously going to fucking change your attitude. This is from 6 hours ago from the BBC. This is I assume this is a more recent poll. Terra26 told BBC, or if there's a poll at all in this. I haven't read this article, so I don't know. No, this is just one person that is like conflicted. But yes, Trump is looking for an off-ramp. News in Israel, Channel 13 says, Trump in a dramatic statement, the war in Iran has been largely completed, significantly advancing the timeline. Largely completed, Trump says. On whose terms? Hard to see Iran giving up leverage it has built unless it secures a durable peace that brings economic relief. Alternatively, a ceasefire could help younger Khamenei consolidate and potentially dash towards nuclear weapons. Yeah, I dislike this. Exactly. In order to make Americans understand this, is like, I dislike the politics of the state of Alabama. It doesn't mean I'd support bombing Birmingham. Exactly. Maybe this will be helpful in understanding what it feels like when you're like, I hate MAGA, but I don't think it's cool to just like blow up my fucking neighborhood with a foreign alien power, right? Unless you're just like completely fucking insane. But the reason why Trump is doing this, the reason why Trump is retreating, by the way, as expected, is because he doesn't like what the markets look like, and he's trying to fucking fix it to the best of his ability. His word doesn't really mean much as far as like what the Iranian government will do, how they will react to this. And judging by what I saw from IRGC communiques coming up like they basically predicted that this was going to happen. All of the fucking pro IRGC accounts were literally saying Trump tomorrow is going to reveal that the war is over. He's going to see the markets, and then he's going to say the war is done, the war is over, to try and correct the markets. Trump says, I think the Iran war is very complete, pretty much, to a CBS reporter. Trump says U.S. is very far ahead of his initial 4 to 5 week estimate timeframe on Iran, according to a CBS reporter. Trump says he has someone in mind to replace Khamenei, but he did not elaborate on that same CBS report. Trump has also said that they are going to have a conversation with the Israeli government to decide how to end this war, which is, again, the revelation that America is led by a theocracy as well. But instead of 88 clerics coming together and figuring out who the fucking next imam is going to be that leads the American theocracy, it's actually the Israeli Knesset, backed by the Israeli population's popular support for this endless destruction campaign in Iran. Let's be fucking real. America, in some ways, is also led by clerics. Maybe not Shia clerics, but instead, this time, rabbis and the Knesset and, secular Israelis. It's a different kind of theocratic approach. Evangelical Zionists as well. That's what's going on here. President Trump is considering taking over the Strait of Hormuz, according to CBS, which is, again, going against the whole mission accomplished narrative that they were talking about initially. Here's John Hudson, also confused by this reporting. Wei Zhejiang from CBS News says, in a phone interview, President Trump told me the war would be over soon. I think the war is very complete, pretty much. They have no Navy, no communications. They got no Air Force. He added that the U.S. is very far ahead of its initial 4 to 5 week estimated time frame. Asked about Iran's supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, who Trump has openly criticized, he said, I have no message for him, none whatsoever. Trump said he has someone in mind to replace Khamenei, but did not elaborate. As for the Strait of Hormuz, Trump noted the ships are moving through now, but he is thinking about taking it over. Trump warned Iran, they've shot everything they have to shoot, and they better not try anything cute, or it's going to be the end of that country. John Hudson, confused by this at Washington Post, says, so which is it? This is just the beginning of the U.S. war in Iran? Hegseth told 60 Minutes on Friday. The war in Iran is very complete, pretty much, Trump tells NBC News today, or CBS News today. So which is it? Is it very much over, or is it just beginning? Let's be real. You got to go to the real boss man if you want to understand where this is going to go. And the real boss man is Israel. It's over when Benjamin Netanyahu says it. It began when Benjamin Netanyahu said it must begin, and it will be over when Benjamin Netanyahu says it's over. Apparently, Pootie Poo, Adolf Putler, and Donald Trump also had a conversation. Russian President Vladimir Putin held a phone call with U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday and shared his proposals aimed at a quick settlement to the Iran war. Kremlin foreign policy aide Yuri Ushakov told the reporters the leaders also discussed the Ukrainian conflict and the situation of Venezuela in context of the global oil market situation. Yeah. Department of War rapid response. We have only just begun the fight. And then right after that, Trump is like, actually, we're done. It's over. Mission accomplished. Now, of course, if you want to understand what's really going on, obviously the mission is not fucking accomplished at all, because what is the mission? For the Americans, if the mission itself is supposed to be, if the American mission is supposed to be complete regime change, and the Israeli mission is complete destruction of Iranian society and trying to instigate some kind of like ethnic war in the country with no real regime change in mind, neither of those goals are being accomplished right now. If the goal is to stop Iranian missiles from striking Tel Aviv, if the goal is to stop Iranian missiles from striking American bases in the region, they haven't accomplished those goals either. So what is the fucking actual goal here? All of this is indicative of chaos on the American and Israeli side. They have different goals that are actually competing with one another. We don't know who will win out in this process, because if Donald Trump turns around and says, all right, Bibi, you're cut, you're done, shut the fuck up, then they can actually manage some kind of retreat, some kind of strategic retreat. The Americans can, which will allow Iran to accomplish its goals of overcoming this destabilizing bombing campaign. And depending on how successful they've been, they might even actually cause the Gulf states to demand American retreat from their nation states, which again seems like the maximalist goals for Iran. As a Persian, this is so sad. I wish U.S. and Israel actually wanted to help the country. They've never wanted to help the country. They will never want to help the country. Let's be real. That was never going to happen. That was exactly what I was stressing over and over again, explaining to people that did not want to hear what I had to say, that was never the goal. This was the goal. Israel's goal is complete fucking destabilization. America's goal is like some kind of regime change so that they can get better oil contracts out of Iran, like a pliant state that can still oppress the citizens. If they don't give a shit about that, obviously. They just care about having a more pliant state in Iran that they can loot and they can pillage the natural resources of with ease. Is the Strait still closed? Yes, the Strait is still closed. There is some reporting that the oil tankers and some of the tankers are passing through while turning off their transponders, but not exactly sure as to how successful that is because the markets are still reacting very negatively, except the markets have reacted very positively to Trump, basically saying mission accomplished. As a matter of fact, we're retreating. One of the first signs that W's Iraq war was going to go even worse than thought was when Bush's neocon fools completely alienated Turkey through sheer reckless arrogance. Turkey refused to let the U.S. invade from the north. Erdogan ascended. Relations have never been the same. Yeah, Erdogan also came out and said, no one should make miscalculations. No one should fall into the trap of the Zionist massacre network that seeks to pit brother against brother. We welcome the statements made by our brothers in the Iraqi Kurdish region and sincerely believe that they will not fall for this game. Here he is referencing a lot of the Kurdish political parties in Iraq, straight up saying they are not going to play a role in the invasion of Iran. Ori Goldberg in Israel said, just had the most intense 2 hours of bombardment here since Israel began its criminal war in Iran. This is an anti-Zionist Jew living in Israel, for the record. Ori Goldberg is very, very against the Israeli state. Israeli citizens receive the full demonstration of how dazed and confused our civil defense is. And I live in a well-to-do area. Just as Israel thrives on denying the humanity of its victims in Palestine, Iran, and Lebanon, so do Israelis thrive on complete and utter disassociation from their own lives on murderous solipsism. This works exactly until the second it stops working. Then it comes tumbling down like a house of cards. The reason why I'm bringing this up, Ori being an anti-Zionist living in Israel, is because I think his assessment is not indicative of the broader public's assessment here. I will admit. He's basically saying that he's hopeful that Israeli society broadly, once they actually do receive some kind of pushback and punishment for its endless bloodshed, will very quickly turn around and say, oh, you can't protect us at all. Maybe we need to chart a different path, one that actually revolves around diplomacy instead of complete death and destruction, and hoping that like America will always protect us. I don't know if that's the case, but that's what his assessment is. It's a very hopeful assessment. I don't know if it's real or not. A second Iranian missile strike on Israel in the last hour. Trump tells CBS war is very complete, but this is what happened. Yeah, IRGC says the SATCOM station that Hezbollah destroyed was one of the main comm centers connecting air bases with the fighter jets, by the way. I don't know what this video is supposed to show, but compilation from Hebrew Twitter. Oh yeah, I mean, I've seen this, but I don't think this is indicative of like broader Israeli society is what I mean. I tried to listen to Netanyahu today, an impossible task. A few minutes and I broke. The man adopted the speaking style of Trump, a dictator in the making, full of helium, arrogance, hubris, and detachment from reality. Suddenly the pilots are wonderful. Everyone is determined. Everything is fine. War poisoning, all the way to clemency. Not on the sidelines. It's pretty amazing that no one from the government is really talking to us about the war. Not that there are any expectations at all, right? But they're pissing on us in an arc. The reasons, in my opinion, one, they don't give a damn about us. It's a bit hard to explain the goals of the fighting when they're political, and saying explicit defined goals would make them look like clowns because it's unlikely they'll meet them. So this is our life now, trying to juggle routine while flying missiles over our heads. Missiles fly over our heads, going out into the sun between one siren and the next, going to work when we can, and take time off on our dime when we can't, sometimes crying and sometimes not. Is that it? The saddest thing about this whole story is the absolute certainty that it's all for nothing. Netanyahu, despite his desire to be remembered as Churchill, was and remains a complete zero who hasn't finished a single job once and has appointed a collection of zeros around him and has been holding this country hostage for 6 years. Answers we have not, like, these are the liberal Zionists, okay? Like, these are some of the liberal Zionists, like some of the oppositional figures that are maybe a little bit on shaky ground in terms of their unlimited support for Benjamin Netanyahu, now that there is like some consequences that like broader Israeli society is receiving from this endless bombing campaigns. And that's important to understand. Okay, obviously they have no sympathy for Iran at all. They have no sympathy for Palestinians at all, but they are feeling the pain of the actions that the government is taking for once. It's not dissimilar to how like Americans are selfish, fat hogs, but they see the price of the gas pump and they go, wait a minute, why the fuck are we doing this? It's not dissimilar to that. Okay. This is why this is what the goals of the Iranian bombing campaigns are, for the record. It is to accomplish exactly this, to destroy the veneer of protection that Israeli society relies on, the Israeli government relies on, in an effort to say, yeah, we can bomb everyone we want to, and you will never receive the consequences of said death and destruction campaign, because America will always back us up. But now that America is incapable of backing Israel up, because Israel is incapable of defending itself, in the same ways that it always was able to, even in the 12-day war, where there was like, bombing campaigns that took place. But overall, there was a level of protection. If you went into a shelter, you were fine. Now that interceptors are no longer as capable, now that the eyes and ears around the region have been destroyed by the Iranian bombing campaigns, all of a sudden it's not so easy to engage in the interceptions with the arrow system, with the, obviously, like the Tamir interceptors are not supposed to take out ballistic munitions anyway, like, coming from the Iranian side. But basically, that paired up with Hezbollah's bombing campaigns as well, like taking out fucking SATCOM facilities, radar facilities, things of that nature, all of a sudden it's like infinitely more difficult, especially considering that Israel is one of the most heavily guarded airspaces on the planet, okay? You got like Moscow on the one hand, and you got Israel, specifically Tel Aviv, on the other. If you have one of the best defended airspaces on the planet, receiving blow after blow from Iranian missiles, all of a sudden the calculation changes quite a bit. Yeah, it's more guarded than the East Coast of the U.S. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, think about it this way. We didn't have enough THAAD interceptors. We didn't have enough THAADs that we had to literally go to South Korea and demand and beg them to send some of their THAAD anti-missile defenses to Bahrain and to UAE and to other places in the region. It's unheard of. I mean, this is a massive, massive fucking L for American force projection capabilities. We're told the whole world, and I kept stressing this over and over again, we told the whole world that we are completely incapable of going up against a country that has the economy the size of a fucking American state, okay? We are so incapable of defending our bases and our own assets that cost billions of dollars to fucking make, the assets that actually also play a role in the protective network against defending our most significant asset, Israel, that we told the world, like, no, we can't do this. We don't have the fucking defensive capabilities to go against Iran. Having said that, however, the reason why I'm saying like this kind of attitude is not exactly demonstrated in the polls, if you look at the support for the Iran war, and this is really funny, I love seeing like liberals like Ian Bremmer basically fucking posting like I have been for years now. He's showing support for the Iran war amongst Americans, 36% approve, 54% disapprove. Amongst Israelis, 82% approve, 13% disapprove. Bro, that's not true. Iran has the economy of a state because its currency is useless and it cannot export goods and services. Exactly. That's my point. My point is Iran would have a blossoming and beautiful economy that's massive, except we are so powerful that we've been able to, through financial engineering, destroy their economy and reduce it to the size of a fucking American state. It doesn't matter. That's the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that we have that level of capability of diminishing the Iranian economy, and yet we still cannot destroy them militarily. Another moment where someone says bad take and then repeats and reiterates the take I make. Okay? So, and now we are retreating. It appears that the U.S. base is evacuating its Air Force tankers from a Saudi Arabia base. These tankers have been supporting bombing operations in Iran, and now they've been evacuated to Europe out of the Prince Sultan Air Base. Americana says, we're retreating. We made the largest American strategic retreat in decades before the war even started, and now we're retreating further. Objectively, the war is not going well. This is in direct response to the Iranian ballistic missile attack on Prince Sultan Air Base last night. I'm inclined to take this as a signal that the air defenses at Prince Sultan are reaching exhaustion. This is roughly the timeline I would expect for that. Like, it's nutty. It's actually fucking crazy that these guys from the start were like, oh, dude, our dicks are so hard. Our military is so wonderful. We're fucking destroying Iran. We're going to come out of this victors. Bahrain prosecutors seeking death penalties for people who photograph missile hits. Yeah, I know. Ocean account saying new parts and bombing equipment's coming. That's why those planes are going back. I don't know. I don't think you guys understand the domestic concerns within Arab Gulf states and the very new concerns in terms of like Israel dominating the fucking region. There is a reason why I did not believe the reporting that the Saudi government was actively petitioning America to bomb Iran. The reason why I did not believe that reporting was because out of all the Gulf states, there's only one country. There's only one fucking country that was on board with this, most likely, and even they are outwardly communicating that they're no longer on board with this, and that's the UAE. Okay, the UAE is tied to Israel at this point, or was tied to Israel at this point, and even their public correspondence so far has been enough is enough. You got to fucking cut it out, because for these guys, what they're saying, what they're seeing is America completely incapable of defending them, and maybe not even capable of defending Israel, even though Israel is the primary concern for America. That is very clear. More. Reuters. President Donald Trump's administration is considering reducing oil sanctions on Russia. Oh my God. Oh my God. How can you see this as anything but a fucking spectacular L for American foreign policy ambitions, American force projection around the globe? It's over. I mean, it's not fully over, obviously, but this is why I said empire doesn't die quietly. But you can kind of see it, right? You have to notice it, right? You have to recognize that this is very different. This is very different from the heyday. Even then, there were a lot of problems in the global war on terror, especially initially, but like nothing like this. This is complete defeat. Total defeat, and Moscow can just say no and sell at higher prices to China and India. Why would they want this without complete victory in Ukraine? I mean, I think Moscow will be open to talks with Europe now. President Donald Trump's administration is considering reducing oil sanctions on Russia to help cool a surge in global energy prices triggered by the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran, with an announcement possible as soon as Monday, according to three sources familiar with the planning. The move would be intended to boost world supplies of oil amid massive disruptions to Middle East shipments from the expanding conflict, but could also complicate the U.S. efforts to deprive Russia of its revenue for the war in Ukraine. The discussions could include broad sanctions relief, as well as more targeted options that would allow certain countries such as India to buy Russian oil without fear of U.S. penalties, including tariffs, a source told Reuters. Speaking on condition of anonymity, the United States last week allowed India to temporarily purchase Russian crude oil already on tankers at sea to help it cope with the cuts to Middle East supply. On the one hand, you got Ukraine sending its fucking forces to help with to help develop drone defenses for the Gulf states. On the other hand, America is literally telling Russia, like, you're probably going to be able to fucking annex, we're going to offer legal recognition to the annexed territories. And, you can help Europe in the interim because there is a major energy crisis that we designed. It's ironic because I said this after October 7, if you remember, to all the fucking pro-Ukraine and pro-American, like pro-NATO, pro-Israel Andes. I was like, listen up, guys. Our attention is going to be needed elsewhere. We don't have infinite supply. We certainly didn't have infinite supply to fucking defend Ukraine anyway. That much was clear. But we certainly have our diminishing supplies that are going to focus on defending Israel. Not even necessarily defending Israel, but engaging in offensive capabilities. And helping Israel's offensive capabilities, and our attention was going to shift to Israel. It did, and now we're here. The new moves could be announced as soon as Monday, the sources said. President Trump and his entire energy team have had a strong game plan to keep the energy market stable well before Operation Epic Fury began, and they will continue to review all credible options, said Taylor Rogers, a White House spokesperson using the administration's term for the war. Any policy announcement will come directly from the president or his team, Rogers said. It's so crazy, the utter vindication that anti-imperialists have had in like the last week or the last couple of years at this point. It's spectacular L after spectacular L for the United States of America and all of its endless bloody endeavors around the world, trying to maintain this fucking wide empire that spans across nations, that is everywhere all at once, and how much our force projection capabilities have diminished. And yet people are still trying to fucking desperately cope with this reality by being like, but our weapons are so cool. It doesn't fucking matter if you have the best weapons, okay? It doesn't matter, clearly. And I'm not saying this to fucking gloat. I'm not saying this to flex on all the dumb motherfuckers that believed over and over again that, like, America has this capability. America will be the domineering force in perpetuity. I'm saying this so that you understand what the initial implicit biases that you had baked into your fucking collective consciousness about American might, American chauvinism, Western chauvinism in general, that caused you to make this wrong calculation, to make this wrong assessment. Okay? Tech superiority is utterly meaningless, as the Millennium Incident showed all the way back in fucking 2002, when you got an enemy that can cheaply destroy your naval assets. And back then, obviously, there was tremendous technological limitations for Iran in comparison to what they have at their disposal now, like the Shahed drones that they've developed. Like the American imperialism is filled. The history of American empire is filled with L after L of this sort. People just waiting out the conquerors and making it as making the penalties as costly as possible with their limited capabilities. You just don't want America to be a strong hegemonic power. In parentheses, I live with my mom. Of course I don't want America to be a strong hegemonic power. Yes, American hegemony, according to the Lancet study that just came out, has led to 38 million deaths, okay? 38 million deaths just on fucking sanctions alone. That is the death toll of American empire, or at least some of the death toll of American empire. Why the fuck would I want that? Yes, I want to have diplomacy. I want other countries to also fucking thrive. I don't want to dominate other countries. Why the fuck would I be in support of American hegemony when American hegemony is good for people like us because we're not under the boot, even though, you know, you're not even seeing the returns, right? You're not like the return of American empire, and the bounties don't even redistribute to the American public regardless. But even then, we're in a better position overall in the first world than the third world that we fucking dominate by virtue of not being under the boot, right? Having said that, I want other countries to also obviously thrive and survive and have sovereignty and dignity. So yes, I know that chatter is making a joke. I'm just jumping off that because it's a commonly shared perspective by many fucking NATO Atlanticists, and I'm trying to explain to that commonly shared perspective. I know the chatter is joking, chatters. I know the chatter is joking, but that's a commonly shared position. So I'm responding to not the chatter's joke necessarily, but that commonly held position by, you know, American regime enjoyers and defenders, American imperialism defenders, American chauvinists. I don't buy the war ending, to be honest. I think the IRGC sees the writing on the wall, and if this happens, I'll be devastated. I will never be able to go back to Iran with the IR after this with extreme repression. It's so fucking sad. You never know. You never know how things might pan out, chatter. You never know. Is the soundboard gone? I've been missing the fa. No, it's not gone. And people want the front-facing camera. Here you go. We can do front-facing camera if you want. It is a better camera overall, I know. But anyway, what's stopping America from coming back a few months after? Well, because this is too devastating. What do you mean stock? Stock on what? Stock on what? If they are incapable, if the last 9 days have shown that America is, alongside Israel, is incapable of deteriorating Iranian launch capabilities, and that Iran can just like close the fucking Strait of Hormuz like they have, and create a global catastrophe in the energy markets, then why the fuck would they, like, what new weapons can they use? I think Donald Trump has basically exhausted all options in the escalation ladder beneath the nukes, okay? The final option here is nuclear launches. That's what I think. That's what I was worried about. Luckily, I don't want to say anything, but it seems like they're not going to try it. Hopefully they will retreat instead of trying that. You know, oh, well, there's boots on the ground as well, but that's true. There's also that before the nukes, there's boots on the ground too. Michael from PA says markets are delusional and disconnected. The market seeing Trump's taco, Trump always chickens out, is unironically an asset to his government. They give his incoherent ramblings huge momentum in the markets. Right now, the oil prices are dropping rapidly after off-the-cuff remarks from Trump about the war ending. This is totally disconnected from reality. Tankers are not transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Oil producers in the Gulf are capping production wells, and refinery capacity are directly under attack and threat. Oil disruptions are going to happen. Markets are delusional. Israel has escalation dominance. Iran has attrition dominance. There's no escalation beyond killing the leader. We are now in a war of attrition. Yeah. Well, there's also still the nuclear option, not only for America but for Israel as well. So, let's hear what Israel has to say.
The top does not change the regime. It is the same ideology, the same nuclear ambitions, the same ballistic missiles, the same terror proxies. For us, nothing changed. My advice to Tehran's new leadership: look at what happened to those who thought they could threaten the US and Israel. Israel remains committed to the objectives of this joint operation: to dismantle the regime's nuclear ballistic missile capabilities and weaken the machinery that allow it to threaten the region and oppress its own people. We hope that soon the people of Iran will have the opportunity to rise up and share their own future.
Let's begin this morning with the latest U.S. and Israeli air attacks on Iran, including devastating strikes on the country's oil facilities. The damage is staggering, with streets on fire from ruptured pipelines. Iran is fighting back, firing missiles at Israel and hitting Persian Gulf nations as well. Tehran has confirmed that the son of the top Ayatollah killed when the war began will be Iran's new supreme leader. U.S. officials now say a seventh American has died from the Iranian attacks. Chief correspondent Matt Gutman is at the site of a recent missile strike on a town south of Tel Aviv.
It's a medical incident.
It's a medical incident. Difficult to block those cluster munitions fired.
Stop. It's just a medical incident, okay? I'm sick and tired of the lies that's being told by the media, making it seem like it's not a medical incident. COVID death.
Those Iranian missiles. One of those little bomblets hit here, obviously detonating that car, punching through the concrete, and just spraying shrapnel everywhere. But all eyes are on Iran this morning and the selection of Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of the former supreme leader. We don't know much about him except he's very close to the regime, and that this is a clear signal from the regime of defiance.
Overnight, thousands marching through the streets of Tehran to celebrate the appointment of Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of the former leader, a hardliner with close ties to the security services. Israel with a blunt warning.
The highest risk job right now is to be the new Ayatollah. That's a high-risk job.
They're going to be targeted.
Don't take those jobs. We're watching you.
Over the weekend, Israel, for the first time, targeting Iran's critical infrastructure. Massive fireballs lit the city with an eerie orange glow. The Red Crescent says over 1,300 have been killed. And in the streets, rivers of fire as oil leaked into Iran's sewage system and ignited. We asked the head of Israel's opposition party why they're targeting energy infrastructure.
Yeah, Israeli opposition is so funny. There is no real opposition. Okay, this dipshit is also 100% in support of every other escalation that Israel is engaged in, whether it be bombing Lebanon, whether it be bombing Syria, whether it be bombing Iran. He is always on board. There is no real opposition in Israel. This is what I'm trying to say. There's no opposition in the democratic wishes of society as well. So the idea that like, oh, Israel is this wonderful moral democracy, it's like, no, they're democratically doing genocide. And they are democratically demanding that Iran get fucking pummeled. So fuck their democracy, okay? I don't give a shit.
This is where the money is coming from, and therefore, if this will be gone, their ability to do this is going to be reduced significantly.
Target destroyed. In response, Iran firing swarms of drones. This oil refinery in Bahrain targeted. Kuwait's social security building turned into a tower of flames. Even Dubai's airport hit. Iran now also changing tactics, turning to cluster munitions, several hitting Tel Aviv.
You can see where one of those submunitions just punched right through the concrete here, and it detonated, firing shrapnel and concrete in every direction.
5 people were wounded, and Israel's bomb squad showing us one of those downed missiles.
What you are seeing here, this is just the fuel tank of one of those giant Iranian missiles, and it's about half as long as the missile would be. It would be about 50 feet long. At the very end would be the warhead. That warhead increasingly has been containing these. These are cluster munitions, and they mount about 80 of these on a single warhead.
In Lebanon, Iran's main proxy.
Damn. I can't believe it. Unbelievable. You mean to tell me they're using you're using warheads like this? Good thing Israel has never done so, or refused to sign a treaty, an international treaty alongside the United States of America to not deploy cluster munitions, because that would be really crazy if they had actively petitioned against that sort of thing and continuously used not only cluster warheads, but also chemical weapons as well, like white phosphorus and things of that nature on a civilian population that they were dominating for the past 3 fucking years. They conducted a genocide. Oh, wait, they did do that, which is why everything that they fucking complain about is ridiculous. Literally everything that they're complaining about. This is why, like, when people are like, well, Hassan, don't you think like all civilians' lives are worthy? I do, but the Israeli government doing propaganda of this like is a woe is me moment. Okay, sorry, this is precisely what they've been fucking doing to everyone in the region. And the first time that they like receive a modicum of pushback, like a fraction of the death and destruction that they have dealt all around the region, hopefully this will be this will allow people to understand like what Israel's been doing. They've been killing so many more people with these weapons too, because the people that they're killing are under Israeli occupation to begin with, or people that they're killing are like paramilitary groups that are able to mount a response but don't have any sort of air defenses. Like Lebanon has purposely been kept from having air defenses, because if the Lebanese government was truly a sovereign state and not like a vassal state for Western imperialism as well, then they would have anti-aircraft defense systems. They don't, because those anti-aircraft defense systems would be used against Israeli fighter jets. That is the reason, right?
The region, Hezbollah has stepped up rocket and drone fire at Israel, most intercepted. In response, Israel taking out building after building and ordering hundreds of thousands of residents of Beirut to flee. Several hundred have been killed there.
Iran has begun conserving its missiles and drones and says it has enough of them to last for 6 months of war. Now, U.S. and Israeli officials here have said that they are not interested in a forever war, but what has become clear is that this is not going to be a short war either. Adriana.
Matt Gutman outside Tel Aviv, thank you so much.
Let's get some more analysis now with Jeffrey Sachs, a public policy analyst.
My goat. Another unlimited vindicated. Maximum vindication for Jeffrey Sachs, maximum vindication for Mersheimer. Let's be real. And it's not like I completely align with Mersheimer, but it doesn't matter. Fucking full-blown vindication for these guys, okay? And I'm seeing it in the algo too. Like anytime Jeffrey Sachs speaks about these matters, like I listen to him talk for like 40 minutes on some random fucking, analyst show. That shit had like 500,000 fucking views in a day. People are waking up. They're like, wait a minute, we're seeking alternatives here, because everything that the mainstream media has been telling us has been full of nonsense. It's been complete fucking nonsensical bullshit. They keep saying, oh, Iran is retreating. Iran's stockpiles are diminished. And then Iran keeps pummeling Israel. Iran keeps pummeling the Gulf states and the American bases and American assets in the Gulf states. How is that possible? Okay. And then people inevitably seek out other analysts and people that were previously regarded as like cranks or whatever. There's obviously some bad examples of this as well, but I am fully in support of Mersheimer, just like I was in support of Finkelstein getting his fucking roses. I'm fully in support of Mersheimer also getting his moment in the spotlight now alongside Jeffrey Sachs. Remember, these are people that were yelled at over and over again during the Russian invasion of Ukraine. These were people that were cast as outsiders, okay? These were people that were yelled at, cast as outsiders. Oh, you're fucking pro Vladimir Putin. You love Adolf Hitler, all this shit. Over and over again. Well, it turns out they weren't wrong. They were fucking right. No other nation comes even close. Every nation that you have been taught to hate, every leader you have demonized, every government that you call a regime, none come close to these numbers. North Americans will hear this and still believe that they're the good guys, irredeemable plays. Yeah, he's referencing the new Lancet study that came out that shows that the United States of America is responsible for, on average, 400,000 to 1 million deaths a year by their sanctions alone. By the way, both disagree on China. Yeah, I mean, that's why, look, I don't have, I mean, he's a super anti-China. Mersheimer was, okay? But my point is, and also Jeffrey Sachs literally played a role in stripping the assets of the USSR. So, like, you know, we have differences in opinion, and obviously Jeffrey Sachs has been incredibly damaging as well. Like Mersheimer's attitude, Jeffrey Sachs' attitude is closer to mine, at least his current attitude, which is multipolarity. If it is a real multipolarity, doesn't actually necessarily yield great damage to America, like, or American citizens. It's actually much more positive for American citizens in general. And it's like in the multipolar world design follows along the vision of FDR and what it was supposed to look like after World War II. These four great powers: China, Russia, the United States of America, and at the time he thought England, right? Were supposed to be four great powers that actually did not compete with one another, but engaged in diplomacy with one another in order to avoid conflict. That was the whole basis of the fucking UN. France came as a hanger-on afterwards, and England is obviously gone. I'm just talking about a bygone era when, like, that was the overall ambition of the, like, allied forces coming together and not piecing up the rest of the land, but instead allied forces coming together and creating a new design that was, in theory, supposed to be much more peaceful for the rest of the world. Obviously, that changed after FDR died. America's ambitions were totally different after World War II, and we immediately started force projecting and going and waging Cold War with Russia, the USSR. But yeah, the good neighbor policy from FDR from 1933 onward is a direct response to the Truman Doctrine, which meant that we could invade whatever country we wanted to invade, whatever country, which is Donroe Doctrine, like closer to Donroe Doctrine. This doesn't include the 4.7 million people killed in the global war on terror, the 9 million people who starve to death every year, the 5 million who die from curable disease, or the tens of millions killed in leftist purges that U.S. allies have done since 1949. Exactly. The numbers that Mersheimer is reflecting on here is incomplete. It's just purely a consequence of sanctions, because the American imperialist machine has so many tools at its disposal for dealing death and destruction all around the globe. Sanctions are just one aspect of this.
1 to 2021, and it asked what were the consequences 71 to 2021, and it asked what were the consequences of those sanctions, and we murdered 38 million people. 38 million people. The amount of havoc we have wrought on the Middle East in recent years is just stunning. If you think about the consequences of the Iraq War, what we do in places like Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, you understand we're using this tremendous economic leverage we have to basically starve people, to make them suffer, to inflict great punishment on them so that they'll rise up against their government. You understand that this is what we're doing in Venezuela. This is what we're doing in Iran. We're inflicting massive punishment on these people. Given all that, I find it very difficult to talk about the United States as a noble country.
It's not. Our ambitions have always been the same, and they will continue to be the same, which is death dealing around the world at the behest of capital, okay? It's not even for you. You do benefit living in the imperial core by not being under the boot, but it's not even beneficial for you. It's beneficial for lifeless, faceless, international capital, okay? Back, just listen to the Vanguard gossip about Hassan. What the fuck are they saying about me? Who is this? This is Mersheimer. He's a well-respected professor who believes in realpolitik in terms of international relations. Quinnipiac, did they release a new poll thinking about the relationship between U.S. and Israel? Do you think the U.S. is too supportive of Israel, not supportive enough of Israel, or is the U.S. supportive of Israel just about right? 44% say too supportive, 44% say about right, 6% say don't know, not applicable, and 5% say not enough. Ridiculous. We got to get those numbers up. This shows me that Americans are still in a cattle state. I mean, compare that to 2023, and it's a spectacular defeat for the Israel lobby and all of its propaganda apparatus. But again, By the way, too supportive. 17% of Republicans say too supportive. Like, God, Republicans are disgusting. I swear to God. 22% of Democrats and 38% of independents say about right cattle. Anyway, yeah, I mean, you got to take victories wherever you can, because that number has greatly shifted in the direction of the truth, which is that America has unconditional loyalty and support to the state of Israel, and Israel is a nation led by fucking psychopaths. Okay? Trump said early that he doesn't think one is needed yet, that he doesn't rule the idea of a draft. What's about that, you think? I mean, that would be devastating as well. Any follow-up questions about what they think the current levels of support are? If you don't think Israel is supported about right, then about right means something different. Yeah. At the end of the day, Mersheimer is still a might is right guy. He just thinks the U.S. should work together with the rest of the world to counter China later on. I mean, I don't know. Maybe his attitude will shift, considering that he's openly saying that America is the great evil power. It's not a moral nation at all here.
And former senior advisor to the United Nations, Professor Sachs, really good to have you back. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for joining us again.
My pleasure.
Well, Wang Yi saying, of course, that the international stage in the 21st century should no longer see the replay of what he called old scripts from the 19th century. I mean, with the Iran conflict widening every day, there are seriously concerning echoes, are there not, from the past reverberating today?
What the foreign minister put forward is very mature and very sincere and very important, but it is not the United States situation. The U.S. is militaristic, imperialistic, and fighting wars of choice across the Americas and the Middle East. And it is extremely dangerous what is happening. The U.S. is not listening to talk about cooperation. It is looking for conquest. And it is looking for conquest in Iran, which would be a devastating reality if that came about, because it would mean crushing a civilization that is ancient, that is proud, and that has 100 million people in it, and that is a crucial point geographically in the world, a pivot in the world. So the foreign minister's remarks are very mature. They would lead to world peace, but the United States is acting in a blatantly imperialistic and expansionist way.
And you say the United States is not listening, but Wang Yi said that China and the US cannot change each other, but they can change the way that they interact. I mean, how could that be possible now? How do they do that?
I think the grim reality for China is the United States is out to conquer much of the world. This is a fact. Donald Trump says so. The U.S. is aiming to overthrow the government of Cuba. The U.S. is militarizing the Americas. The U.S. is out for hegemonic control of the Middle East. This is a very grim reality. We've not seen anything so blatant in imperialism since World War II. What the United States is doing is even beyond its own rather militaristic standards. Donald Trump is unhinged, and the American system is unhinged right now. It demands unconditional surrender of Iran. It says that Donald Trump will choose the next leader. These are invitations to World War III, I'm sorry to say.
Incredibly disturbing. And we did hear from Beijing about the importance of international law and multilateralism. To your point, with the Middle East in flames, surely the very concept of international law is in tatters. Can it be repaired?
Almost all countries in the world believe in international law. The United States and Israel do not. Again, grim reality. The U.S. has said openly that it is completely disdainful of the UN, that the UN is worthless, that it is useless, that it is international law is a nicety. This is the language of pure imperialism. is not the language of international cooperation. It is not the language that China and most of the world subscribe to. So when Foreign Minister Wang Yi speaks, he resonates with almost all of the world. But the United States absolutely is not listening right now. And while China is, of course, taking the path of peace, the United States is choosing the path of war, and it is aiming to destroy the UN, I'm sorry to say, in countless ways. It has left dozens of UN organizations and treaties. It doesn't pay its bills. It ignores completely international law. It disdains the UN Security Council. It votes against the rest of the world in the UN General Assembly. This is the reality of the United States today. And Donald Trump revels in it, revels in what he asserts is his unilateral power to change the world.
A sobering message, Professor Sachs. Thank you very much indeed for your insights. As ever, we're very grateful. Jeffrey Sachs, a public policy analyst, former senior advisor to the United Nations.
Nous la condamnons dans toutes les instances.
Former French Prime Minister says France should sanction Israel and call out U.S. for Iran war. Why can't CNN get this guy on? I wonder why. Perhaps there's a reason why CNN doesn't have people like myself on either. Let's be real, okay? And they probably will in the near future, because like there is an appetite for it, right? There's an appetite for this kind of information. It's clear that people want to hear it, and they do have they do have to listen to market demands to a certain degree. Uncle Sam is going to be on CNN later today, which is cool. It's cool to see. Hold on, I'm like doing flotilla shit. Okay. Not with the merger. I mean, pre-merger, maybe there'll be instances, you know. NATO air defense has intercepted a missile heading for Turkey. This is the second interception that has resulted in debris falling over Turkey since March 4th, by the way. That also happened earlier today.
International, et nous en tirons les conséquences. Nous sanctionnons. Nous sanctionnons Israël pour être en train aujourd'hui d'enclencher une situation humanitaire tragique au Moyen-Orient. Nous pouvons prendre des mesures. Vous savez, on dit toujours, nous sommes dépendants. Oui, nous sommes dépendants pour les moyens de paiement. Nous sommes dépendants pour la guerre.
David Penn, the right-wing man, liked by left-wing people. Be careful, this guy is a right-wing guy that just sees a Wintel. Oui. I will take le support anywhere I can get it. Okay, the French are coming. Flotilla, read my logs. What? Yes, sanctions le state.
Numérique, mais les Américains sont très dépendants de nous aussi. Ne sous-estimons pas nos capacités.
Mais est-ce que justement,
et donc je crois que le simple fait d'avoir un conseil exceptionnel des Européens réunis, avec un discours martial, 10 ans aux États-Unis et 10 ans à Donald Trump. Monsieur le Président des États-Unis, vous faites n'importe quoi. Aujourd'hui, vous nourrissez la guerre. Aujourd'hui, vous déstabilisez l'Europe. Vous déstabilisez les régions du monde. Et nous ne vous accompagnerons plus dans cette aventure. Et comment tirer les conclusions?
Let us draw conclusions from this. Let us stop buying F-35. Let us stop imagining. Let us stop imagining that the United States
que les États-Unis seront là
will be there to help out in Ukraine.
Que vous énoncez là.
Mais c'est bien pour ça que je dis qu'on a besoin de la France.
I say we need France. I know all of that.
En 2003,
but in 2003, the vast majority of Europeans were not on our side either, but the peoples of the entire world were with us. And that is why we must be able to strengthen the legitimacy of our worlds, and as the disaster unfolds, I am telling you, well, in the end, Europeans might have a chance to open their eyes. Stop going to the Oval Office, begging Donald Trump to grant them this or that.
Ceci ou cela. Donc, dire
to say clearly to the United States,
clairement aux États-Unis, que leur guerre
that their war is illegal,
qu'elle est illégitime,
that it is illegitimate, that it is ineffective, and that it is dangerous.
Dans la bouche de Monsieur
Just that coming from Mr. Macron. Well, excuse me, excusez-moi.
Ça ferait du bien aux Français, ça ferait du bien aux Européens,
ça ferait du bien
à tous les peuples du
monde. It would do Europe good, it would do people of all world good. And what's more, it would be true.
Ce serait vrai. avertir ce que nous avons fait en 2003.
Is Trump
les
live
Américains,
yet?
De ce qu'ils sont en train de semer le désordre, de semer le malheur.
And in Missouri.
Partout.
Yeah, he's just saying what we're all fucking feeling. All right, Donald Trump, Congressional Institute, dancing in front of Republicans. Trump speaks to Republicans as the Iran war sends oil prices soaring. Let's take a look. Oh, he's gonna do the victory dance, dude. It's fucking awesome. He's gonna say the Iranian Navy is destroyed. He's gonna say the Iranian Air Force is destroyed. Meanwhile, the Iranian Air Force is like already incredibly fucking limited, and they have like weapons that we basically retired, fighter jets that we retired in the 80s, and that's their Air Force, right? This is the mission accomplished banner that they're going to unfold right here. The Iranian Navy is also irrelevant when it comes to like, working the Strait of Hormuz. They have the go-fast boats that they use, and those boats are fine.
Thank you very much. And our great speaker, Speaker Johnson. And hello to the men and women of one of the most consequential Republican majorities in history. It's not a big majority, but it's just about the most consequential. The job you've done is incredible. And they are members that are warriors and really people that are for the American people. And that's why you're doing well. And I think that's why we're going to continue to do well. We're fighting a little tradition, historically the person that
This is in the
wins
press
Democrat
conference, by the way. This press conference after this, we'll probably talk more about domestic policy.
For whatever reason, it doesn't work out, but we've done a lot. I don't know. I think we had the best first year of any president ever, and that includes you. You came along with me, and you made it happen. So with your help and hard work, we're making America great again, and we're doing it much faster than we thought, and it's better, stronger, and our country is doing really well. I mean, at a level that nobody thought. We took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right? Amazing. How good. Short-term. Short-term. Thank you. They're great. We all together, in my first term, we rebuilt our military. And I didn't know I'd be using it so much in the second term, but we have a military like no other. It's not even close. But I especially want to recognize the rest of our amazing House Republican leadership team and so many of my friends that are congressmen, some senators. We have some great people in this room, but including Majority Leader, a real brave guy, because I know the real story. I was there that night with him in the hospital when he was given a very small chance of living by a doctor who was very good, by a wife who was desperately in love with him. She cried so much. Because I've seen the other two. I've seen guys at the end of the line, the wives aren't exactly shaken up. When they don't cry, when they have no tears or any sign of tears, this is not a good sign of a great marriage. But he must have a great marriage because she was just devastated. She was going to lose her guy. But it worked out that the doctor said more blood was put into him than he's ever seen. He was in big trouble. I looked at him that night and I said goodbye to him, but he made it. He was brave, and look at the way he fought back from so many different things. Steve Scalise.
Has to piss into a colostomy bag for the rest of his life, by the
Tom
way.
Emmer, who I really got to know over the last few years, and I'll tell you, he's a winner.
Mr. Empathy over here. What a way with words. Once again, talking about Steve Scalise, guy who got shot in his butt and penis at the congressional baseball game.
But Tom is just a real champion and a winner, and you have a problem, you go to him, he gets it solved. So thank you very much. Great job. You've done a great job. And our conference chairwoman is Lisa McLean, and we all know Lisa. Don't get on her wrong side.
Oh, sorry, that's not a colostomy bag.
Experience. Thank you very much. Great job, Lisa. Great job. And a very special thanks. You broke a record. This is over 20 million. This is it's the biggest of these type of events that there's ever been by actually a lot. You didn't just break it, you broke it by a lot. So I want to congratulate you. But there's just great spirit. The Republican Party has fantastic spirit. The level I don't think has been seen before. I really don't. We have to get a couple of people on board, which at least one case is virtually impossible. I wonder who that might be. A sick person. But I want to say a very special thanks to everyone at the Congressional Institute for helping organize this event. This has been amazing. And over the past 9 days, we've been reminded of how vital our Republican majorities are. And it's, you know, it's America's future. We're really fighting because these people, you saw the other night at the State of the Union, you saw these people. They wouldn't stand for a mother who just lost her daughter by having her throat slit from behind. They wouldn't stand for a helicopter pilot who just got the Congressional Medal of Honor for landing
so
safely
fucking
in
washed. Oh my
Venezuela,
God.
helicopter with a lot of
He's still doing the
soldiers
Democrats
on that,
wouldn't
lot
stand
of
up for the
soldiers on that
things.
helicopter, and he was able to land it safely, and
This is
his
for
leg was
absolutely
practically
nobody.
ripped off.
This is
and
for
those people that
I
know
will tell
about
you this much. This is for the dumbest of the cattle. Okay? The ones that are leading the pack into the slaughterhouse. Like, at this point, who the fuck cares about the Democrats not standing up? You know what I mean?
down the aisle.
Completely
Which didn't make
ridiculous.
all of those soldiers in the back feel too good. They're looking at a pilot who's bleeding out. But they didn't want to stand for that. They didn't want to stand for a 100-year-old soldier who had left a legacy of bravery. Everybody talked about it for years, and it was time for him to get the Congressional Medal of Honor. They didn't want to stand for him. There's something wrong with those people, and we can't let them ever be in a position where they can lead this country again or destroy this country again, because we almost lost this country. This country was close to being lost. The representatives in this room provided the pivotal votes in securing a record $1 trillion for the United States military this year, and now the world is witnessing the importance of that investment with one of the most complex and stunning operations ever conducted, and that's Operation Epic Fury. That's a great name, isn't it? Epic Fury. That's even better than Midnight Hammer, which was pretty good too, right? That was where we knocked out their nuclear potential. That was a big day, because if we didn't do that, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. And I think we'd be in a lot different situation. And then you had, of course, what they did in Venezuela, how that was just so far so good. We've done a real job. We've got all good ones. If you go back and you look at Afghanistan with Biden, one of the worst, I think the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. If you look at what happened with Jimmy Carter, with
Operation Epic Fortnite Chungus,
what
Epstein's
happened with the
Fury.
helicopters and
That's right.
the hostages, it cost them the election. It was what a mess. The world respects us right now more than they have ever respected us before.
That's
and because of
complete and
Republicans,
utter
you people in
delusion.
Congress, the United States has by far the strongest and most powerful military on the face of the earth. We're the strongest military anywhere on the earth, and now everybody understands it. Together with our Israeli partners, we're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. Iran's drone and missile capability is being utterly demolished. The Navy is gone. It's all lying at the bottom of the ocean. 46 ships. Can you believe it?
I called it, remember?
In fact, I got a little upset with our people. I said, what quality of ship? Excellent, sir. Top of the line. I said, why didn't we just capture the ship? We could have used it. Why did we sink them? They said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, they like sinking them better. They say it's safer to sink them. I guess it's probably true. But think of it. We knocked out 46, and actually took 3.5 days. Their terrorist leaders are gone, or counting down the minutes until they will be gone. Think of it. We had leaders, and they're gone. Then we had new leaders, and they're gone. And now nobody has any idea who the people are that are going to be the head of the country, and will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. And remember, Iran did so many bad things. They were really, if you look at Soleimani, who was taken out, as you know that, but you know who. But if you look at Soleimani, the father of the roadside, you call it a roadside bomb, because most people don't understand the different
That's
terms.
so fucking, oh my God, that's so
as you
dumb.
drive by, happily drive by, the bomb goes off, and no matter how strong the armament, it just kills the people. Or you lose your arms, legs, and face. And those bombs got worse and worse, and he got happier and happier, and we took him out. That was a big thing, because he was the
Brother,
head. It might have been a much different.
Soleimani, listen, Qasem Soleimani was literally the #1 killer of the people who were putting those roadside bombs. Okay? And was in direct contact with the American military virtually the entire time throughout the global war on terror. Like, when we talk about the Iranian intervention in the region, okay, Syria is different. But as far as like Iraq goes, like the IRGC forces were quite literally working in tandem with the American forces.
For the most part, a lot of the fallen, the warriors.
I think he's talking about the Iraqi insurgency, which used IEDs pre-ISIS. It doesn't matter.
War, they seem to
even before then.
Dover does a great job.
Like the Iranian government quite literally sent mourning. They were mourning the loss after 9/11. They were shocked when the American government decided to put Iran in the axis of evil. They were like, "What the fuck, axis of evil? Bitch, the people that did this to you are our ops, our main ops in the region." They were like, "Saudi Arabia is right there. They're the ones who did it. What the fuck are you doing?" And then America was like, "No, you're the reason. You're the enemy, actually."
Ways, but we haven't won enough. We go forward more determined than ever to achieve ultimate victory that will end this long-running danger once and for all. 47 years. It should have been done a long time ago. The world would have been a different place had some president had the courage to go and do it. They should have done it many, many times. They had many opportunities. The United States of America is the greatest and most exceptional nation in human history and will not be threatened by evil terrorists and lunatics any longer. We just can't do that. And, you know, when I always talk about how great our nation is, I don't know. I don't consider our nation very great for 4 years under Biden. We were a laughingstock all over the world. We were a laughingstock. So, you know, I say great, 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 but I don't know. When you look at what happened with so many different things, the open border, 25 million people, many of them very bad people pouring into our country with open borders that just said, come on in, makes no difference. They emptied their jails into our country. 11,888 murders, 50% of which murdered more than one person. The drug dealers came in, the mentally insane came in, they emptied their mental institutions, they emptied their insane asylum. That's a step above a mental institution. They emptied them all right into our country.
None of this is real. I don't even know where to begin. Like, I want to do like a Daniel Dale debunking, but like I can't even do a fucking debunking because every single thing he's saying is a lie.
We're saddled with all of the problems of the criminals that were let in. You know, look, there's smart
My
people.
favorite type of Trump lie is when he's also projecting like shit that we have done, like in El Salvador, where we literally did empty out our prisons of the MS-13 gang members without telling the Salvadoran government. Like, we did do that to them. So it's always funny when they go, oh, and they're emptying out their prisons. Like, no, we did that, actually. We literally did do that. That was a part of American foreign policy back in the day. And it's so crazy that they just fucking hit this line over and over again, like, oh, they're emptying out their insane asylums.
Parts of South America, Asia, they sent in their
asylum seekers are a lie. Murderers. You're misleading your audience. Oh my God, the dumb cattle unironically believe that insane. Oh no, you're 24-month subscriber. You're a fucking idiot. Okay, there's no way. Asylum seeking is a legal application to seek asylum on U.S. soil. It doesn't mean literally these guys are coming from insane asylums. Please stop memeing like this. Oh my God.
And you're going through it right now, fellas. I mean, you're going through, it's not even believable. You know, we should be very safe right now, especially when we're attacking somebody that's evil, bad intention. But last week, 53 House Democrats voted against a resolution affirming that Iran remains the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Who the hell would do that? I mean, almost every act, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah, no matter what, you take a look, it's Iran or Iran-sponsored. And even more outrageously, as we speak, Democrats have shut down the Department of Homeland Security. They've got it shut down. Do you believe it? Right now. Because they care more about amnesty for illegal alien criminals than about protecting the lives of American citizens. I mean, take a look at it. The American citizen is being scoffed at
another Jeffrey Sachs interview.
By Democrats.
How the fuck do I get Jeffrey Sachs on the broadcast, by the way, chatters?
None of this stuff.
Chatters, I want Jeffrey Sachs on the broadcast. I want him.
And they wouldn't
How do we
stand
do
up
that?
For
Any of you, his students at Columbia?
People, they just refuse to clap, stand up.
None of the big three networks are airing this?
Because somebody was passing him, no, you people are getting killed tonight. They were all, they'd stand up for everything I was saying.
Doesn't matter. We're airing it, and we're bigger than the big three.
Standing up for things that they shouldn't have stood up for because they got the word. You're getting killed tonight. Stand up and clap for the woman that just lost her daughter, please, to a violent criminal. But Democrats must vote immediately to reopen the Department of Homeland Security so that we have the resources to keep America safe.
Yeah, I asked my goat, Kyle the King Kalinske.
And under our pro-America, pro-worker, pro-family agenda, our country is winning again and America is respected again. And I think we have a country that's as hot as it's ever been, ever before, maybe hotter. And I say it all the time. The King of Saudi Arabia said it to me.
That's not
better than
actually Jeffrey
could say it.
Sachs.
He said, you know, I get along with him very well, very smart person.
That's
He
not,
said, you know,
this is not
a year
actually
and a
Jeffrey
half ago,
Sachs.
your country was dead. Absolutely dead. We never thought
This
it was
is
coming
a
back.
fucking reactionary
And now you
Jeffrey
have the
Sachs.
hottest
Totally
country
different and
anywhere in the
annoying
world.
as fuck.
It's true. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world, by far. And that's before we showed off our military strength with Venezuela and now with Iran. You know, Iran was supposed
He also
to be
is a
this big,
professor, but it's a
powerful
different
country.
Jeffrey Sachs, and he
Wrapped
sucks.
the hell out of them.
I've been duped by that too.
you know-
I was in the past. I've seen like some bullshit that he has said where I was like, "Damn, what the fuck? Jeffrey Sachs is like that?" But no.
In our country, inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising. The economy is surging. Our border is the most secure.
The problem with Sachs is that he's too forgiving with Russia in terms of the invasion of
and the murder
Ukraine.
rate is the
Okay,
lowest
dude.
in 125 years. That's before my father was born. My father was born 6 years later than that. I don't know if he'd like
Yeah,
me
he's
to say
bad on
that.
Syria
Never
too,
liked
right?
to talk about his age. He said, "Don't talk about."
I've heard
that."
it all.
But think about 125 years ago, 1900, the year 1900, the stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election, and it's going to go a lot higher as soon as we get rid of this stuff that we're doing right now, that we really had no choice. I mean, I asked people, I said, would you rather do this or would you rather go along nice and smoothly, but eventually have a catastrophe the likes of which perhaps the world has never seen? And just about everybody says, except for lunatics, said, no, you had to get it done. Should have been done a long time ago. The average 401k is up almost $35,000. Think of that. It's at the best they've ever done. And I think you're going to see some real numbers when this gets, because this was always a dark cloud hanging over not only Israel, which was going to get wiped out. You know, if we didn't do that B-2 attack, Israel would have been wiped out. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks after that. And even now, I think they were looking to take over the Middle East, because when you look, and we have pretty good proof, all of those missiles that were so stupidly aimed at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, they were all aimed, and others, at countries that were sort of like,
Kind of
leave us
feels like they
alone.
weren't so stupidly aimed there,
right.
it seems,
were
right? Because
sort of neutral, but they weren't doing it. All of a sudden, they're getting hit with missiles, and they could have gone.
I love that this is like day one. This is day one memes for the record. This is literally, this is what they were going with the first day. This is like what Jon Stewart was saying. Oh, how dumb of Iran to hit American military bases in the region.
And if we not...
How dumb of Iran to hit CIA assets in the region. How dumb of Iran to try to neutralize Mossad agents in the region.
Because I see the Democrats trying to justify it, and they're failing because the voter on the street is saying it.
Yeah, this was also funny. Thank you,
But I
CENTCOM,
see
for
where they
admitting
go,
that you're
where
using our
they're
neighbor's
always saying,
territory to
no,
deploy
no, there's
HIMARS
no
systems
reason.
against our
Well,
people, apparently,
I'll give you the
including a
best reason of
desalination
all.
plant.
Within a week, they were going to attack us 100%. They were ready. They had all these missiles, far more than anyone thought, and they were going to attack us. But they were going to attack all of the Middle East and Israel, and if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel. And this was going to be a major attack. And they had all of those missile sites and all those launchers that we got rid of, about 80% of them right now, by the way. Got rid of most of the, see, it's died down to a trickle. They have very few launchers left. What our military has done is amazing. They wiped out almost 20%, maybe 22, 23%, but the rest are going very quickly. And the missiles have been largely knocked out. The drones have been knocked down, and we're hitting where they make the drones. We know them all, and we're knocking the hell out of that now where they manufacture the drones. A lot of work, a lot of brilliant work, but we're going to have a much safer world as soon as it's finished. It's going to be finished pretty quickly. With the help of our House Republican majority, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, and we have to be talking about it.
Donald Trump is making up for the fentanyl gap with an unlimited amount of copium. He's offering so much copium that you can smoke. Everyone in the room is overdosing on it. Okay, they're gagging on it. They're overdosing on it.
Nobody ever talks about, Tom, and we have to talk about it. We made interest on auto loans fully deductible. That's never happened. We've never had that. You know, rich people always get deductions, but middle-income people, people that have to struggle a little bit, never did. But now they can deduct the interest paid against their taxes. We have one little proviso, and I put this on, it's very important. Only if the car is made in America, all right? That's going to have a huge impact. That's going to have a huge impact. We passed the Trump accounts to give every child in America a head start on the American dream, and that's so good. It was...
We're going to wipe out your future, but you will be able to do stock trading at the age of 7.
$6,250 million. Think of it. Started with very little, nothing.
Started from the bottom, now we're here, also in the bottom.
And he said, yeah, people started liking them better than the ones from the store. And he never stopped. And he can write a check for $6,250 million. He said, and his incredible wife, Susan, they said it's the best thing they've ever done.
I love sucking off billionaires.
Gotta do more.
Billionaires are your salvation. They're good people. They're good people.
A lot of people that aren't so rich are
you
doing
shouldn't
it.
bring out the pitchforks.
It's turning out so.
It's so good.
Young child turns 18 or 21, and all of a sudden they have $100,000 in the bank. What a difference that is between having that and having nothing. And it could be more than that.
What he said so far is one contradiction after another.
And we passed one.
Trump so far. War will be a short-term excursion. War will continue until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. War, we already won in many ways. We haven't won enough. We go forward more determined than ever to achieve ultimate victory. Like, at some point, Americans have to cope with the reality that the person that's leading the country is genuinely a fucking baboon. Okay? I mean, many Americans are already aware of it, especially when it comes to, like, you know, domestic concerns where they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? The prices are not down at all, you son of a bitch, right? But, like, you have to realize every single thing that he says is not only a lie, but is directly at odds with the thing that he said prior. This is a nation run by a pedophilic baboon, okay? It sucks, but it's the truth. He will continue to reiterate points that are directly in contradiction to the point that came prior to it, over and over again. It doesn't even matter, though, because his base eats that shit up. His base has developed this incredible appetite for misinformation. It is genuinely alarming, where they will go, war is over in a matter of moments. They'll go, hell yeah, war is over, mission accomplished. And then he will follow that up by saying, and we will continue the war for an endless amount of time until there is a decisive victory. And they go, yeah, we'll continue the war. In a matter of moments, they hear the words come out of his mouth, and immediately they swap their position. They do not recognize the contradictions. They do not recognize anything. They're just like, I believe you, sir.
Was the problem, but we're really bringing down prices big. Do you notice you don't hear that word anymore, Mike? They don't say it anymore because we brought down prices so much. So our message is simple.
Saying
Democrats
that right
created
now
the high
is
prices,
fucking amazing.
Our policies are totally ending them, and they're ended, and we're doing better. We're even bringing them down further. They'll be way down, and we're...
Yeah, these are the same people that say, we're not cattle. Don't be sheep. Don't be sheep, brother. I'm an independent thinker.
I think it's 2.5 months, 1.7% inflation. 3 months, 1.45% inflation. Think of that. Whereas they had the highest inflation in the history, the single highest inflation in the history of our country. Now, you know, I always say this. They say 48 years because I don't want the fake news to get me on this. They say it wasn't history. It was 48 years. That the inflation was the highest in 48 years. But I don't know, in some ways 48 years sounds even worse because it's very specific. You know? But they had the highest inflation probably in history, but in 48 years, we inherited that. One of the first targets must be the crushing healthcare. We have to crush and take over the healthcare situation, which we can do. For the first time, we can do it since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act.
Socialized
Big
medicine.
insurance companies have gotten rich. They've made money like practically no other companies have made, with our government giving them hundreds of billions of dollars, and their stock prices soaring to up to 1,700%, 1,000%, 1,200%, 1,600%, and even 1,700%. The government gave them essentially trillions of dollars. And I want that money to be paid to the person, not to the insurance company, and let them go out and buy their own health care. And people love it. People love it. You'll get better health care at a much lower cost, and they'll be sort of part of the system. But the money we spend on is so much. We spend numbers that nobody could even believe. But the health care companies, because the Democrats are owned by the insurance companies, remember that. And so they have a problem. That's why it's hard to get it fixed, because they are totally owned and controlled by the healthcare, by the insurance companies. Healthcare insurance, but the insurance companies themselves. So when you want to do something that's good for the people but bad for the insurance companies, it's very, very hard for them to go in a different way. Now, Republicans never do that kind of thing, right? You're owned by nobody, right? Nobody. See, a young girl up here say yes. Some of them are a little bit shaky, but they're Republicans. We love them. We love them anyway, right, Mike? But they are owned by those big, powerful insurance companies that are making a fortune, and it's hard to get them to do the right thing. They know what the right thing is. So we want the money to be paid directly to the people and let the people go out and buy their own health care. And people love it. They love it. We can own the issue. For the first time ever, Republicans can own that issue. I'm also asking you to take swift action to codify my most favored nation policy on drug prices, the biggest. That alone should win the midterms. We have, and I tell this story all the time, my first term, third year, I actually had a slight, it was 0.25% decline in drug prices. First time in 28 years. I was so proud. I went home, told our great First Lady, who's now a movie star, I got the biggest, can you believe this? That movie was hot, and it is hot. She became a movie star. It was a good movie. But I went home and I said, you know, it's amazing. We do so well, we work so hard. This issue is the single biggest issue. Okay. I had a news conference, I'm embarrassed to say.
Okay.
Long time ago, my first term. Third year.
He admitted.
Because I went up.
He admitted he was the shadow
to
leader.
a level that I did things that nobody's
Brandon
ever done.
fucking
28
stole it.
years, I brought it down 1/4%. Now I brought it down 80%, 90%, 75%, depending
the glass
way
squares are the
it's
teleprompters,
driving the
Chatter.
fake news crazy because I say 400%, 500%, 600, depending on the way you want to talk about it. If you want to talk about pricing. But using a conservative number, what we've done is we paid the highest price for drugs anywhere in the world, and now we pay the lowest price for drugs anywhere in the world. We are tied for the lowest price. Whoever has the lowest price, that's what we pay. And I did that through tariffs. We had a little disappointing decision, to put it mildly, from the Supreme Court. Terrible decision for the people, but the good news is I have lots of other ways of doing the same thing. I just have to work a little harder. They want me to work harder, but we're doing the same thing with a lot of work. But I used tariffs to get this because I went to other countries. The drug companies were not easy, but I got them. I said, we're not paying. We were paying for a pill $130 that in London and Germany and different places you'd pay $10. So we were paying 13 times more. They're paying $10, we're paying $130. And the drug companies, I called them in. We had a rough time, but it wasn't that bad. And they agreed because they knew that I couldn't get the countries. You had to get the countries to approve it. And I called up, and you've heard me say this a couple of times, not often, but I called the countries up. I called up France. I said, Emmanuel, you have to cut your good friends from America a reasonable deal. What's happening is you are paying a tiny fraction for drugs. No, Donald, I cannot do anything about that. I said, you can. And he said, no, I will not do it. I will not do it. Because he'd have to raise his pill from $10 to $20 and maybe even $30. Ours would come down from $13 to $130 down to $20. Think of that.
Emmanuel.
From 130. That's what you're going to get. From 130 to 20.
Daniel Dale is debunking.
But he has to
in
double
real
his
time?
price from $10. And they were the boss. I said, no, you will. No, Donald, I cannot do that.
Try to find wind
and I heard
farms
this from
in
all
China.
the other countries, too. Very elegant people. And they were saying, no, we
You
cannot
can't find
do
them.
this.
They're
We will not
everywhere.
do this.
It's
I
so
said,
windy.
Yes, you will, 100%. No, we will not. Because, they have to double up their prices. And I said, well, here's the story. If you don't do it, I'm going to put, in the case of Emmanuel, I said a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes coming into the United States. No, Donald, you cannot do that. I said, I've already got the legislation. It's right in front of my desk. I'm going to sign it.
So fucking stupid.
Emmanuel, he said, Donald, I will agree to this. So he agreed. Everybody agreed. I got every country to agree. And now you've done something that no other president could have done. No, I don't want to brag. But, they've said this about a lot of things. No other president could do some of this shit I'm doing. No other president. The things I'm doing, nobody else was going to do it. They say it all the time, sir, could you do this? You're the only one can do it. But we got it done, and we got the countries to all go along. Because I said, if you don't do it, I'm going to raise your tariffs to 200%, to 150%, and that's 10 times more than I'm asking for. And every single one, if it took me 5 minutes, that was like a long time. I was doing badly with that one. So now we have most favored nation pricing into permanent law, and you should codify it. But I don't care that much about codifying it, because what politician is going to agree to increase drug prices by 500%, okay? But it's still good to have it codified. Don't you agree? They're saying, sir, we have to codify it. I said, that's okay, but I'm not. Other things you should codify. That I can tell you. This one, you should codify, because you want to take credit for it. You want to take credit for it. So if you can, please codify it. Get out there and codify. You're getting an 80%, 85%, 55%, 70% reduction in drug prices. Codify it. But if you don't, no president's going to raise it, in my opinion. Although they are crazy, these people are crazy. They could find a way. You better get it codified. And as we work to bring down interest rates so that more Americans can afford a house, I'm also asking you to ban the Wall Street firms, large Wall Street firms, institutional investors, from buying up thousands and thousands of single-family homes, hundreds of thousands of homes, because homes really are for people, not for hedge funds. We want to get the market out so they can do it, and we're stopping it. We want people to be able to buy a house. It's the American dream. Buying a house is a part of the American dream. And we must also stand up for the safety of our citizens. One of my at the State of the Union was Anya Zarutska, the mother of beautiful 23-year-old Ukrainian girl who was stabbed to death on a train in North Carolina by a deranged criminal, arrested more than a dozen times. And I had the mother, as you know, at the State of the Union, and she was devastated. Beautiful woman, devastated, uncontrollably devastated. And
you're not going to believe this.
We couldn't get one Democrat.
I can believe
to
it.
Even clap. The Republicans.
I totally
clapped
believe
and
that.
went wild,
That's
and they loved it.
hilarious.
Not one Democrat in that whole room even thought about clapping. They sat there frozen-faced. Disgusting. House Republicans should get every member of Congress on record and pass a tough new crime bill that imposes harsh penalties for dangerous repeat offenders, which this nut was, cracks down on rogue judges and prosecutors, and ends no cash bail once and for all. No cash bail is a big part. I mean, you have a man murder somebody, and by that afternoon, he's out on bail. No cash bail. It's a huge problem. We also need to end deadly sanctuary cities, and you have bills before you now, and you're working on things, but hopefully you can do that, Mike, because it's terrible. They're sanctuary for criminals. That's all they are, sanctuary for criminals. They fight ICE all the time. That was the problem up in Minnesota. They had a lot of criminals in there. They wouldn't give it to us. And to stop illegal aliens who cannot even speak English from driving 18-wheel tractor trailers, they have no idea what they're reading. I wouldn't be able to do it in their countries. There's arrows, there's speed limits. They have no idea what they're reading. And in many cases, they're on drugs on top of that. We need to ban any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And I want to thank House Republicans for passing another common sense measure. I would think it's the easiest thing. I just told Mike, You know, you were at $19 million. I have to say this because I've never contributed. I was a huge contributor for years and years. Once I became president, I never contributed any money because the greatest thing about being president is I no longer have to contribute. Nobody ever asked me for money. They asked me for my endorsement. I've endorsed just about everybody in the room. But keep winning, right? 124-0 this Tuesday. 124 wins, no losses. Is that good? And there were some rebels. We endorsed a few rebels, right? A few that Mike was saying, it's going to be a tough one. But we're 124-0. But as president, nobody ever asked me for money. And as president, you know, like as president, you sort of don't make campaign contributions, right? Doesn't even. But I heard you were at $19 million today. I said, has that ever been done? No, sir, it's a record. But 20 would sound better, right, Mike? Oh. Yes. He said, I'm going to give you $1 million. It's the first time I've done it. I never did it before. I never did it before.
My neighbor is a senator from Movimiento Ciudadano, party here in Mexico City. Can get working them. I reached out to a Moreno.
I never did it before.
Hell yeah, Chad.
Now I'll be hit up by every political group, every Republican running. Sir, could I have some? Give me a little cash. I'll have Emmer come up to me and say, how about a little cash for my campaign? I will no longer have the excuse that as president. Anyway, no, but we had to hit the 20, right? We had to hit the 20. That was a hell of a thing. You beat it by a lot. You beat the record, the previous record by a lot. But I want to thank House Republicans for passing another common sense measure, to me the easiest of all, the Save America Act, to protect our sacred American. Look at this. Look, it's the easiest thing we have. It's the easiest thing we have. Now, the problem is you call it the SAVE Act, and nobody knew what the hell the SAVE Act. Have you been seeing? I've been working overtime the last month.
The Irina Zaruska stuff never made sense to me because the guy had not been in prison or arrested for 5 years. It had nothing to do with bail or leniency or anything. I guess you could argue in favor of involuntary confinement, but also not everything is a policy failure. A mentally ill person hurting someone is something that just kind of happens sometimes. Even with better mental health care, it will occasionally happen. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because it was a black guy with a long criminal record killing a white lady. And not like that dynamic in and of itself is so revealing of what this propaganda serves. Because if you recall what Donald Trump said in the State of the Union, which the media didn't really cover all that much, that was crazy, is that although Irina was the migrant in this situation, and Irina's killer was the American-born American citizen in this situation, he quite literally said this was another instance of migrant crime. Like, he straight up swapped the fucking roles and made it seem like it was an undocumented migrant that had killed an American citizen, because the entire anti-immigration narrative is built around white nativist sentiment. It's built around white supremacy. So even if the role reversal here is that it was an American citizen that killed a migrant, he's basically fucking saying that it was actually a migrant that killed an American citizen.
Must show the act. Voter ID. Ready? This is not complicated. Voter identification. Now, if you know, I have a whole list, but I don't want to put. I have like hundreds of things on the list. If you go shopping, if you do this, if you buy a car, if you license a car, if you point to everything you need to have.
Guys, they did not kill They did not kill Benjamin Netanyahu, and I don't think Iran also killed Ben-Gvir either. There are, however, reports of such incidents, so we'll obviously wait to see if that's true or not. Okay,
mail-in ballots, except for illness, disability, military, or travel. Mail-in ballots are a disaster. Jimmy Carter, the best thing he ever did, he headed a commission after he was president. It was the single best thing, and he did a thing on mail-in ballots. He said mail-in ballots should not be allowed because they are inherently dishonest, and we have seen it time and time again, and we just keep going with it. And I put that down as a top three. Look, no mail-in. Now, you have the exceptions for the military, and I would even say foreign-based military. But for the
Trump
military,
and his team is manipulating the market. Yeah, the money is so fake. It's never been more fake.
Traveling, you know, you have an excuse. And I was lenient on that. But those three things. Then I added two more. These are best of, you know, best of. These are called best of Trump. We should also add on to this bill. And so what I've asked Mike to do is to draw a new one with these few things added. And let's go for the gold. Let's not just get one like voter ID, but, you know, it can be given to you by your daughter. You know, your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say. You had to see some of this stuff is so bad. They're doing everything possible because they know if we get this, they probably won't win an election for 50 years, okay? And maybe longer. And they're going to fight like hell. But boy, do they get killed. Because even the Democrats, you saw the numbers today, Democrats voted 86% that this stuff should be passed. The Democrats. With Republicans, you're at 98%, but Democrats are at 86, except for the people that run the Democrat Party.
Wait, what did he say?
They want to try and win elections. They know if we get this, they probably won't win an election for 50 years, okay? And maybe longer. And they're going to fight like hell. But boy, do they get killed. Because even the Democrats, you saw the numbers today, Democrats voted 86% that this stuff should be passed. The Democrats.
Oh, he
with
was
Republicans,
saying girls of age at 6 years old. Y'all are so dumb. Who cares? Okay, yeah, sure.
I say 95%, maybe 100%. No men in women's sports. Very simple. Add that in. And
yes, he's a pedophile.
And I wanted to add in one other. I'm not even adding in no open borders because, you know, there's some people that like open borders. These people are crazy, but that's okay. Because I want 5 things that are like close to 100%. No transgender mutilization surgery for our children.
Mutilization.
You can't have transgender
mutilization
for our children. So those 5 things. 5 things. Voter ID, citizenship, mail-in ballots, no mail-in ballots, right? We don't want men playing in women's sports. That's got to be about close to 100%. We don't want men playing in women's sports and no transgender mutilation.
You're a Turkish American imperialist, buddy. Your true colors shine when you talk about Kurdistan. You said the Kurdish people commit atrocities. I did not say that, buddy. What do you think your beloved Turkey does? You support Palestine relentlessly, but call us a U.S. puppet and say how we fall for it again. Weak ass shit, Hassan. The colonialism is truly in the blood of every Turk and American. Yes, you did. I said the Kurdish people commit atrocities. The fuck are you talking about? You absolutely watched someone bastardize my words. I'm sorry. I really had hope for you. Man, shut your bitch ass up, dumbass. Actually, you know what? I'm going to unban you. I'm going to play with my food a little bit more. Iran saw Trump's CBS quote. Iran's deputy foreign minister says the first condition for a ceasefire is to halt further attacks. It's so funny because, like, the Kurdish parties have literally come out and said, yeah, we're not going to fucking do the bidding of America this time. And this chatter is still yelling at me. Because I said the initial assessment, which was like Israeli reporting in general, was that the Kurdish militias were going to move into Iran and play a role in destabilizing the country at the behest of the CIA and Mossad, which is, once again, regardless of the understandable ambitions of Kurdish peoples in developing autonomous regions or developing Kurdistan, is totally at the behest of American empire. It's fucking ridiculous. And it's idiotic because guess what? Americans are going to literally turn around. How come the last time you tweeted about the Kurds was 7 years ago? Just curious. Wait, what? That's also not true. I've tweeted about the Kurds quite a bit this past week. Again, complete bullshit. And it's also completely irrelevant because guess what? While my criticism of what the Kurds were willing to do was directly related to what the Israeli news media was claiming that they were going to do, that they were going to play a role in, it doesn't even fucking matter because guess what? The actual Kurdish troops are not on board with it, at least for the time being. Someone called in the Majority Report last week saying he was shown a clip of you claiming the Kurdish militias are agents of Israel from yesterday, then proceeded to explain the same assessment you had. Shocker. People must be clipping out of context. I know. Stop getting fucking duped with dumbass bullshit, dumbass chatters.
Save. It's the Save America Act. If you could send it up in full form, meaning just straight, I think the Senate has to approve it. I really do. I think, and they're going to have to go the filibuster. And maybe it's going to be the talking filibuster like the old days. The great Jimmy Stewart, right? Remember the great movie, Jimmy Stewart? But they have to get it done because if we don't get this done, I'm for If it takes you 6
whining
months,
about
I'm
Erdogan like
not
he's a victim,
approving
bro.
anything.
Turkey's a sovereign nation. Stop acting
I'm
like
not approving
we get a
anything.
say
I
in
don't think
every
we should
NATO
approve
move.
anything
Wait,
until
what?
this is approved.
Now there
And they
are
can't win
Turks in the chat that are mad at me because I'm too critical of Erdogan. Like, this is why it's so stupid, because the Turks get mad at me for shitting on Erdogan for what it does to the fucking Kurds, okay? And then the Kurds get mad at me because they don't hear me talk about Erdogan and what he does to the Kurds. And now the Turks are getting mad because they're saying like, oh, well, we have no sovereignty. What is Erdogan supposed to do? It's fantastic. All it does is just pile on to the fucking misinformation. It's wonderful.
And this is an even bigger example. So if I could ask the people in this room to go for the gold. We're going for the gold. We're not going for the bronze. We're not going to sign a watered down version like has been sent up there. Let's go for the gold, and let's just not accept anything else. I'll tell you what, I'm willing to just sort of say I'm not going to sign anything until this is approved. I really am. That's how bad it is. And we're going to have to push the Senate because you have 4 or 5 senators that are, I don't know, 4 or 5 Republican senators. You'll have to explain them to me, but we're not going to get into that. But we're going to push them to get it done, because I don't think you can politically exist if you're not going to do voter ID and these things. I don't think the people in this country will stand for it. So I'm making my biggest plea tonight. It'll make you, and I'm not doing it for this reason at all. It'll guarantee the midterms. It'll guarantee the midterms. If you don't get it, big trouble, my opinion. If you get this, your midterms, and they know it.
It's so funny that he's just like openly saying that we have to not do democracy. Like he's like, we can't have democracy. Obviously, it's completely fucked. We're completely fucked because I've ruined everything. So what we have to do is cheat. We have to just like make it as hard as possible for people to go out and be able to vote. That's the goal here. That's the overarching goal. That's the only consideration here. And it's awesome. He's openly saying it out loud to the Republicans that are listening to him. And if this was any other quote unquote regime overseas, we'd be covering it fucking endlessly. Okay? We'd be covering it endlessly. We'd be like, the Trump regime has openly stated that they are in favor of destabilizing the normal election process.
And their cheating was at an inspirational level. We can't let that ever happen again. And then they cheated again in the last election, but I went up. The term I used most was too big to rig. You got to go out, don't believe, because we had polls having us way up. I said, don't believe the polls. Go out and vote. Make it too big to rig. And that's what happened. A couple of races they cheated on, they got away with it. A couple of Senate races, my opinion. But we have to make it too big to rig, and that's what we did. But we shouldn't have to win an election that way. You're going to have a hard time winning elections that way. So you got to get that passed. And if we fight, we will win, and we will make our country safer and stronger and richer and greater than it ever has been before. And I want to say, very importantly, because they would like you not to say this, because this is a terrible thing in their opinion to say, God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
And then dude, it's so funny. It's so awesome. He's going to do the press conference or announcement in a little bit after this, I think, in like a half an hour or something. You're just like Claudia Scheinbaum. Oh, is it the 6'7" video? Yeah, Claudia Scheinbaum, haha, 6'7". Mi tío en Jalisco. Genuine question, isn't most of the people who have passports in America are high education, so democratic? Isn't Trump kind of playing himself here? No, because the goal to add these additional hurdles is to apply it exclusively to areas where there are blue voters. You add the voter ID stuff on board, and it's not actually to just like make the elections safe. The elections are American elections. For all of the problems that we have in America, our elections are pretty fucking free, okay? And they're pretty well safeguarded. Now, Trump is trying to change that, but the real problem with American elections is not voter fraud. There's no evidence for this whatsoever. It's another fucking lie that they just add on to the pile. It's actually voter suppression. The problem is not enough people are voting rather than too many people are voting. That's why it's like incredibly stupid. But this is yet another thing that Republicans before Trump as well actively primed the base to believe. And Trump is just, knocking it out of the park. If he just did it on his own, it would probably favor Dems. But he also wants to nationalize the elections and then run them from Washington. So like literacy tests and poll taxes, if it was done selectively, yeah. The real problem is voter disenfranchisement. The real problem is engineering elections in a way where every single person can't go out and vote. Especially because during COVID, we did the mail-in ballots, and Trump did not like that. Why did he not like that? Because a lot more people had the capacity to fucking vote. People were at home. And that's the reason why Trump also constantly says, I got more votes than any other Republican ever before. Yeah, you did, because it was easier for people to vote for you, but it was also easier for people to vote for Joe Biden. So that is the reason. That is the reason why they will never allow elections to take place on a national holiday. That's the reason why we can't do compulsory voting, because if there was real democracy, if there were more people, it'd be taught lush. Hey, I'm sorry that I might have been too accusatory. I shouldn't have called you those things. I'm sure you're fighting a good fight, but really feel the need to defend my Kurdish people back home. Thank you for your coverage, Hassan. But I just want to kindly remind you to be aware that the Kurds have very limited options. Yeah, I am aware that the Kurds have very limited options, chatter. What the fuck are you talking about? That's my assessment as well. You're yelling at me for things that you probably agree with. My statement is on what happened with Rojava, okay? Kurds will fucking fight to the end, only to get betrayed at the end every single time. It's that simple. And yes, it is utterly unacceptable to fall for it again, but this time literally fall for it again, but this time directly at the behest of Israel. It's ridiculous. You said they're spying for CIA or some shit? Yes, if the Kurdish militias were literally, there are literally Kurdish militias inside of Iran that work with Mossad. Okay, this doesn't mean that all Kurds are working for Mossad. That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Kurds have worked alongside the CIA. It's true. They did. In Syria, they did. I was in support of Rojava. But the reality is, yes, they absolutely got arms and also training from the American State Department, the American military, the CIA. This is not a controversial statement. It's just an accurate reflection of facts. And at the end of all of that, they got betrayed regardless. Turkish-backed forces were able to successfully topple the Assad government. And Turkey obviously demanded a prize for all of the work that they put in. And then they turned around and destroyed any kind of Kurdish autonomy that could have existed in Rojava. You don't really have the luxury to pick your allies when no one else is offering you help, but that doesn't change the outcome. Would not be good. Yeah. So falling for it again so close after the way that Rojava unfolded is insane. It's completely insane. It's ridiculous. If you expect any other result, and as I said, aligning with the CIA or aligning with the Mossad in Iran would literally lead to the same exact fucking outcome, which is Kurds go in, they engage, they foment ethnic conflict inside of Iran, or they tried to do so. And then if they are capable of overtaking the border territory between Turkey and Iran, and then Turkey's forces come in and bomb the fuck out of Kurdish villages, just as has happened in northern Syria. That's what I said was going to happen if the Kurdish militias would go along with this scheme. Any kind of destabilizing initiative in Iran right now is 100% working in the interest of empire. It's just the truth. And this even pertains to, other Persian Iranians, Azeri Iranians, any Iranian that currently takes up arms against the state is working in service of Israel's goals in destabilizing and collapsing Iran. It's not about fucking regime change. It's not about developing an autonomous region for yourself. It's just about piecing out Iran and balkanizing Iran at the behest of Israel. It's just, that's it. That's the case. The best scenario going forward for all Iranians of all different ethnic backgrounds, whether they be Kurds or in the Balochistan, the Balochistan region, or whether it be Azeri Iranians or whether it be Persian Iranians, the best scenario going forward is to just hold out to the best of your ability and keep the government intact. That's it. Like the imaginary Kurdish uprising and the proposal to take Karg, it seems like the Hawks just want to set the president of any kind of boots on the ground and are throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. Yeah. Also, it doesn't even matter. They're now talking about like boots on the ground or special forces trying to overtake the uranium site, like the site where the enriched uranium is, and I think this is Isfahan, right? And then the other story is about overtaking the island of Karg, where like 90% of the oil passes through, like Iranian oil passes through, which again is crazy. And then the other one was to foment like some kind of popular mobilization by deploying the Kurds, trying to spark ethnic conflict inside of Iran. The Kurds didn't even bite it, though. They didn't even eat that bait this time around because it's so close to what happened in Rojava. It's ridiculous. In any case, it ultimately doesn't matter. All right, let's get back to what's actually going on. As far as the Kurds goes, as far as the Kurdish situation goes, it's very clear that a lot of the heads of Kurdish militia movements and Kurdish parties, both in Iran and in Iraq and in the region in general, have said, no, we're not going to fucking do it. Some said they would only do it if American boots were deployed alongside them. Some said they would only do it if they get aerial support and aerial coverage from Israel and America. Some said, hell no. But it's clear that as it stands currently, Syria's Kurds are warning their Iranian counterparts not to align with the U.S., saying Washington will eventually betray them, citing their own experience in the last few months as proof. Okay? So all of the overall, the attitude from all of the united Kurdish movement is no, we're not going to do it. The time is not right for it, or we're just not going to do it at all. Is there a possibility of Kurdish militias aligning with Iran? I mean, there are Kurds in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. There are Kurds in the Basij forces. Like, there are literally ethnic Kurds that play a role in the Iranian security apparatus. They are a part of. They're well integrated into normal public life in Iran. It's a lot more complex than the way people present it. Okay, people are gonna fucking get mad at me and say that's not the case. Like, it's bullshit. All of the Iranian Kurds want to fucking rise up against their government. They're an oppressed minority in Iran, but it's not as black and white as you say it is. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, Americans are floating this insane idea as well, but I think this is also stupid, with no clear path on how like this operation would be conducted. Okay, like how the fuck are they going to do a special ops inside of Isfahan? It's ridiculous. Also, Sayed Abbas Araghchi, Foreign Minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran, says, thank you, CENTCOM, for admitting that you are using our neighbor's territory to deploy HIMARS systems against our people, apparently including a desalination plant. Nobody should complain if our powerful missiles destroy these systems wherever they are in retribution. There's also footage as well. Kuwaiti leaders allowed the U.S. to attack Iran from their territory, directly involving themselves in U.S. and Israel's regime change war. We saw the same thing in Bahrain. Trump's press conference is happening now. Okay. We'll watch Trump's press conference. I also have my guest coming in a second. Bro, did you talk about the short-term pain, long-term gain shit yet? Yeah. Where is it? Whether these arguments from the Iranian foreign minister are sincere or not, Iranian leaders seem to understand U.S. politics far better than American leaders understand Iranian politics. Also, that's very true as well. Araghchi is very good at his fucking job. He is very good. Trump is live. He's doing his press conference. Let's take a look at what he says now.
5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets. And we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, A lot of smart people. As soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and buried deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here, in addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do.
Yeah, definitely. That would be really bad if we had a president that was doing the bidding of Israel unconditionally. That would be really bad. This is really good.
So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years, whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole where they were involved. Very strongly, they always denied it. But where they were very strongly involved in all of the people that died through the roadside bombs, died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated. I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way. The newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated in good faith. They still continued to say, we want to build nuclear. We want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon. So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were, the 3 sites that we obliterated, but they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of a site, and that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process.
in Israel right now.
While rapidly building conventional ballistic missiles, they were going to do it all at the same time. That threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which are now being used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching
his heart's not in
the
it.
point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this, At the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors. And their neighbors were largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved, and they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors
What's going on?
Came onto our side and started attacking them. And actually,
all right, ladies and gentlemen, Oliver Larkin's in the building.
If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE,
he's going to be joining
Qatar,
our press conference watch.
But they were strong,
and then afterwards, I'm going to hold
Nobody,
his feet
when
to
I
the
first
fire
heard it, I said,
and
no,
ask him
somebody
some
made
questions,
a mistake.
some tough questions.
There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles.
Welcome to the
shot
broadcast.
Knocked them
We're
almost
listening to
all
Donald
down.
Trump talk about
On the very first day I
fantastic
came down the escalator in 2015,
Epic
I
Fail,
said,
Operation Epstein's
quote,
Fury.
I will stop Iran from getting
and how
nuclear
wonderful
weapons.
it's been so far.
And all I'm doing
regardless
is
of what the
keeping
haters
my
and losers
promise.
are
Think of
saying.
That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way as we continue Operation Epic Fury. And we're also focused on keeping
wear it everywhere.
energy
That's
and
my version
oil
of the American
flowing
flag
to
pin.
the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever.
So
if they
far,
want
it's
to play
been
that game, they better
epic
not play
victory.
that game. In the long run,
After
oil
epic
supplies
victory,
will be dramatically more secure.
a
without
lot
the threat
of
Iranian
like IRGC affiliated accounts and like media yesterday was saying that he would declare victory as an effort to like draw back American forces. And once I think he saw the price of the oil barrels go up to like almost $120 a barrel, he very quickly gave an interview earlier today to CBS regime media, claiming, "Oh, we're almost done. We're almost done with the war," and that actually did quickly recover the futures market a little bit. It was a total manipulation, in my opinion, especially considering that there has not been any sort of real scale back on our bombing campaigns in Iran. Israel is still continuing to deploy weapons in Iran, and Iran is still continuing to pummel Israel and also a lot of the regional allies. And
in the meantime,
the Strait of Hormuz is not open.
Disruption. The United
Lebanon's
States is
getting
offering
pummeled.
Yeah.
Civilians are being murdered in Beirut, and Israel's just using this as another excuse to not only go to war with Iran, but with all of the regional countries that it's bombed 6 countries last year. So this is just yet another excuse. And even today, I mean, the United States purported allies like Saudi Arabia and the UAE are basically looking at what the United States is doing, and they're not coming to the rescue the way that Trump is expecting. And I think this is just, Trump is having his mission accomplished moment right now.
Oh, yeah.
With like George Bush on the aircraft carrier. It is insane the way that history just repeats itself. And even someone like Trump, who ran as the purported anti-war candidate, which he never really was. He's a neocon, just like they all are. And he's just, he rides the coattails of whatever public sentiment is. So when he criticized the Iraq war, it was only after the fact that it happened. He was just as warmongering as every other neocon freak that this Republican Party nominates. And yeah, it's insane. Rubio as well.
Going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully,
projection,
I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out. Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much
Russia,
peace.
which, by the way, has been.
But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait.
In our foreign policy against Russia, as well
needed.
as it wages a war in Ukraine. That's what he's talking about when he says like all these other countries that we previously forced sanctions on or told to separate their ties and their energy dependence on Russian oil and gas. They're now retreating on that as well.
If they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before.
Yes.
So we're winning very
after this is over,
decisively.
I'll introduce Oliver
we're way ahead of
again,
schedule.
Okay.
It's Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed, but they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and
561.
We're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder.
Yeah, he's.
Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
Oh shit! Oh, this is the best part. This is a crazy thing to say when the other side is completely.
Of Iran's new supreme leader, and secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin
when the
today?
Iranian side is like
I had
operating in a totally
good call
sovereign
with
manner, it is wild to just
Putin,
come out and be like,
a
"Oh,
lot of people on the
it's a
line
total
from our
victory."
side, from
They're
this
going to pull
side.
back now.
We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight, and Look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the
over soon.
Ukraine-Russia
Well, he
war
said it's over soon. This is what's going on.
But we had a very
in
good
Israel,
talk,
like right now.
And he wants to be very constructive.
Missile alerts everywhere.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
Are you talking
but soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay.
Oh, no, not this week,
Very
but
soon.
soon.
Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are two levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But two levels of leadership are gone.
Khamenei with Khamenei.
Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very.
This guy,
very
no one's
powerful,
ever
very
heard of him. His
Cuba,
name
you
is
said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
but
What
younger.
would the United States get in return for that, and why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well,
Jared
Marco
Moskowitz
Rubio
trusts
is doing a great
Marco
job. I
Rubio.
think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in
Yeah, get
history.
your licks in, King.
Look at what we've done as a.
It's crazy. I mean,
as a presidency, look at what we've done
don't want
as
to
an
interrupt the
administration.
president.
Yeah,
but
the GOAT.
They trust Marco.
Yeah,
and
no,
so do
totally.
The American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice.
Oh,
and
they're
always
talking
helpful.
about the
But he's dealing, and it may be
Operation Reactionary
a
Shield in
takeover.
Latin
It may
America.
not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
because
they
they're
trust
really
him. He speaks the
they're
language.
Down to,
That's crazy.
as they say, fumes. They have no
helping
energy.
another
They have
narco
no,
dictator in Ecuador,
money. They're
Noboa.
in deep
Yeah.
trouble on a humanitarian basis.
Our South
And,
American policy is so
we don't want to see that. but
fucking
they were
disastrous.
very, very
It
bad
is
to a lot of people, as you know.
devastating, and we can't even like focus on it that much because we're fucking
Cuban-American
up the
vote,
Middle
which I
East
got
right now.
at record levels.
No, but Rubio, Graham, they're frothing at the mouth over Cuba
I know what they
right
went through.
now.
They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban-American business
There we
people,
go.
some of them are like the most successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time.
Oh,
the Castro
fighting
regime
the battle
is brutal.
against Cuba.
But they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. Sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil,
No, Venezuela's
money,
sending
no
it to
nothing.
Israel now.
They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it. And we cut them off from everything else. So, yeah, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it just as easy anyway. Yeah.
Whenever they say, like, one of the most devastating words that a sequence of words that you can hear from an American leader, especially this one, is "we're doing a deal with them," because time after time, I mean, they had a phone call with Maduro 8 days prior to the kidnapping, right? And we all know what the negotiations process looked like twice now with Iran. So this, for me, is terrifying because I have a personal stake in this a little bit as well, right? I'm going to Cuba soon, and it's. I mean, I don't know. It's just like one of the cruelest, endless policies that we have.
But that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared
Well, I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
The beginning, it's the beginning of building a new country.
Oh, we're
They
nation
certainly-
building
They
now.
have no navy.
Oh,
they have
yeah,
no
that worked out
aircraft.
so well.
Regime
They
change
have
and
no
nation building in Iran.
anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no
don't-
radar. They have no telecommunications.
This shit pisses me off
And they have
so
no
much 'cause, like-
leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement.
George W. Bush with a spray
We could
tan.
call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further.
Oh,
But,
so it's not over.
The big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's
Gonna go back
incredible. We
to this
wiped
real
out a
quick.
big navy, very powerful navy. These were ships. These were serious ships. These were
Literally
ships
none
that you
of their
buy
naval assets,
when you
none
want
of
to
their
win
large
battles.
naval
They're all
assets are relevant in this.
They're all on the
Most
bottom
of the
floor.
naval
The
assets
sailors
they
are all
bombed on the
running
first
off the
day
ships
were
and
already
refused to get
parked
on
on
the
the
ship.
docks. Like they didn't have
The Air
people
Force
in
is
them.
gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle.
The real
Down to a trickle.
The real Iranian
Probably
Navy
25%.
is the go-fast boats that they have.
And they'll
And
soon
they
be
haven't
down to
actually been able
nothing.
to
We'll have
strike those.
where they manufactured the drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So the rest is going to be determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well,
are
we're
you
looking to
considering
keep the
measures
oil
like-
prices down. We went artificially up because of this excursion.
Israeli
into
chatter says while he's
a very
talking, we get
positive
sirens
thing.
over and
This
over
was an
again.
excursion
Fucking
a lot of
liar.
people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and
No, he's got
they've
this.
gone
Him
up
and Bibi got
probably
this,
less
bro.
than I
Don't
thought
worry.
they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This
He said
was
artificially
a
the oil prices
military
went up.
success, the likes of
Artificially.
which
Was it the
people
largest
haven't
oil
seen. We
spike
have the
since
best
2008
military. We
with
have the best equipment.
Lehman Brothers? Yeah.
We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best, and this went very quickly. We
I love
talked
when they
about
do
that
this
with
thing where it's like,
President
oh,
Putin.
well,
He was
you're not
very
shitting
impressed
on me. You're shitting
with
on our
what he
beautiful
saw.
generals,
This-
actually.
Nobody's ever seen anything quite like
Okay.
it. Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us and Israel, and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability,
I
and
love
they would
this
have had
image.
a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks. And they would have used it long before this press conference.
They would have had a nuclear weapon
And
2
we
weeks
might
to
have had
4
a much
weeks.
different press conference if we had a press conference.
He's literally Benjamin
at all.
Netanyahu's flesh puppet. Like he is
But
just
it's
like
been
saying
amazing.
everything that they've
the
told him in
military
those rooms.
success that we've had is truly unprecedented.
2 to 4 weeks away for 30 years.
Yeah.
You said you've told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy. It's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get there.
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes. And what we're saying is the Save America, not the SAVE Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act, the Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID. When a voter, we want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter is legitimate. We want, very importantly, confirmation that this
my
voter
God.
is a citizen of the United States of America. And we want no mail-in
Literally,
ballot
it's
scams.
a problem that doesn't exist. It's a
So
problem
we
that
have
was purely
exceptions for the
invented. It's
military,
identical
for
in
sick.
many respects to the whole like immigrants are doing crime narrative. Again, no evidence for this whatsoever. There have been a million different independent and also partisan studies conducted on this issue on whether or not undocumented immigrants are actually voting, or there's like tremendous amounts of voting fraud that's taking place in the United States of America. And time after time, they found no evidence whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, I think the most comprehensive study conducted was by the Heritage Foundation or the American Enterprise Institute, one or the other. I can't remember right now off the top of my head. And they found 1,200 instances of voter fraud. 1,200 instances of voter fraud over 30 fucking years. Okay? And they weren't all Democrats, as a matter of fact. Many of them were actually Republicans. Ironically enough, whenever they do, oh, it's Heritage, thank you. Whenever they do these kinds of studies, these comprehensive studies, what they end up finding is like a lot of the high profile instances of voter fraud are unironically fucking Republicans. And when they're actually arrested for it and asked, like, what the fuck were you thinking? They go, this happened in 2016. Where a Trump supporter was like, well, I had to do it because the Democrats were doing it. So I had to counter act the democratic voter fraud by doing voter fraud myself. So like this notion that there is tremendous amounts of voter fraud taking place in this country is so idiotic. It's never existed. And before people say this is Trump, this is classic Trump, no the fuck not. Even Paul Ryan had indicated that voter fraud was taking place in California. This has been an ongoing Republican lie. Even the smart Republicans and the reasonable Republicans have also conducted this lie as well. They've leaned into this lie as well. It's a part of the GOP playbook to justify voter suppression, which is the real problem with elections.
Yeah, I mean, in companion to everything the Supreme Court has done since Shelby County v. Holder in 2013, removing federal pre-clearance, that really has just instigated the past 12, 15 years of complete voter suppression. So it's another classic case of Republican projection, as so many of these things are. They're afraid of the voter fraud, that they're creating their own incentive to have their supporters commit it when it's statistically insignificant on a macro level.
Yeah.
Things that have happened that have been very bad. A lot of them came in during the Biden open border period, but we have them under, we've got them, we're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about them. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Do you have to take him out? Does he have a target on his back?
You mean the new Supreme Leader? You mean the son?
How can there be an Iran?
Well,
with
I don't
Ayatollah?
want to say that, but you know, I was disappointed because we think it's
I
going to
thought
lead
the
to
clerics
just more
would
of the
come
same
to me.
problem for the country. So
I
was
found the light
disappointed
of
to see that
Allah.
choice.
I am Shia now. I say Ya Ali every morning, and they won't ask me for
said
my
you have someone
take.
in mind to be the new
I've read
Iranian
all the
leadership, but not
surahs.
Ayatollah's son.
Mashallah.
Yeah, he has found the light of Allah. He has found the light of Islam.
I like the idea of internal and eternal, come to think of it. But I like the idea of internal because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far.
Kid Rock to run the
In
country.
Venezuela, we have a woman, Delcy, who has been, president of the country, very respected, she's doing a great job.
That hurts my soul.
And it's, no disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq, where everybody got fired. The military got fired, the police got fired, the politicians got fired. There was nobody. And you know what they turned into? ISIS. And we don't want that. We don't want that. So,
this is the part of
I would
Trump's
like to see people that are inside
messaging that
now
is
they
correct
talk about
too.
the
Like
son of the Shah.
if there's going to be
They talk
intervention,
about other
Venezuela
people,
is
but,
the better
hasn't
case
been there
scenario.
many,
It's
many
like
years.
tactically much smarter to do what he did in
have a
Venezuela as opposed to
formula
like what
that's been very good
Iraq turned
so
into.
far, and I think
But
it'll
of course,
continue to be
when
good.
you
The
meet an
relationship is
immovable
extraordinary with
object
Venezuela.
like the competent Iranian state, regardless of like the repressive nature and whatnot in their domestic affairs, like it is clearly a very different type of country. All of a sudden, you can't do that. You can't just do like a swift decapitation and then turn around and just be like, all right, we're doing regime change now. We're going to cut a fucking deal, especially when the other party involved is Israel, and Israel doesn't want any regime change whatsoever. Israel wants a failed state. So that's what the issue that he's running into here. If he had the opportunity to pull a Venezuela in Iran, he would have taken it most likely. Not that like the Iranian government was willing and interested in doing some sort of like regime change anyway. But Israel is the real spoiler
Suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that.
Oh my
when he was asked,
God.
Standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it.
Oh
I
my
think
God, who
it's
the fuck is this
something
guy?
that I was told is under investigation.
It's a ballsy question.
But tomahawks are.
He's about to get tomahawked
used by
himself,
others, as you
dude. They're
know.
going to pack him up.
Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
Oh my God, journalists do that all the time. Oh my God, do that all the time, please.
In many ways, but we haven't won enough.
A real shame for all the fucking career reporters that don't ask questions
Where they're
like
not
that,
gonna
by the
be
way.
starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon, where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, I said, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way. But the hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically I can see that they will no longer have any capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story. Why did he do that? Why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe, upon
it's weird because they
information
weren't
and
doing
belief,
that before
but
they
I
got
believe
bombed.
that he
So
was
it's
going
very
to.
strange that
They were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over.
Even from like the logic that they're trying to present here, like it is a total and utter fucking defeat because they weren't closing the Strait of Hormuz. They weren't bombing the American bases in the Gulf. They weren't bombing Israel. And they only started doing the worst possible scenario from our perspective after we started bombing them and we engaged in a decapitation
Missiles were
strike.
aimed at various countries. And when you look at over 1,000
fucking
missiles
failure.
shot at like UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. We're lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, are very lucky that I was president instead of somebody else.
Yeah, this is basically it. The reason Iran is a geopolitical threat is because they could block the Strait of Hormuz and cripple the world's economy, something they have never done. So we bombed them until they did that. Is literally the fucking is the attitude from this administration is so stupid.
I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete and everybody was involved, I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing. In the back, please, in the back.
The only countries that do this preemptively are the United States and Israel.
Yeah.
About the strait,
it's
you mean?
It's total violation of all fucking
I want to keep it open.
like,
I want to
rules
keep
of
it
conflict.
good. You know, it doesn't pertain to
rights.
us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries.
With the acid rain
They
cloud
get
that
a
is
lot of
blowing over
their
China right now
energy
from bombing
from
the
the
oil
Straits.
depots in Tehran.
He's saying because like the Strait
Hey,
of
look,
Hormuz
we have a good
is, like,
relationship with
sending
China. It's
energy
my
to all
honor
of
to
our
do it.
allies
Yeah.
in Asia and China as well. That's what he's like. Oh, we're helping China.
have
It's like,
called
bro,
him
you broke
an
it. You broke
unacceptable
it.
choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I
that-
don't want to say whether or not he does because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we
Yeah.
just got them first. But they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me. So, you know,
Ryan Ruth.
People don't like to mention that, but they did catch him. And I'd like to
He was
congratulate our
Iranian.
military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please.
It's not lost on me that every single person that has tried to kill Donald Trump has at some point either been a Trump supporter or directly voted for Donald Trump, including, but not limited to, Ryan fucking Ruth. It's crazy. There was the other Mar-a-Lago guy, the attempted one. Again, another Trump supporter.
Very menacing.
Trump supporters keep trying to kill Trump.
They have an amazing population. It's amazing, smart, brilliant, energetic. They have a great, I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped. And right now they're in a system that only allows failure. And I don't want that. And I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that, we might as well get it over with right now. Yeah, please.
What does that even
And
mean?
as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Oh, my God.
Well, as I said before,
What is happening to the
when you
media
have
today?
conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were
Look, I'm
unbelievable
not the biggest fan of
people,
Barack
but they all
Obama
had
either.
one
I've been
thing
very
in
critical of
common.
him.
They
But
said
can
to
you
me, one
imagine
thing,
Barack
every single
Obama
one,
responding like this? Like,
finish
what
the
would
job,
be the
sir.
results
Please,
of
finish
Barack Obama
the
being
job.
like, yeah, you know, people die sometimes?
I'll leave you at that. Thank you
Fox
very
News
much,
would be
everybody.
Going
Thank
completely apeshit.
Oh my God! Speaking of Fox News, okay, did you see the Fox News coverage where he was wearing the hat when they were doing the dignified?
Oh yeah,
transfer?
and they swapped in the. It's total state propaganda.
Yeah,
I mean,
and then they apologized for it after the fact. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes President Trump's press conference. That was a fucking disaster of epic proportions. But obviously, I got to do an introduction first. Once again, Oliver Larkin is in the building. He's a DSA endorsed U.S. House candidate from Florida 23 and a former Bernie Sanders staffer. Florida's 23rd district spans parts of Broward and Palm Beach County. You were a former Bernie campaign organizer. You're running as a Democratic Socialist focused on Medicare for all, stronger labor rights, ending America's foreign interventions, and tackling inequality in South Florida's increasingly unaffordable housing market. Your campaign sharply contrasts with AIPAC's #1 foot soldier, Jared Moskowitz. That's how I feel about Jared Moskowitz, particularly on foreign policy and money in politics. Larkin argues that working class voters in the district need a representative willing to challenge corporate power and redirect U.S. resources away from war and towards domestic investment. Welcome to the broadcast. Very excited to have you here, even though Michael from Pennsylvania outflanked me and got a remote interview with you beforehand, but he's also been a big advocate for you as well. Very excited to have you here. You've been doing something that I think other Democratic politicians should be doing, which is you're not holding back on unleashing on your opponent that you are trying to unseat in this primary. You're playing a little bit of hardball. Now, it's probably pretty easy because your opponent is Jared Moskowitz, and he is a particularly unlikable person, especially when it comes to how out of touch he is on the desires of the Democratic base and how much he has been openly at odds with even the rest of the Democratic Party's caucus initiatives when it comes to Israel. I believe alongside Gottheimer, he was one of the two Democratic congresspersons that immediately came out and were saying that we shouldn't do a war powers resolution when Ro Khanna and Massey were trying to put that together, outflanking the rest of the Democrats, which was unbelievable. But yeah, thank you for coming on. Does it make that easier for you that your opponent is Jared Moskowitz to criticize him?
Yeah, I mean, he's giving me new material. I had plenty of reason to primary him when I first started campaigning. He had already been the first Democrat to join Doge. He had already voted for the Lakin-Riley Act. He had already been appointed twice by Ron DeSantis. But as this campaign has gone on, what we've seen him do is not try to tend to his base and show, hey, I'm actually a real Democrat. He's leaning in even further to his Republican bona fides and basically asserting that only a conservative, centrist, moderate Democrat is capable of winning a district like ours. And I think there's a lot of discourse that Florida is somehow different than the rest of the country, or we're kind of uniquely that's right-wing bastion, but people have the same working class struggles and same priorities about Medicare for all and getting money out of politics here. And so we're just leaning into that. And when it comes to running as a stridently pro-Palestine candidate in South Florida, I've seen candidates that have run supporting BDS or supporting Palestinian self-determination in the past, but weren't really saying it with their full chest. And then there's the hit pieces that come out 3 weeks before the election, 4 weeks before the election. I'd rather just own it right now and not try to hide my views. I think that's what there's so many of these underhanded kind of card tricks that Democrats have to try to filter, manufacture their views. And when you talk about Jared Moskowitz being one of the two Democrats, he even called it the Ayatollah Protection Act, which was ridiculous. I mean, but I think that's emblematic of Jared Moskowitz is a totem for the rest of the Democratic Party. This is a much larger critique than just Jared Moskowitz. I think he is kind of on the front. He's the front flank of the Democratic Party when it comes to this neoconservative, neoliberal kind of status quo that they're holding up. But we saw him flip his vote on the War Powers Resolution after going out, chest out completely. I mean, I don't know how you flip-flop on that after calling it the Ayatollah Protection Act and then saying, oh, actually, I was wrong 2 weeks later.
Well,
they found the other votes. The leadership found the other votes to protect him because they know that he's being primaried. And so they needed to protect him because the Democratic Party, if it's nothing else, it's an incumbent protection racket. No matter how ineffective or right-wing you are, they're all interested in just keeping the money flowing to the establishment candidates. And so I think that's really what we're seeing is that Jared Moskowitz will take those positions that align with the Republican Party, but it's also a problem with Democratic House leadership. And that's why I came out early on in the campaign against Hakeem Jeffries as leader, because I saw him, this discipline that it only moves in one direction. The vote blue no matter who, when it is a right winger, when it's a former Republican, when it's someone who is anti-trans or anti-abortion or pick your issue, that they're willing to throw the Democratic base under the bus. But it's a much larger critique than just Jared Moskowitz. I think it has to do with the entire Florida Democratic Party, the way that the party's just completely atrophied over the last several years, to a worse degree than many other states. But I think what we're seeing now with Democrats having record low approval ratings, even despite Trump being in office, and the kind of generic ballot that you'll see Democrats, maybe a few ticks ahead of the Republican Party, but it's largely driven by the negative polarization. It has nothing to do with Democrats suddenly being more popular, because they're still not fighting for Medicare for all. They're still supporting a genocide and an apartheid. And so we need something different. That's why I decided to run.
And as a national party, the Democrats are actually deeply unpopular, even though they're supposed to technically be the popular party now as the only opposition party out there. And the reason for that is actually because Democrats, understandably, are ranked and graded by their weakest members, the rotating villains at times, or the people who sincerely want to destroy very good provisions that maybe the party wants to advance, or maybe the party promised, right? Whether it be card check with like Mark Kelly and the likes of some of the problem solvers caucus members that consistently find themselves at odds with whatever like the agenda might be, even the agenda of someone like Joe Biden. And Moskowitz absolutely represents that contingency, especially as it pertains to an issue like foreign policy. So I'll be honest, you have a tough battle ahead of you, right? If we look at your district, Florida 23 is a D+2 district, but the general election will be tight. And the district is very white, very wealthy, with a big Jewish population. 29% are born outside of the United States of America. Now, what it reminds me of, however, is the same bargain that Zohran Mamdani represented, presented, where the idea that large majority Jewish voting bloc is going to automatically align with whoever is Israel first is silly. It's a failed concept. And Zohran Mamdani proved that, even though there were plenty of people who did not agree with him on the issue of Israel or what his perspective was, they still ended up voting for him. And the reason why they ended up voting for him was because you don't vote for a candidate exclusively on the issue of Israel. You vote for a candidate on all of the other promises that they're making. You vote for a candidate on trust, whether someone trusts you to fight for their values and to fight for their interests. So what is the 5 policies that you want to be defined by, the Zohran method, if you were to make a plea to all the voters that are listening in right now?
Yeah, I would say number one, it has to start with Medicare for all. I think that is just such an emblem of willingness to take on the entrenched corporate power and the lobbying industry in Congress, with the pharmaceutical industry, with the private health insurance industry. The United States is the largest country in the world, the wealthiest country in the world, not to have Medicare for all, universal health care. We also pay twice as much per capita as other developed nations. And we still have a system that allows medical debt to happen, that allows people to, forces them into having to put up GoFundMes when they have cancer. Healthcare in this country is a racket. It's a racket that is owned and controlled by the private health insurance lobby, by the for-profit hospital corporations, by the medical technology companies, by all of it. So I think you have to attack Medicare for all, and as part of a larger system, right? It's not just the public health insurance. It's also the fact that we have such a shortage of healthcare providers, of doctors. We see a graying out of abortion care providers because after Dobbs especially, we've seen the medical schools are afraid to even teach and residency programs are afraid to even teach these necessary healthcare procedures to provide abortion care and to provide reproductive healthcare access. So I think we need to attack the larger system and not only have Medicare for all system, but we also need to look at having the actual providers also be nationalized to remove that profit motive, because there's, again, it's such an inflationary aspect of our economy. Healthcare spending is such a massive component of healthcare spending, and it comes from the public sector and the private sector. And it's because even with Medicare, it still has to be supplemented by private insurance. You still have to have vision, hearing, dental insurance. You need oftentimes private mental health care. You need to go outside of your plan to seek abortion care. So I think this is Medicare for All is the starting point. It's not the end point, but it is the starting point of a truly just and humane healthcare system. I would also say the Green New Deal as number 2. And in my district where I grew up, we have one of the only tracts of coral reef in the entire country.
Something that even Ron DeSantis sought to protect and preserve initially.
And that is something where, again, it's a failure of the Florida Democratic Party, where for years you've got Ron DeSantis being endorsed by the Everglades Foundation. You've got Republicans like Brian Mast in Congress, the guy who some of the viewers may know wears the IDF uniform to Congress.
Yeah.
But he also runs on being a clean water candidate and someone who's going to stand up to Big Sugar and those entrenched corporate interests that incidentally have contributed about $27,000 to Jared Moskowitz's campaign. So for a Green New Deal, our ecology and our economy are connected in South Florida. When you look at the marine industry, it's literally hundreds of thousands of jobs. The tourism economy, Florida is one of the only states without a state income tax. And it's because we have the great fortune of having a tourism-driven economy that brings so much economic stimulus into our state. But if you're having the seagrass die off and manatees dying in record numbers, you've got coral reefs being destroyed by consistent dredging and coral bleaching of the warming oceans. You've got mangroves being torn up to make room for more beachfront mansions, and it all adds up to a system where South Florida cannot exist without a healthy environment. We have flooding on sunny days. We have infrastructure that literally breaks and spews hundreds of millions of gallons of raw sewage into the environment, into the water system. So we need a Green New Deal. It's also how we provide good jobs. It's also how we provide affordable housing, climate resilient housing. So I would connect this absolutely to Ilhan Omar's Homes for All Act. I would connect it to getting public ownership of the energy economy, nationalizing the energy system to really truly meet the scale of the climate crisis and the urgency of that. We cannot rely on the market to address the climate crisis the way that we need to. I would also look at, in the Green New Deal, things like nationalizing the public transportation industry. Here in Los Angeles, there's Brightline West that's being constructed. That's an extension of Brightline in South Florida, which is the only privatized passenger rail system.
Supposed to be the only. It's also supposed to be high-speed rail.
Yeah, and that is the investment vehicle of our Senator Rick Scott, who, as governor, literally denied public funding, billions of dollars in public funding from President Obama, so that he could then go behind everyone's back and invest in All Aboard Florida, which became Brightline. So I would encompass, affordable housing, energy, climate resilience, all within the Green New Deal. Number 3, we need truly an anti-war party. I mean, we just watched that ridiculous Trump press conference. And there are Democrats who, again, when it comes to Venezuela, when it comes to Iran, they always have to couch it and
or
say,
even Cuba,
especially in South Florida, you'll hear, of course, it's a totalitarian regime. They have to couch it that this is also a policy they agree with. They just don't think Republicans went about it the right way.
Yeah.
So we have a two-party system that both parties manufacture this consent for these constant regime change efforts, endless war. We've got AIPAC funding candidates on both sides, even despite AIPAC funding endorsing 109 January 6th insurrectionists in 2022. AIPAC doesn't care about democracy. They don't care about democracy in Palestine, and they don't care about democracy in the United States.
Yeah.
So we truly need an anti-war candidate, because when we're spending billions and billions and billions of dollars, and this is also a matter of fact with not just the United States government, the federal government, but in Palm Beach County, it's the largest municipal investor in Israel bonds in the entire world. $1 billion invested at the same time that there's a severe lack of affordable housing. They're literally cutting PalmTran, the public transportation system. So we need an anti-war Congress and anti-war candidates to go in there and to claw back this funding, where we've got $1 trillion in Pentagon budget, and they're still going back for more money and saying, Jared Moskowitz is saying, well, I'm not going to defund the troops by voting against this Iran war budget. They're already funded. They've got $1 trillion. They've got more money than they've ever had before, but there's so much corruption and waste and fraud within the defense industry, within the private defense contractors. We saw Lockheed Martin stock on last Monday, hit an all-time high on the stock market. Jared Moskowitz, as he is going into the media and saying, I agree with Marco Rubio, I agree with Tom Cotton, I agree with Lindsey Graham, they're leading Trump in the right direction. J.D. Vance is too isolationist. He's not right-wing enough. I'm further to the right than J.D. Vance. This is all what Jared Moskowitz is saying as he's investing in the private defense industry. So we need an anti-war Congress, and we need a Congress that is going to stand up for Palestinian self-determination, against genocide, against apartheid in the West Bank. And that's something that we've been doing on this campaign.
All right, what's 4?
Number 4 is we need to abolish and prosecute ICE. And I think it's part of a larger dismantling of the DHS post 9/11 surveillance state that we've seen. ICE in Florida is operating differently than in many other states because Ron DeSantis, our governor, has mandated that there are these 287G agreements. So you're not necessarily seeing ICE agents out in the streets. They're deputized to have the Florida Highway Patrol. At Florida Atlantic University, the campus police department, and at Florida International University, you've got the local municipal police departments that are actually doing the detention and deportation efforts that ICE is doing across the country. It's just more localized in Florida. And so when we've got to abolish and prosecute ICE, that also includes the private prison contractors. When we talk about the $75 billion that was allocated to ICE in the One Big Beautiful Bill last year, that's not all just going to ICE. It's going to the private contractors like Geo Group, the largest private prison corporation in the entire United States, which is housed right in our district in Boca Raton, literally across I-95 from Florida Atlantic University. And we see Jared Moskowitz literally recommending a private prison executive, Adam Hasner, writing the letter of recommendation to the FAU Board of Trustees, which also incidentally includes Geo Group executives, to make a private prison executive the president of the largest public university in our district, at the same time that we've got the Broward Transitional Center, which was where Marie-Ange Blaise, one of the women who have died in ICE custody last year, passed away. That's a Geo Group operated, privately contracted ICE facility. Of course, we've also got Alligator Alcatraz. We've got the Miramar ICE enforcement and removal operations facility. So South Florida really is the nexus for this detention and deportation regime, and we need to dismantle it. And it's part of a broader violation of our due process and our constitutional rights that's been enabled by this post 9/11 surveillance state that we've seen, and even with things like FISA and Section 702 that allows for surveillance of American citizens if they're in contact with foreign nationals. That is something, Section 702, that was actually produced because the Bush administration was law-breaking and the National Security Administration was spying on American citizens. Congress sees that and says, oh shit, we need to actually legalize that to cover the Bush administration's ass. And Jared Moskowitz actually voted against a warrant requirement in Section 702 the last time the FISA reauthorization came up for a vote. So that's number 4. And then number 5, we need to we have an anti-democratic constitution. And to illustrate that, I just want to give one example from South Florida that I think will illustrate this for everyone. We have in Miami-Dade County, just outside of our district, a local ordinance was passed for heat protections for construction workers. Shade, rest, water breaks. The state preempts that. The state does not allow for municipalities. Republicans love to tell the lie that all the best government is the one closest to you.
Yeah.
And that's why they're continuously trying to defund the federal government. They're trying to give power away from the federal government and try to localize it. But in Florida, that local power is superseded by Ron DeSantis and the regime in Tallahassee. So you've got, if you want to pass any kind of local ordinance or legislation, it is completely preempted by the state government. We had 1.5 million more people vote for abortion rights in 2024 on Amendment 4 than against. But in this anti-democratic, undemocratic system, 42% beats 58%. And we see this replicated over and over again, whether it is the filibuster, whether it is gerrymandering, whether it is just the very nature of the Senate, which is a compromise with slave states. And there are members, former members of Congress like John Dingell, that have called for abolishing the Senate. We really need to look back at Reconstruction and what the promise of Reconstruction was, because it is really in many ways a founding of a new country. It is a fundamentally different country after a worker uprising of giving slaves the franchise, freeing people from bondage. It was an entirely new country. and with the amendments that were passed to try to guarantee a lot of those basic democratic rights. And the promise of Reconstruction was rolled back, and that made the way for Jim Crow. And of course, Florida is one of the states that suffered the most under Jim Crow. So we really need to go at the undemocratic nature of the Constitution, and I think that includes public financing of elections. It includes expanding the House of Representatives. I would really like to take a long, hard look at what the very nature of the Senate is. We need to look at judicial review and Marbury versus Madison, the kind of legislating from the bench that is able to occur where Congress can pass legislation, but Republicans that have stacked the Supreme Court can basically just veto so many different legislative priorities that are passed. So I think number 5 is just the basic democratic nature of the country, which I hesitate to even call America a democracy right now, because you look at Washington, D.C., it's never been a democracy for Washingtonians. They don't have the same level of representation in Congress. I draw the parallel in Washington, D.C. People are disenfranchised because they don't have voting representation. In Florida or Texas or other red states, because of gerrymandering, people are also disenfranchised. It just looks differently depending on the state or the municipality you're in. But we really, and I think we're in a moment now where it's not just leftists, it's not just democratic socialists, it is people across the left liberal coalition that look at what Trump is doing and what Republicans are doing, and they know that we need to go further. The status quo and returning to the status quo is not acceptable, because it's going to pave the way for just another fascist to come after Trump and to continue this tug of war unless we really fundamentally change the nature of American democracy. And I think that includes attacking the undemocratic nature of the Constitution.
Yeah. Now that you got through the 5, I thought it was going to be much shorter than that. But I was going to say, go to secureactblue.com, donate OFC dash HasanAbi or underscore HasanAbi, which is the link in the chat that we're spamming right now. If you want to donate to Oliver's campaign.
Let's beat Mike.
Yeah, Mike raised what, 23 grand or something?
Yeah, 23 grand.
It's really fucked up that, we're falling short of Michael from Taiwan. Anyway,
he slid right in there. But too,
yeah.
You had us booked before Mike, and he was like, "Oh, it's easy, just jump on stream."
This is a link. Jared Moskowitz, in his own words, this is a 3-minute video from my stream. It seems. Did you get your team made this?
Yeah,
I think
this is crazy.
Let's see. Let's take a look. The guy from Florida too, that's like trying to go after.
Let's first get you on the record. Where do you stand? Should there be any cuts to DHS or any defunding of the agency?
So no, I don't support cuts to the agency, and I don't support defunding. Commission, I'm a twice appointed Ron DeSantis Democrat, as my socialist opponent likes to point out.
On the Patrick Bet David broadcast? Ain't no fucking way.
This is how he's reacting, though. This is like he says this is what my socialist opponent likes to call me.
Yeah, he's like leaning further and further into like this is somewhat of a test district, in my opinion, for like testing out the strategy of whether or not like true left populism could actually overcome what Democrats like to call are these like districts that could go to a Republican, God forbid. I genuinely think you'd have a easier shot in the general than you do within the primary structure, because all the people that are like party loyalists in the primaries, now that attitude is changing right now. Don't know how it is going to work in your district, but like the people that vote in the primaries are like the party loyalists for the most part. They favor the incumbent usually. Having said that, however, because of the overall discontent with the national party, there's a real opportunity right now to make that electability argument and to make sure that this is like a permanent Democratic, like easy seat, not +2, but we're talking +10, +20 even in the general with someone like yourself that has this like broad appeal across the board. But yeah, let's get back to this.
Happy with Elon Musk or Rupert Murdoch owning TikTok?
Well, it's better than China.
Oh! Oh, he's just so, he is like one of the worst. He is genuinely, truly one of the worst Democrats. Oh my God, I'm so happy they're running against him.
Well, look, what I would like to see actually is a little tougher language coming out of the Trump administration. I'm to the right of this issue to the J.D. Vance Witkoff approach, and I agree, quite frankly, more with Senator Lindsey Graham and probably Senator Tom Cotton. Iran is the weakest they've been in a period of time. Now is not the time to appease them.
No, my team
now
added
is
that
the
in.
time to put maximum pressure on them and make sure that we dismantle the nuclear program. It's unacceptable for Iran to get a nuclear weapon. We all say that it's unacceptable. But what are we willing to do?
Note the
whether
date
it's
there.
cyber or military.
September 14th, 2023. Oh my
This is
God.
the belligerence before October 7th.
Oh my God.
Interventions have worked. We all know right now the only reason why the centrifuges aren't going up is not because of anything we're doing. It's because the Iranians are not doing it.
Iranians.
Right? And they could do it at any.
Listen to me, okay? If you sit around frustrated as to why the Democratic Party is not fighting back against the Trump administration, or if you're sitting around wondering why when Democrats are in power, they don't actually take the initiative to like roll the clock back on all of the awful shit that all the awful shit that the Republicans do get away with, it's because of people like fucking Moskowitz who fight as hard as they possibly can and make sure that like the Democrats don't actually move the needle back in an appropriate trajectory in our foreign policy, our belligerent foreign policy. This is what I mean when I say, if you're frustrated by the controlled opposition, it's because of guys like Moskowitz, okay? They are in the pocket of all of the worst corporate entities, all the worst, I mean, even foreign policy, like Israel is in the pocket of AIPAC. It's all of the worst shit that the Democratic Party puts out. It's Jared Moskowitz is a guy who's pushing for it.
Moment. It's not like we have some lever that would stop them. They could do it at any moment. And most likely, we'll find out after the fact because they're so close. So it wouldn't be we could do a preemptive military strike to stop it. It would be post. We would find out that they've hit the threshold, and then it would be, what are we willing to do? The next guy, ain't going to do this.
I agree.
And Trump can't fall for it. Now, he's got people around him. I think Marco is leading him in the right direction. Vance sometimes concerns me because he's an isolationist. But
J.D. Vance concerns me because he's not crazy enough. Bro, you're a Democrat. What the fuck are you saying? Oh my God, this makes me so mad. This clip compilation was designed to give me a fucking aneurysm. I swear to God.
And to save your fingers.
It's just like it's
Trump's
mind-boggling.
got to recognize it's him or nobody. I mean, that's where we're at when it comes to Iran. Like Trump, don't like Trump. They look at Trump as crazy as they are. Okay, and that works in that area of the region. Otherwise, the Israelis should continue to dismantle that. Any country that chants death to America cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. And look, I have vast disagreements, obviously, with President Trump.
What are the disagreements that you have with President Trump, actually? Oh, wait. I know what it is. He's not going hard enough. That's what it is. He's doing Taco Trump like Chuck Schumer. He better not try to do a negotiation with Iran.
Obviously, we had some knowledge that this was going to happen. Probably could have stopped it. U.S. presidents have that ability. President Trump let it go forward, and he got it right. I think maybe more joint military exercises in the Middle East. I think showing maybe the Iranian regime the military capabilities we have in the Middle East by doing maybe some weapons tests out there. They need to understand what we're willing to do, and then we do the diplomacy. Then we sit down with them, and we try to work this out. Don't go into politics.
Oh, this is
Really?
crazy.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Do you have regrets?
Go to Wall Street.
Go to Wall Street. Yeah, be a finance
Go
bro.
to Wall Street. Yeah, go to Wall Street. Go be a finance bro. Like
Yes.
do cocaine for a couple of years. Get that out of your system. Yeah. That's what I would tell my 16-year-old self.
Like, I couldn't ask for an easier thing to, like, silver platter.
Yeah.
Who says that?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, you do have like I said, the district itself might seemingly, in theory, the district itself, the demographics itself, like the expectation is that someone like Moskowitz is actually to be the favored pick here. But I think that that is the old way of doing things. That's the old method of assuming that like this is the real electability candidate when it's not. It's like these are all incredibly unpopular positions that he's taking on over and over again. And it's not even like what the district wants. Like, if we're talking about Democrats, if we're talking about like actual Democratic Party voters, this is a deeply unpopular way to go about it. Like, it's what, 80% of the Democrats are against this? Like, who are you speaking to in the primaries? 80% of Democrats are against this. Overwhelming majorities of both the Democratic Party and the independents are against what Donald Trump is doing in Iran. And this man is actively advocating for the Trump line and sometimes even outflanking the Trump administration, it seems.
Yeah, and I would say for anyone who says, well, why would a Democratic socialist be the more electable candidate in a district like ours, what I would assert is that it is precisely because we have Democrats like Jared Moskowitz representing a district like ours. Let's also put into context, Broward County has the highest Democratic voter registration in the entire state of Florida. When Democrats are winning in Florida, it is because there's high voter turnout in places like Broward and Palm Beach County. And when Jared Moskowitz was elected in 2022, that coincided with the bottom completely falling out. Florida gets memed. There's the Bugs Bunny, saw Florida off from the rest of the continent. But in 2018, Andrew Gillum came within 1 percentage point. Bill Nelson came within 1 percentage point of being reelected and defeating Rick Scott and Gillum defeating Ron DeSantis. In 2020, it was a 3-point margin of victory. The problem is that we have Democrats that are making the Republican arguments for them. And so what I would assert is that our campaign is in there to prevent Florida 23 from being the next domino to fall to a Republican Party, because we have milquetoast, chicken shit, status quo Democrats that are doing the Republican Party line. Yeah. We need someone who's actually going to motivate young people to turn out, who's going to motivate labor and progressives to turn out, and someone who's not going to, again, when we've knocked on 5,000 doors since this campaign started, we hit our 5,000th door over the weekend. And when we're having these conversations with voters and we tell them, what do you think about your member of Congress? Did you know that he voted for the Lakin Riley Act? Did you know that he was appointed twice by Ron DeSantis? Did you know that he was the first Democrat in the entire country to join the Doge Caucus? People are horrified. They're absolutely horrified because the words that people on the doors use, and these are, again, your liberal voters, your committed, dyed-in-the-wool Democrats, people who are 65, 70 years old. Of course, we're talking to people who registered after 2016. We're talking to people under 45. But when you're talking to the committed Democratic primary voter, they're using words like authoritarianism, fascism, Gestapo, secret police when it comes to ICE. And then you tell them that Jared Moskowitz is supporting this agenda, and they're completely horrified. And they literally cannot believe that a Democrat would support that. But that's the kind of voter depression. There's voter suppression on the right, and then there's the voter depression on the Democratic Party side when we're putting forth candidates like this that don't actually represent what the base of the party believes or is going to motivate them to turn out to vote. And so when we talk about hitting 5,000 doors, if you're pissed off about what you just saw about Jared Moskowitz, please donate, because I'm not taking any corporate PAC money. I'm not taking APAC money. I'm taking on all of the entrenched corporate interests. And this truly is, if we get the word out, we are going to win. I just want to tease something that's going to be in Politico tomorrow morning. We had our first poll in the district by the firm that polled the Zoran mayoral election in the Democratic primary. And what it's going to show, actually, is that Florida is not all that different from the rest of the country. Floridians do not like to see their taxpayer dollars go to fund a genocide. Floridians do not like to see Trump starting another illegal war with Iran and Jared Moskowitz going hand in glove with the Trump agenda. So I think it's going to be shocking for some people, but for me, it's not surprising, because I'm with our volunteers when we're on the doors. I'm having these conversations myself, and it's just, I mean, it's basic logic and just our basic humanity. And I think when we talk about how Florida is this exception because it's got, as you mentioned, one of the highest proportions of Jewish Americans in the country, similar to New York City, there's this flattening that happens with the Democratic Party establishment. There's a flattening to the identity politics and just that kind of naked appeal that divorces people from our own humanity. And this is about our collective humanity, and it is about standing together as a community across race, across ethnicity, and truly building a working class movement. Those Jewish Americans in our district, they're also worried about paying rent. They're also worried about sending their kids to college. They're also worried about going bankrupt because of a healthcare crisis. So this flattening that the Democratic Party does based on identity is really just used to reinforce the status quo and to prevent any kind of new voices from coming forward. But I think we just have to be bold and assertive in what we're saying, because most people are with us.
No, absolutely. And when you have a vision in the affirmative, when you actually offer things for people, offer things that people want, even if they have disagreements with you on certain issues, which, by the way, there's no guarantee. Like, just because someone is a Jewish Floridian doesn't mean that they're like Israel first, or doesn't mean that they care about Israel all that much. They live in fucking Florida, okay? They don't live in Tel Aviv. There are plenty of benefits to living in Tel Aviv. The government incentivizes people. The Israeli government wants American Jews to go and live in Israel, and yet they choose to live in Florida. This is something that I stress all the time. Like this, it's this like woke version of dual loyalty that like even Democrats and liberals themselves engage with whenever they talk about this stuff. And they're like, well, all Jews care about is Israel. It's like, well, that's literally not the case. Even if it's like somewhat of a something that they care about to a certain degree, it rarely ever meets like the top 5 priorities, because they're Floridians first and foremost. They live in the United States of America. They're Americans. They're American voters, and they care. They have American interests. They have American values. There are things that they care about that's happening in their backyard. And when you identify what those issues are and you seek to solve those problems, they're going to vote for you. Even if they, in the back of their minds, they might be thinking like, oh, well, you know, maybe you and I might have some disagreements on the issue of Israel. Then again, I don't even think that it's as controversial amongst the Jewish voting blocs in general to say what Israel is doing is completely unacceptable. Once again, time and time again, voters have shown, even with the case of Zoran and many other places, and also depending on which poll you're looking at, American Jews are not monolithic at all, and they're certainly not monolithic on the issue of Israel either. All right, but I have some more questions for you. You've brought up a lot of things already. You were very well prepared for this interview because you've already talked to Mike and you've talked to Eric too. And you basically went after in the 5-point plan, like virtually all the questions that I have for you, but I'm going to try to find something I can. One thing that you didn't mention in this conversation, even though I've heard you say this before, is that you want to shrink the military budget.
Yes.
And so the question I have for you is, you vocally supported shrinking the military budget. If you were able to cut 10% of the military budget, which is around $100 billion, let's say, where would you invest that money?
I think we need college for all. The student debt crisis that we have, and the fact that people are, I'm still paying my student loans, and that is basically, debt is used as a means of controlling and disciplining the working class and disciplining the labor market to force that kind of precarity where if you're not actively participating in the labor market, then you could become completely destitute. You could be put out on the street. So we have more than enough money if we cut even 10% of the military budget to invest in college for all. And I would not just restrict that to public colleges and 2- and 4-year colleges. When I spoke earlier about the need for more healthcare professionals, more medical providers, I would extend that to also things like medical school, because in the United States currently, we have such a lack of healthcare professionals, and it's because you either have to assume the burden of even more student loan debt, not just the 4-year undergraduate, but the additional student loan debt of going to medical school, or you have wealthy parents, or again, you have this inflationary aspect of the healthcare system where, because people take out hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical debt, that is the excuse or the justification for these exorbitantly high medical healthcare provider salaries, because people are still struggling to get by because they're paying $1,000 or $2,000 a month in medical school debt. So what I would say is investing in public education for all, vocational school, trade schools, and really making it so that we have the most educated public that we could possibly have, and making it accessible for working class people to go and get an education, because that helps our entire economy. The output of that investment is much greater than what it would cost to provide free public college education to every single American who wants it. So I would say absolutely public college for all. And I think there's a lot of other priorities, but
so you wouldn't cut 10% of the military budget to directly give it to the state of Israel?
No,
cut out the middleman. Okay, I don't know. I mean, I thought like that's probably what I'd be in favor of, but I guess you and I have a disagreement there. It's okay. South Florida has become one of the most expensive housing markets in the country. How do you believe Florida should make home ownership more accessible?
Yeah, I would say the corporate landlords and the private equity that really control the real estate industry in Florida. And this is, again, if people want to look up Lennar Homes, Lennar Construction, their top 3 recipients of their campaign contributions are the National Republican Congressional Committee, the NRCC, and then Jared Moskowitz and Jared Moskowitz's PAC. So he is completely beholden to the private construction industry, the private equity and the corporate landlords. So we need to remove them from the housing market. And I would say more broadly, when you look at what the Clinton administration did with the Faircloth Amendment, capping the number of social housing units available at the number that existed in 1999. You think about how much the United States population has grown since then and why building new housing is so expensive, because it cannot be directly administered by municipalities. It has to be routed through these nonprofit groups that create a lot of redundancy and a lot of just slows down the process of building new housing and makes it incredibly more expensive. So I would be a strong supporter of Ilhan Omar's Homes for All Act to build 12 million new homes to incentivize home ownership for working class people. The average age of a home buyer in the United States 30 years ago, it was, I believe, 39 years old. Now it's 59 years old. So it's people.
It's got to go older, I think.
Yeah.
It's not old enough. Too young. 59-year-olds don't need a home. They can be permanent renters, I think.
Yeah. So repeal the Faircloth Amendment, pass the Homes for All Act, and ban private equity and corporate landlords from owning the housing stock that they do. And I think we can do that by changing the tax structure of the country and making it so that Airbnbs and these corporate landlords like Invitation Homes, which has tens of thousands of units in Florida, that oftentimes when you're paying rent, you're paying your landlord's mortgage and then some. And so if rent is supposed to be the less expensive option that allows you to squirrel money away and potentially go put money for a down payment someday and to afford a mortgage, we have completely inverted that structure where rent is so unaffordable that Florida Atlantic University ran a poll last fall that found you want to look for a majoritarian position in the state of Florida. More than half of Floridians are considering leaving the state because of the cost of housing and the affordability crisis.
Yeah.
So we have to make public housing available, and we have to make it so that working class people can get into home ownership and build that equity. That is really the hallmark of how you build wealth in America. I think there are a lot of other ways that we can attack the income and wealth inequality gap, but home ownership is certainly one of them.
Switching gears here, let's talk a little bit about foreign policy and immigration. Your wife's family is Nicaraguan and escaped the Ronald Reagan-funded Contra death squads. Shouts out Ana Navarro. What's your wife's story, if you care to elaborate, and how does that guide your position on immigration, especially considering that 29% of your district is born outside of the United States?
Yeah, I just have to shout out my wife, Sandra, who originally asked me to be on the union organizing committee at our workplace to organize with the News Guild. So I knew she was the one then. When she asked me to help form a union, we met through our activism. She comes from the abortion rights movement, working at the National Latina Institute for Reproductive Justice. That's why abortion rights are such a passion of mine, because it's a passion within our household and a priority within our household. But her story, she grew up in Northern Virginia. Her family, her grandmother, who was actually living with us last year and had a small pension from the U.S. Embassy in Managua, as well as her Social Security. And we couldn't get a call back from Jared Moskowitz for his constituent service about finding an affordable place for her to live. So she's actually—
Damn, his constituent services ass too?
Yeah, no, it sucks. So she's actually back in Esteli in Nicaragua because she couldn't afford to live in the United States.
I mean, it's over then. I mean, look, a lot of these Democrats, the bad ones, they stay in power because they at least have like reliable constituent services. Like Hakeem Jeffries is a great example of this. He's very popular in his district, very unpopular nationally. But if his constituent services is also lacking, I mean, very weak candidate.
Yeah, and no public town hall since he was elected to Congress and started serving in 2023. So he's just completely inaccessible. But on the subject of Nicaragua, so my wife's grandmother was a bilingual secretary who worked at the U.S. Embassy in Managua. During the 1980s, she tragically lost her daughter in the 1972 earthquake. Her ex-husband was a member of the National Guard under the Somoza dictatorship, a brutal regime. And so when the Contra Revolution, when the Sandinista Revolution happened, there was a lot of suspicion within the U.S. Embassy. And so my father-in-law was drafted by the Sandinistas. and basically the turbulence that Ronald Reagan caused by funding these, again, history rhymes, Iran-Contra. The United States has had a long-held interest in Iran, and it relates to our Latin America policy. But my wife's parents were able to come to the United States in the 1980s as teenagers, and were able to get good jobs at through a USAID company, put 3 kids through college, really living the American dream. And then, unfortunately, they were both let go because of the Doge cuts that Jared Moskowitz helped manufacture the consent for as the first Democrat to join Doge. So there's a great book that I would recommend. It's called Blood of Brothers by Stephen Kinzer. He was at one point the Boston Globe Latin America bureau chief, and then became the New York Times Managua bureau chief during the 1980s and the Contra War. And it's really a heartbreaking history, and shows the effect of, one, the lies of the Reagan administration. You think that Trump lies, man, he was not the first one. The Reagan administration and what the CIA did in Nicaragua was completely covered up. And again, just these lies upon lies upon lies, as we're funneling money towards these Contra death squads that are really what happens with our Latin America policy, and what happens when Castro comes to power in Cuba, or when the comandantes come to power in Nicaragua, or really with so many other cases. They're not originally antagonistic towards the United States. They're seeking liberation from brutal dictatorships, whether it's Fulgencio Batista in Cuba or the Somozas in Nicaragua. But then the United States brings all of this pressure to bear with our military, with the CIA, with funding these far-right death squads and paramilitaries. And it forces these new governments to divert resources that the promise of these revolutions is better health care, better labor protections,
improving literacy, improving literacy rates, improving people's material conditions.
And the United States brings all of this pressure to bear to suck all that money out from those priorities and force it back into national defense. And then it creates the conditions where the United States can say, look at this brutally repressive regime.
Yeah.
But they're creating the conditions that incentivize that. And we see it over and over again in so many cases. But that was really the situation with my wife's family and coming over to the United States. And it's Nicaragua is still suffering from U.S. foreign policy. And really, it's not the exception to U.S. Foreign policy. It is the rule.
Yeah.
That we sanction 1/3 of the global economy, 1/3 of the countries in the world. So we don't have this even-handed approach where it's the market and it's all the market. Capitalism is a rigged game, and it is rigged in favor of the capitalists and the people who control the wealth and control the resources. And that's why we see, again, with Venezuela, it's a resource grab. With Iran, it's a resource grab. They're trying to take the oil. So this is part and parcel with what the United States foreign policy has been for many, many decades. So again, this is a larger critique. Just like running against Jared Moskowitz is a critique of Moskowitz, of course, but it's a critique of the Democratic Party. But when we also critique United States foreign policy, yes, Trump is a buffoon and he's putting us in danger, and he's murdering millions of people abroad with these policies. It's not just through U.S. airstrikes. It's through the pullback of USAID and all of the global aid that comes in the form of food aid, of nutrition, of vaccinations. And it's really, it extends way far beyond Trump to many other Republican presidents.
Yeah, no.
And Democrats.
And Democratic presidents as well. They are, Democrats that came before Donald Trump also set the stage for Donald Trump to basically advance this agenda. I mean, he's a lot more vulgar than the previous administrations in terms of his ambitions, but in many respects, he's basically just saying the quiet part out loud. Whereas in previous iterations of this kind of destabilization, Democrats and Republicans alike have tried to. Kaya wants to also hear this stuff up close.
Loving it.
But In previous iterations, it was the Democrats that either refused to prosecute former war criminals, refused to actually roll back some of the initiatives that the Republicans had taken, and created a perfect environment and a perfect opportunity to normalize the Republican agenda, and then for Donald Trump to come in and seize power and take it to its maximalist position. But I think right now we have a unique opportunity to communicate on this stuff unlike ever before, because after 2.5 years of genocide that Democrats as well as the Republicans back to the hilt, people actually recognize that the democratic process when it comes to foreign policy is not really there. And it's not really there for a lot of other issues in the domestic front as well. So I at least in my own personal experience, have seen it, have seen that it's much easier to communicate with people on the priors that they were made to believe, with the social conditioning, especially even in terms of like things like Cuba, right? Our starvation policy in Cuba has been voted against over and over again by every single country in the United Nations for years since the blockade began. And that blockade began, why? Because like you said, Batista was our guy. He was brutal, he was ruthless, and the conditions in Cuba were terrible, but he was our guy, and it was beneficial for our criminal component. It was beneficial for, at the time, like labor unions that were also utilizing the island as a tourism destination, sugar plantations with horrible conditions. And we wanted to punish this country for having a successful revolution against that. And we never stopped punishing this country. And now Donald Trump has taken it to its maximalist position where he's cut off oil after taking over Venezuela and doing this resource grab in Venezuela. We have decided Cuba is no longer allowed to get oil, even from other supposedly sovereign nations like Mexico, supposedly sovereign nations like Canada that previously were sending oil to the island. And we're starving the country. It's pretty fucking ruthless. It's pretty brutal. But people, I think, understand that now better than ever before.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Cuba policy is the Republican and Democratic bipartisan consensus on Cuba of maintaining this blockade for decades. It has failed on its own merits. And so what we're seeing now is an escalation because it has failed on its own merits, despite the United States trying to isolate Cuba from the global economy and using that as the notion that socialism is failing because our largest natural trading Cuba's largest natural trading partner refuses to trade with them. And I thought it was interesting that when Mexico decided to send oil to Cuba, that we saw that large blow up with the cartels. Again, when United States weapons manufacturers and the illegal arms trade is largely what is funding the cartels, but there's this reflexive nature that the United States, anytime that there is attempts by other countries to help the Cuban people, the United States goes against that. And ultimately, this policy is just about immiserating generations of Cubans and separating them from their families. One
of the ways that the Cuban government is able to generate revenue for itself in spite of these crippling sanctions and the blockade that's unjustifiable is medical missions, right? Cuba will send doctors everywhere around the world, including the United States of America in the aftermath of Katrina. And now Marco Rubio, when he came into power as the Secretary of State, one of the first initiatives that he advanced was to make those medical missions illegal. And for the last year, I interviewed a doctor that had participated in this medical mission from Cuba, who had actually lived in Chicago for a little bit as well. And then when Marco Rubio first said that this initiative was going to be rendered illegal, for a year, they went silent on it. They didn't really fully focus on it. But immediately, as soon as Cuba became the main point of contention for the administration before the Iran initiative, they decided to make it illegal. Like they forced the hand of many countries. Ecuador was one of the first, and then they also told the Cuban embassy to withdraw from Ecuador. Again, unprecedented. And now in Jamaica as well, and in Guatemala as well, these countries were forced to no longer have medical missions from Cuba with Cuban doctors. It's like the harm that we're contributing to is not just to Cuba, but it's also to all these other countries as well, where they rely on these doctors. They rely on these medical missions to help some of the less fortunate people in places like Honduras, in places like Jamaica.
Yeah, and in the Caribbean, a lot of these nations send medical students to Cuba to be educated, and the United States again disincentivizes that and uses the stick. It's never the carrot; it's always the stick to prevent these other countries from developing by utilizing the generosity of the Cuban government. And I think highlighting the Hurricane Katrina example is a really apt one, because it shows that there's an ethos of solidarity that exists with the Cuban government with oppressed people all around the world. It's why Fidel Castro sent the Cuban military to Angola to fight against the apartheid regime in South Africa during the war, and that largely led to the dismantling of apartheid in South Africa. So, the United States labeled Mandela as a terrorist even into the 2000s because
2008.
Because of this affiliation with the Cuban regime. But what Mandela recognized was that Cuba stood in solidarity with the mother country, the mother continent of Africa, which is the origin point of so many Cuban people. So it is the United States, again, bringing this pressure to bear. It is picking and choosing winners and losers, not on the merits of what these countries or these economies have to offer. It is in the political interest of protecting American capitalism and global hegemony of the United States. And it's why we see the United States time and time again as one of the sole votes against ending the Cuban blockade, one of the sole votes against a ceasefire in Gaza. And I think, American exceptionalism is used to as this kind of rah-rah, rally around the flag, jingoistic kind of appeal to American patriotism. But what that obscures is how far of an outlier we are with the global order when it comes to not supporting genocide or not supporting a genocidal blockade over Cuba, which we're now seeing with the blockade that's occurring, the rationing of oil for education, for medical provision, that hospitals are struggling to even sustain care over cancer patients. And it's, again, if the United States really cared about global well-being and humanity, then we wouldn't be bringing this kind of pressure to bear. But it's the same reason that how is a child in Gaza supposed to have had an education for the last 2.5 years? There are these knock-on effects of U.S. policy that just engenders this kind of oppositional nature to the U.S. and the rest of the world. And because we have this hegemony, because we have the largest military world, we can bring that pressure to bear. But I think what we're seeing now with the dismantling of so many of our alliances, whether it's Trump threatening Greenland and threatening the NATO alliance, or now with our supposed allies in the Middle East looking at us askance because of what we're doing in Iran, we're really continuing to isolate ourselves even further. And because there's now a countervailing force in China that is a large economic power, that is a growing economy, that has a growing middle class, we're seeing Canada gravitate more towards China because the United States is becoming so unequal, becoming so dictatorial, that we're no longer the reliable economic partner, where our actions can lead to global oil prices spiking for the entire world.
And China is the one that's like trying to maintain stability by going to Iran and Saudi Arabia and trying to get them to cease fighting against one another in the same time frame. So, I mean, I obviously don't have any issues with China whatsoever, and I believe that we need to chart a new path forward with the way we deal with all powers in the world. What is your opinion on how to do diplomacy with China?
I think it has to be diplomacy without this level of brinksmanship that we've seen from the United States, where we are really what the Trump administration is trying to do. But again, this is the bipartisan consent of U.S. foreign policy, where they're trying to take us into another Cold War against China. And it is the South China Sea. It is increasingly the Chinese economy that is overtaking the United States in many metrics. we cannot have this level of brinksmanship where we're continuing to send weapons to Taiwan and overcommitting ourselves to another war with another global superpower. It is an insane approach to take, especially when China is our largest trading partner.
30% of our trade is with China. It's ridiculous.
It is an economic catastrophe waiting to happen if we're going to get into a conflict with China. So we need to have a multilateral diplomatic approach with these other countries that is fostering global cooperation. War is one of the single largest drivers of man-made climate change and of carbon emissions. The United States military is the single largest institutional emitter of carbon emissions in the entire world. So back on reducing the global military budget, the United States military budget, I think that has to include closing some of our overseas bases. It's also, of course, drawing down our nuclear arsenal when we have...
Well, some of them are closing already.
Yeah.
Without our without us wanting to close them. So
yeah, but I think drawing down our nuclear arsenal, not renewing and continuing to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in nuclear armaments that could never be used, because if they were used, it would be the end of human civilization. So we need to look at how we can cooperate with China and with other large economies on climate change, on electrifying our economy with clean energy. Because the Paris Climate Agreement, we're rapidly approaching what the benchmark for that was, and we are so far behind. And I think a few years ago, you would hear, especially on the right in America, well, China is burning all of this coal. We're not going to. What use is it even trying if China is burning all of this coal? But now we're seeing China outpace the United States when it comes to clean energy manufacturing of electric vehicles that are produced at a lot cheaper and more at scale. So it is a foolish endeavor to say that we need to continue this level of brinksmanship with an economic partner that we need to be cooperating with and finding ways that we can both invest in not just making the United States economy 100% renewable, but how we can help the global South with partners like China to really extend these benefits to the rest of the world that bears less responsibility than we do for the climate crisis.
Florida is the Sunshine State, and yet what kind of initiatives have been made to electrify the grid? This could be an opportunity to also work in tandem with the Chinese state, or at least the Chinese industry as well, especially in the aftermath of the energy crisis that we created, ironically enough, over the last 9 days of pummeling Iran, and then the Iranian government closing the Strait of Hormuz, which is now accelerating this energy crisis. What is your opinion on electrifying our energy grid and focusing on renewable energy instead?
I think we need public ownership of utilities, these investor-owned utilities. In Florida, it's Florida Power and Light, owned by NextEra Energy. Ron DeSantis is ombudsperson that looks at the rates that Floridians are paying, actually recommended that FPL cut their rates by hundreds of millions of dollars, but because they fund both political parties, including Jared Moskowitz, they got a $7 billion rate hike with no questions asked. So they're raising our rates, they're making energy more expensive. And so when we talk about a global Green New Deal, not just within the context of the United States economy, but how we work with our global partners, this is about making energy more affordable and more accessible to all of us. And it's Florida Power and Light, it's Duke Energy, it's Southern Company, it's so many of these energy companies that buy off members of both political parties. We need to get the investor-owned utilities out of the energy market. We need public ownership of our utilities, because that is how we can cut out these subsidies for the fossil fuel corporations. We need to invest at a state level in renewables. And of course, in Florida, where we see Florida politicians will say no drilling off the coast of Florida, but if you do it off the coast of Louisiana or Georgia, have at it. That's a recipe for disaster. So we need to ban all fossil fuel extraction, and we need to incentivize this production of clean energy by having state capacity to do it, not just relying on the market. Because again,
that's good state jobs as well that come along with that.
Yeah, and government work and state jobs is how we can establish a floor for more of a middle-class life. When Trump talks about how the job growth since he became president, and we just saw that loss of 92,000 jobs in February, so even that is failing on its own merits. But he said that there's been zero growth in the public sector. But public sector jobs is how you can establish strong labor unions, strong worker protections, higher wages and benefits, and establish that floor that the private market has to compete with, because if they don't have a competitive balance in their wages and benefits, then people will just say, well, why not just work for the state and I can have a solid middle class life. So I think we need to raise the standard and of living by investing in public sector jobs, and that strengthens labor unions. It strengthens worker protections. We're running a campaign that is unions for all, because labor and our labor power, especially in this current context where in Florida, of course, Republicans have supermajorities in the House and Senate and the governor. And then in Washington, D.C., Republicans control both the House, the Senate, the presidency, and the Supreme Court. Labor and unions are one of the only existing levers of power to extract real material concessions and real economic gains. It cannot simply be a singular track of we attack this legislatively. That is not enough. We cannot be reliant on electoral system. I know I'm an electoral candidate, but we need strong labor unions and labor protections and that labor militancy that allows for public sector workers' right to strike, which is something that we've talked about. The first public sector union strike in Florida was the teachers union in 1968 that went on strike. The Florida Constitution that very same year outlawed public sector workers' right to strike, because they saw when tens of thousands of teachers went on strike for unified economic demands to hire more teachers, to raise the standard of living, to invest more in our public schools. That's real power. That labor militancy is how working people can exercise our power and extract real material concessions. And so I think, again,
and you need that as well to go along with your agenda in order to accomplish these goals that you're setting forward. It might come across like radical, or it might come across like it's too far-fetched, but the reality is these things are achievable, especially when you're working alongside organized labor to apply pressure at times when there's any sort of like corporate-backed opposition coming your way.
Yeah, and we have on May 1st, 2028, Sean Fain and the UAW and other labor leaders have talked about aligning union contracts to expire on May Day 2028 to have to create the conditions for a nationwide strike. And we're going to need labor allies in Congress that can work in tandem with labor and with organized unions across the country to, in the midst of a presidential election in 2028, extract those real material concessions, not just to apply pressure to the Republican Party, but to make sure that the Democratic nominee is a nominee that is a labor candidate, that is going to stand with organized labor, so that we don't have this rotating villain of Mark Kelly with the PRO Act saying, oh, I can't do it. There cannot be time and time again, when there's always an exception, whether it's Mark Kelly with the PRO Act or whether it's Kristen Sinema with the $15 wage, the exception becomes the rule. And when time and time again, the Democratic Party has these candidates, these elected officials that it allows to completely tank the Biden agenda or any kind of Democratic agenda, that is the rule, because Democrats then refuse to use their bully pulpit. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, they don't talk about applying pressure to the members of their own caucus. They just reflexively say, well, this is what they need to do to get elected in their state. And so that's why we need organized labor as a parallel power structure to the electoral power structure to really extract these material gains and concessions. And to bring it back to energy, labor is also how we're going to be able to push for these incentivization of public ownership of the energy industry, because we need a clean power plan. We need to we need a New Deal FDR style investment in state capacity to produce energy that is publicly owned, that is affordable for people, because energy is necessary for human life. It is necessary for our economic growth. And we're seeing now with the effects on the market with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz that we cannot survive as an economy without self-sustaining energy resources. And so fossil fuels are a finite resource. It is insane to think that we can continue to rely simply on fossil fuel extraction for our economic growth. We need to incentivize other forms of energy to bring us back. We're in the midst of a Holocene extinction, the sixth extinction in the history of the world, and it is the first that has driven entirely by man-made climate change. And I think that is the framing and the context. We're in the midst of a global mass extinction event. And if we do not change, then humanity may be able to adapt with technology and survive, but our quality of life is going to continue to diminish more and more greatly. And it has to stop somewhere. And that's the line that our campaign is drawing.
Also, guys, if you're wondering how you can help out with Oliver's campaign, but you're like, oh, I'm not in the district. One, you can engage in phone banking. Two, you can also go and donate to his campaign as well, especially considering that all the candidates that I bring, with the exception of like Tom Steyer, who's a fucking billionaire, but the candidates that I speak to are not taking corporate PAC money. And on top of that, given their positions on a lot of issues, like Israel, for example, they have a tremendous amount of money that will be spent to make sure that they don't win. AIPAC being one of the major targets here, which is precisely the reason why candidates like Oliver need your donations more than anybody else. Okay, there won't be like a savior PAC out there that's going to come out to help them. Then also on top of that, you can go and door knock and engage in ground operations as well, right? Like you need people to volunteer for the campaign too, right?
Yeah, we're going to plan to knock on 80,000 doors in the district between now and our election, which is on August 18th. We just crossed that 5,000 threshold. We've been knocking on doors since November. We're scaling it up rapidly. So your donations help us hire a full-time field director. This is a DSA-run project. My campaign manager is co-chair of our Broward DSA chapter. He was formerly the labor working group chair. Our field director is Felipe is a DSA member in Broward. Our video team, Janae and Gabriel, are DSA members of our Broward chapter. And so much of our capacity comes from running as a committed Democratic Socialist in South Florida, but it does take resources. We just saw Nita Alum come within about 1,200 votes.
Yeah.
Less than 1%. And that is with a campaign that launched maybe 3 months before Election Day. We launched 13 months before our election because we knew that it would take time, especially as a first-time candidate, for me to establish that ground game, for me to have the level of conversations that we needed to have. But we need to hire a field director. We need to open a campaign field office. And these are costs that are thousands and thousands of dollars a month. I'm not sure where we're at now, but we had our best fundraising day when we went on stream with Mike on Thursday. I'm hopeful that when I get off, I left my phone and everything outside, so I'm going to find out once we're done here.
He's cooking us still. I think he raised, what, 23,000 that day
Yeah.
when he was on?
About 550 people chipped in, so I know that with the number of people watching now, we can, we can change the nature and the character of this election.
Open your fucking wallets, chat. What the hell?
Because
we're at 13,712 that's raised so far. It's disastrous. Disastrous number.
Thank you to everyone who's donated. To everyone else who hasn't donated, we need you to chip in because this is, and I'm telling you, with this poll that's coming out tomorrow.
What's the max that you can donate?
$3,500.
$3,500?
Or $7,000 for the primary and general.
Okay.
If you want to bank it, that we're going to make it past Jared Moskowitz and elect.
Well, if you don't make it, then I get the $3,500 back anyway.
The $3,500 comes back.
Yeah. So
there we go.
Let's see if it works out. Let's see. We're at 13. Okay. All right. There it is.
All right. So you just saw Hasan chip in. He's fully in on the campaign. So let's keep it going. Let's keep it going, chat. Who's going to chip in? Whether it's $1,
now it makes it a little bit easier to beat Michael from Pennsylvania's ass. Okay. So as I was saying, and I want you to talk about this real quick while I go pee because you can just yap for hours and it's great. So I feel comfortable leaving you alone on stream. But the question I have is, your district apparently is very gay.
Yes,
it's a very queer district. What are some of your policies in terms of protecting queer people in your district? And I'm gonna go pee while you explain that because I'm a foe.
Yeah, so I'm going to just set the context here. Based on the 2020 census, based on the largest proportions of LGBTQ households in the United States, among large cities, San Francisco was the largest with 34 LGBTQ households per 1,000. Fort Lauderdale in our district in Broward County was the largest medium-sized city in terms of proportions of LGBTQ households, more than San Francisco at 42 per 1,000. And Wilton Manors, Little Wilton Manors, which is a small city that is nestled in the heart of Broward County, 213 households per 1,000. It was, I believe, after West Hollywood, the second city government in the United States of America's history to have an all LGBTQ city council. And so for me, I'm unapologetically a trans ally. I'm standing up for LGBTQ rights against Ron DeSantis and against the Republican administration in Washington, D.C. Jared Moskowitz is a twice appointed Ron DeSantis Democrat. When Ron DeSantis has attacked the LGBTQ community by attempting to remove pride flag street art from Sebastian Street on Fort Lauderdale Beach, Jared Moskowitz has said nothing, but I've stood time and time again at Trans Day of Remembrance at the Pride Center at Equality Park in Wilton Manors. We've stood with the trans community. This is just who I am. I'm a first-time candidate, so this is not me having some preconceived notion of electability or what it means or how it works with my coalition. This is just who I am. I love the LGBTQ community, my trans friends and family members. This is what we need. This is what our district needs to stand up for trans liberation and to really not only just pass the Equality Act, but to be able to throw a punch back when Republicans use the trans community as a punching bag, and Democrats are so willing to saw off this part of the coalition. When we had Sarah McBride, the first trans member of Congress that wasn't even able to have a speaking slot at the 2024 DNC, the Democratic Party feels like it is ashamed for having some parts of its coalition, whether it is the Palestinian community, whether it is the trans community. I'm proud to have this as part of our campaign coalition, and communities like Wilton Manors and like Fort Lauderdale deserve, in the highest representation LGBTQ congressional district in the country, we need an outspoken champion, a trans ally. Jared Moskowitz has thrown the trans community under the bus time and again with the last two National Defense Authorization Acts that had these poison pills to attack trans rights. Trans rights are civil rights. Trans rights are human rights. And when trans rights are under attack, all of our rights are under attack. And we need someone who's going to stand up and be able to throw a punch back at the Republican Party, because at the end of the day, when Republicans try to fearmonger and try to take these small exceptions, what is really a minutia of the American populace at large, but use it to fearmonger, they're really distracting from their efforts to cut billionaire taxes. We're on track to have 5 trillionaires within the next decade, according to Oxfam International's report at the beginning of 2025. And so when we see attacks on the trans community, it is, one, an attack on all of our civil rights, but also it is a red herring so that Republicans can stoke the culture war and fight the identity politics fight so that they can continue to completely rig the economy and fuck working people over. And so to stand with the trans community is to stand with the working class. It is to stand with labor unions. It is to stand with every marginalized community that this Republican fascist administration is attacking. So I'm proud and I'm unapologetic because, again, these are my friends. This is my community. This is who I hang out with. Before I was ever running for office, when I was just an organizer, this is the community that I grew up with. This is the community that I spend my time with. This is the community that when we were just in Washington, D.C. before coming out here, this is the community that I stand with because they're ultimately my friends. And I think so many Democrats, because they don't know any trans people and they don't associate themselves, it's like a foreign entity or a foreign object that they don't really understand how to relate. But at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and we all have the same common aspirations and interests to be able to love and be loved, to be able to have our civil rights respected, to fully express ourselves in the promise of what American democracy is. And so if we're going to have a party that stands up for all of us, it cannot be a party that bites its tongue when it comes to fighting for trans rights. So I will never, ever, ever back down. I would drop out before I had to ever compromise on this position, because to compromise is to fail. To compromise is to give up and to say that civil rights are only for some of us. And that's just not not what I'm in this for.
Okay,
Win,
but
lose, or draw.
have you considered that when Donald Trump banned 59 trans athletes from participating in NCAA competitions, rent went down by half, and so did the grocery prices. Like, it just, affordability was no longer even a concern for every American because he did that.
Yeah, I mean, as a shameless plug here, as a former college football player, I was a defensive end for the Sewanee Tigers. Someone can check the stats. I did have some stats when I was in college. This is not something that I ever thought about of the sexual orientation or gender identity of the people I played with. Or I went to a small school, so much of the student body were student athletes. And there's a shared affinity and a solidarity because it's demanding when you're spending 30 to 40 hours a week. There's a great Deadspin article written that profiled me when I was a senior called "The Future of College Football is the University of the South." This is right. It's they're not bringing down the cost of rent when they attack the trans community.
Yeah.
It is a complete culture war. And people like Riley Gaines that use their own experience as a college athlete to attack trans rights and to try to prop themselves up and make themselves into a cause celeb of the far right. It's disgusting. It's completely disgusting and shameful. And we need to actually address the cost of living and bring down the cost of rent. And it is not happening by attacking the trans community or the immigrant community or the Muslim or Palestinian community. These are all red herrings. The divisiveness of racism, of misogyny, of xenophobia, of Islamophobia, they're all red herrings to distract you from the class war that is happening, because it is out and out class warfare that we're seeing right now with the highest levels of income and wealth inequality in American history, even worse than the 1920s.
So getting back to specific policies around foreign policy, around military intervention, how do you believe the genocide in Gaza and U.S. military intervention around the world ties back to domestic policies here at home?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. I mean, when we see ICE that is murdering Renee Good and Alex Preddy and Keith Porter, these are tactics. And also, it's not just the fact that they are now murdering with impunity people in the United States, but it is then the propaganda machine that gets spun up after the fact that these are domestic terrorists. If you and certainly what is happening right now in the West Bank under cover of this war that the United States and Israel have started with Iran, it is turbocharging the settler violence that is going on in the West Bank.
Yeah.
So when ICE is trained by the IDF, when U.S. police departments are trained by the IDF, they're bringing these tactics back to be used on the American people. What we're willing to tolerate in Palestine is a test for what we're willing to tolerate in the United States of America. When we saw Pam Bondi a few months ago as these ongoing illegal military strikes, just mass murder of people off the coast of Venezuela and in the Caribbean and the Pacific, Pam Bondi says we're going to do to Trinidad or the gangs in the United States, we're going to treat them the way that we treat the cartels. And when they're bombing the cartels, they're manufacturing the consent for these kinds of military actions, this level of impunity and state-sanctioned murder within our own borders. And we're going down a very, very, very dangerous path. And it begins and ends and is tied in with U.S. support for the Zionist colonial apartheid regime that has racial apartheid in Palestine. When Ta-Nehisi Coates went over there and he comes back and he says, it's actually, as a Black American, very, very familiar to see based on which streets you can go down. I mean, there are sundown towns in the West Bank. There are streets that you cannot go down based on your ethnicity or based on your religion. So in Florida, we had a teenager, Muhammad Ibrahim, he was 15 years old when he was kidnapped by the IDF from his bed, from his family's home in the West Bank when he was there visiting relatives. He was kidnapped along with a few other teenage boys. He was incarcerated in Israeli detention for about 10 months. He lost, I believe, a third of his body weight. He contracted scabies. He could not see his family. He turned 16 years old in Israeli prison. While he was detained, his cousin, Seyfollah Musalet, who they're both U.S. citizens, Florida residents. Seyfollah, 20 years old, worked at his family's ice cream shop in Tampa, beaten to death by Israeli settlers, who then barred the ambulances from administering care to him. And when we look at what happened to Renee Good, what happened? ICE blocked emergency care from going and administering aid. They're so parallel, and it's so chilling.
It's fascism. It's fascism in Israel, and it's fascism in America. It's a domestic military occupation, and some of the techniques and some of the propaganda is damn near identical. And I think a lot of Americans are starting to recognize that these are the exact same struggles that everyone is experiencing. So one last question I have for you is about AI. AI is actively replacing workers. It's unfortunately seen as a mechanism to displace the existing labor force and not one that actually lifts the burden of the working class. You yourself were replaced by AI at your job just a couple of years ago. How do we make sure the economic gains of automation are also felt by the masses who will be most directly impacted by the layoffs?
Yeah, I think one, and maybe just to tie it back to the previous question, AI and surveillance technology that is used and piloted and tested in Palestine is now applied within the United States. And with AI, and what we're seeing now is the kind of second stage of there was first the automation of the kiosks in restaurants and the kind of impersonalization of no longer having to interact with someone because you could just place an order and have working class jobs automated away. But now this is affecting white collar workforce. It is affecting people in information technology, coders, marketing jobs. And what it is accelerating is an economy where there are fewer and fewer people controlling more and more of capital and more wealth. And the workforce becomes expendable. And when the workforce is more expendable, it is easier to control them. It is easier to bust labor unions. It is easier to undermine labor protections because of the precarity that AI creates in the global job market. So we need to really have, I think, to bulwark against that, one, some universal economic rights and guarantees. We need, it's not just Medicare for all and universal child care and paid family and medical leave and free college. We need people to have a stake in the economy. And when we look at something like Meta and what Facebook does, where they literally profit off of, we are the product that is being sold. When our browsing habits, when our social media engagement is used to be packaged and sold off to advertisers, that is our data. That is our own personhood that is being packaged up and sold off for profit. And so I think we need to look at public ownership of big tech. We need to have structures where people are compensated for their advertising habits, their browsing habits, where people can receive a dividend from the tech industry. This also with AI, we see it affecting the news media. I was a former member of the News Guild, and we just saw the Washington Post lay off so much of their workforce, and it's being replaced by AI, and that comes with faulty fact checking. It allows for the propagation of misinformation and disinformation, and so we need public entities and public structures that can counteract that to protect careers in journalism, and to really protect against AI is not perfect. It is rife with errors. It is rife with its own the biases of the people who create it, and so it can replicate at scale a lot of the inequality that we see within the economy. So we need to have protections against AI. We need a moratorium on data centers. We saw the absolutely disgusting usage of AI by the Cuomo campaign to have that kind of AI generated hit pieces against
racial agitprop. It was insane.
Yeah, I mean,
Idris Elba robbing a CVS with a keffiyeh, wearing a keffiyeh, psychotic.
So AI also affects creators and independent content creators. It affects We saw the Writers Guild strike last year, or 2024.
Yeah.
Because as more and more of these mergers occur with, basically there being one big movie and television production company. That's the end objective of so many of these mergers. And they're trying to take creative jobs out of the workforce and just automate it into AI. But there's no creativity involved there. It's all downstream and derivative of human ingenuity. And so that cannot be replicated, but there's going to be more slop. And so we need to, for political misinformation and disinformation, political propaganda purposes, to put a moratorium on the development of new AI data centers. It is one of the most destructive aspects of the environmental, resource extraction that we're seeing with just the water usage that the demands of these AI data centers draw from, and that raises people's utility rates. So there has to be a moratorium on AI data centers. It has to be banned in terms of the national security state apparatus that's used to surveil people and to, again, it just brings in the biases of its creators, and it can be used to suppress people's civil rights, constitutional rights. And what needs to be there in replacement is investment in labor protections, strong unions, and ultimately we need to remove the private ownership of so many of these big tech multi-billionaires, because they're using this AI technology to very nefarious ends. And if we do not put a stop to it now, and if we do not bring it under state control, then we're going to see really a dystopian future where people are expendable, and there will be more impoverishment, more homelessness, more people being laid off. And ultimately, the very few people who benefit are going to be in greater and greater control of the economy. So we have to put a stop to that.
Yeah. All right. Two final questions. I lied. I said last question, but two final questions. One, there's a candidate that's running in the gubernatorial race by the name of James Fishback, I believe. And he is America's not first, but hopefully last Groyper candidate. He has engaged in a lot of racial animus in his campaigning. But also outside of that, one thing that he's been able to take advantage of is the information vacuum that exists on the left, especially as it comes to issues like Israel and Palestine. Now, while he is an anti-Semite, or at least like leaning into anti-Semitism, even though he was a big Barry Weiss fan not that long ago, weirdly enough, I feel as though the only reason why Republican candidates can take advantage of, or the Republican candidates can technically, quote unquote, lead on issues like Gaza, is because of the lack of momentum that's coming from the Democratic Party. How do you seek to address that messaging vacuum on the left?
Yeah, I believe it has to come with, Fishback when it comes to ending state investment in Florida and supporting the state of Israel. When he talks about putting a moratorium on AI data centers, when he talks about banning private equity from home ownership in the state of Florida, these are all policies that are used to kind of wink at bring people in from the left. And it's a tactic that fascists have used time and time again. Donald Trump, when he ran in 2016, he talked about how he was a different kind of Republican, how he wasn't going to touch Social Security or Medicare. And that was the permission structure that many voters needed to hear from him in order to support him. So what Fishback is doing is filling a vacuum, as you said, within the Democratic Party, because when Democrats we just saw AI come to the rescue of Valerie Foushee in North Carolina's 4th District. It was not without more than $1 million that Anthropic invested at the very last minute to defeat Nida Alam. So Democrats, this is tied in with the corrupt nature of the campaign finance system. When I spoke a little while ago about Jared Moskowitz being funded by Lennar Homes, a corporation that also invests in the Republican Party. But as long as Democrats are tethered to a corrupt campaign finance system that is backed by corporate PACs and by special interests that they rely on to sustain their office, to sustain their campaigns, to be a bulwark against leftist challengers, then the Democratic Party is going to remain susceptible to the fascist right co-opting the language of universal economic benefits. And what Fishback is doing is taking these terms and then he's turning it in a jingoistic way, and he's saying Florida is full, and H1 Byron, that Byron Donalds, the Trump-endorsed Republican who he's running against in the Republican primary. Fishback is then pivoting on that and saying we have to ban all immigration, that he does go further with banning U.S. Financial aid to Israel in a very anti-Semitic way. So if Democrats are going to fight back against that, then we have to divorce ourselves from this corrupt campaign finance system. And I think that's why it's so important that it's not just me running in this district. There are Democratic Socialists running all across the country with this shared platform. And I think what is so important to me running as a Democratic Socialist is there is a fidelity to an organization, and there's a fidelity to a platform that is not what so many Democrats use to just say, well, it's the political entrepreneurship of I'm just the right click on the dial. I've got it just right. And there's this kind of broad expanse of views that Democrats can have to allow themselves to take this corrupt AI money, to continue to be funded by AIPAC, because they say that it's kind of uniquely what their district needs or represents. So we need to divorce ourselves from the corrupt campaign finance system if we're going to expose James Fishback, because he's not fighting for every single Floridian. And I think that is the key difference. He's fighting for what he conceives of as the kind of American people, and that everyone else, if you're an immigrant, our district, 30% of people born outside the United States, they're not welcome in James Fishback's Florida, and they're not welcome in the fascist Republican Party's United States of America. And so the key difference is that when we talk about banning U.S. military aid to Israel and banning U.S. government bonds or U.S. municipalities and governments investing in Israel bonds, we're talking about universal economic benefits. And I think it's the universality of our platform and our message that is characteristically distinct from what Fishback is talking about, because he's just got his preconceived notion of what it means to be an American. Yeah. And you're either in the in group or you're in the out group. And that is a classic fascist tactic that goes back for a century.
And people like James Fishback would not be taken seriously at all, or would not have any room to message around Israel if the Democrats were actually leading the pack when it comes to this issue. Like, there's never... My policy on this is like, Tucker Carlson, when he was at Fox News in the 2016 era, was one of the only mainstream resources that was actively talking about labor rights and centering labor in his commentary. It was very obvious that it was cynical, but the reality of the matter is he won. He got much more he gained so much more popularity as a direct consequence of being the only person who was addressing this aspect in mainstream news. And the same thing goes. The same thing happens with politics in general. It's the people like Moskowitz or many other Democrats that refuse to be the leader on this issue, even though it's like unimaginably popular, that allow Republicans to come in with anti-Semitism and try to steer the conversation in that direction, even if they don't actually want to do any of those things that they're claiming that they want to do. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on. This was fantastic. I believe we raised around almost $50,000 in the short period of time that you were here.
Let's go. Thank you, everyone.
$49,000. What else can people do to give one more shout out? When is your election, and how can people help out with your campaign if they liked what you were promoting here?
Yeah, www.oliverforcongress.com. Our Mobilize is synced up right in our website, so you can find our phone banks, which are virtual, and you can join them from wherever you are in the country. Our canvassing, which is happening in both Broward and Palm Beach counties. We're canvassing every Saturday and Sunday. I think with this amazing financial windfall, thanks to you, Hasan, and all the HasanAbi heads, we're going to be able to bring on a full-time field director. And so expanding our canvassing operations to every single day of the week, I think we're going to be able to open a field office. But oliverforcongress.com, you can find us on Mobilize to plug into those volunteering events. We also need, Jared Moskowitz has his own meme army. with the Midas Touch Network, with ACYN, with Aaron Rupar, who when Jared is in committee and he's wearing the Justice for Cricket pin, or when he's making fun of Kristi Noem and, of course, distracting from his own complicity in voting for the Lakin Riley Act, he's got his backers in social media, and so we need a countervailing force. And so just speaking out about the campaign, creating your own content, whether it's on TikTok, Instagram, or on Twitter, we really need to show the country who Jared Moskowitz is, because in that 3-minute video, I think that did a perfectly good job of illustrating who this person is. And he is a Republican. If he were not running in Broward County, Florida, the most Democratic county in the state, he would be a Republican. And so we need the social media engagement. If you are local and also want to write letters to the editor of the Sun Sentinel, of the Palm Beach Post, of the Miami Herald, or Miami New Times, we need to build a media presence, because, again, I'm a first-time candidate. I'm doing this for the very first time. I don't have any previous public office held or any previous campaigns for office. And so we need to get the word out. If we get the word out, we will absolutely win. So it is just a matter of resources, and it is a matter of being loud enough and spreading the word. So anyone you know in Florida, in South Florida's 23rd District, in Broward and Palm Beach County, please join and get them involved in our campaign, get them to vote for us. Also, if you live in the state of Florida, we have, because Ron DeSantis has called a special session on redistricting, any registered voter in the state of Florida can go on our website, www.oliverforcongress.com. There's a link to a petition on the top page of the website. You can sign that petition and send it into our campaign P.O. box. We need 2,564 petitions, and fundraising is important. Hitting this 2,564 petition mark helps us save $10,440 in qualifying fees, a ridiculously high number that really is a barrier to entry for so many working class campaigns and candidates. So if we hit that 2,564 petition goal, we can save 10 grand, over 10 grand in qualifying fees, and put that back into our field organizing, put it back into our advertising to reach people. So that is another thing. If you live in Florida and are a registered voter, it doesn't matter if you're a non-party affiliated voter. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican, Democrat, live inside or outside of the district. If you're a registered voter in the state of Florida, you can sign that petition, send it into our mailbox, and that will help us save that money and get ballot access. Our primary election is August 18th. The voter registration deadline, despite the petition threshold being open to voters of all party registrations, Florida is a closed primary state. You must be a Democrat to participate in our primary. That deadline to register as a Democrat in Florida is July 20th of this year. So you must be registered as a Democrat by July 20th if you live in our district, if you want to vote for our campaign in the primary. So I'm asking you to please register as a Democrat. If I can be a Democrat, as I'm a Democratic Socialist, then please join the party so that you can participate in our election and help us make it past Jared Moskowitz, because we've got a very tough election against whatever Republican candidate that comes forward from that race. This is an NRCC targeted district. It is one of the closest districts in the state of Florida. And if we can win this race,
I know you can win the primary, but once you win the primary, it's over. I think like a candidate such as yourself is going to absolutely cook in the general and have a far better shot at thoroughly defeating any Republican that is placed in front of you, because your message is universal, as opposed to just like leaning into the partisan backing and leaning into the Democratic brand and leaving it up to like a potential marginal victory. You're actually leading first with your policies, leading first with your worldview that is universal, that is much more appealing to a broad base of support.
Yeah, and when we win this race, when we win the general election, it is going to change the nature of American politics forever, because our message has, for so long, it has been cowed and couched in, this is only possible in the deep blue districts.
Yeah.
This is only a kind of politics that can be espoused in deep blue New York City or deep blue San Francisco or Los Angeles. When we win this race in South Florida, in the heart of anti-socialism, anti-communism, of reactionary foreign policy, it is going to change the character of American politics forever. And it is going to open up the terrain for candidates like me to run all across the country, because that is what we need. When I worked on Bernie Sanders' campaign in 2016, I worked in states like Kansas, in states like Utah, where there was record-breaking turnout. I spoke at a rally in Utah in front of 17,000 people. you would not imagine that level of popularity for the Democratic Party in parts of the country like that. But working class politics, democratic socialist politics, the universal economic message, irrespective of race, gender, ethnicity, religion, that is truly the unifying message that people of all stripes in America can get behind. And so when we win this race, I think it is only going to propel us into Congress and propel more and more working class and DSA candidates into Congress and into state and local seats as well. This is really exciting. Yeah. And I think this is the moment where we have to change. We have to change as a country.
Think about how awesome it would be to own Matt Iglesias, who is one of the greatest purveyors of this idea that like Democrats need to moderate. Like all of the, in your mind, close your eyes and think about the shittiest New York Times op-ed writer and the shittiest third way Democrat, neoliberal Democrat, and how they consistently advocate for this pivot to the center, for this mythical moderate voter, because we have to win purple districts, we have to win red districts. Okay, if Oliver wins, or when Oliver wins, all of that argument, those arguments fall apart. It's over. It's gone. And you know, I do believe that you have a much better shot than anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 33 years old. This is what our generation, millennials and Gen Z, this is what we believe in. And that transcends party. It transcends party, and it is really the only way that we move forward as a country. So I really appreciate you sharing your platform with us and having me on, inviting me out here. This has been awesome. Love everyone in the chat, all the love that we've been seeing. I've been trying not to look too much and get distracted, but
no, you've been killing it. You've been yapping. Yeah, we've reached over 52,000 in donations now.
Best fundraising day of the campaign. Let me emphasize that. This has been, thanks to HasanAbi heads, the best fundraising day of the campaign. This is probably about 20 to 25% of the total fundraising that we've had for this entire race. We've already been in the top 12% of primary challengers when it comes to our fundraising. We've already been competitive. This is going to put us over the top. We have, in the last week, I think we're closing in on $100,000, which is about double what we've raised up to this point. So this has been really, really incredible and shows the power of just people, ordinary people all across the country. We have the power to take on these entrenched corporate interests in AIPAC, and we're going to kick their ass on August 18th. I truly believe if we have the resources, and thanks to today, we're getting a lot closer. It won't be close. If we have the resources to reach people, I don't want to oversell my expectations, but you saw how bad Jared Moskowitz is. This is not what people want, but we've been so cowed and depressed into thinking that this is all that is possible in Florida. But a better world, a better Florida is possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you for coming on. This was wonderful.
Appreciate it, Hasan.
All right, and I will, when I'm in Florida, I'm going to see if we can link up, and maybe I'll link you up with some of my Florida friends as well that live out there in your... possibly in your county, as a matter of fact.
Hell yeah.
Let's
do it.
Okay, perfect. Oh, yeah, let's do a photo. Here, I'll turn on this.
Join DSA. Got the DSA pin right here. We just hit 100,000 members.
Hell yeah. Okay. All right. Let's...
Où ils vont? Eh bien, je crois que c'est un avertissement
salutaire. We'll take a photo.
This Monday, Turkey said that NATO air defenses shot down a second.
We're getting back to modern situation now, chat.
Airspace. Ankara is warning it would move against any such threats, which increasingly pose a test for NATO. The incident in the south of Turkey marks the second intercepted missile from Iran in the last 7 days. Turkey, which is NATO's second largest army, and it's worth noting, Iran's neighbor, had warned Tehran on Saturday against attacking again. But it's not suggested it wants to formally call on NATO members for further protection. France, meanwhile, has joined in. The Foreign Ministry says Iran has to stop its unjustified strikes in the region. Let's go live to our correspondent, Jasper Mortimer. He's awaiting us in Ankara, capital of Turkey. Jasper, good evening to you. Turkey in the firing line. Tell us about the country's reaction.
Well, so far, Mark, the reaction has been calm. You know, there are photographs of the fragments of the missile shot down today. They're all over the television channels, but they're not causing shock. You know, 2 missiles have been fired at Turkey in 5 days, ostensibly at Incirlik, a base in the south.
Incirlik is the American base. It's so hard to believe because Florida's failed every election. That state hasn't been the same since the Bush era. Yeah, it's because Democrats don't have fucking good candidates like Oliver. That's it, dude. That's a big part of the fucking problem. So that's precisely what look, even before I knew of Oliver's existence, he is exactly what I dreamed of as far as like a perfect candidate in like a somewhat purple-ish district, okay? A guy who can like actually prove the reality that you can just go out there and you can be like, this is what I fucking believe, you know, who doesn't treat the populace as like idiots, who's not afraid of, you know, taking these positions. For example, with Cuba, like it's unheard of for a Democrat anywhere to be like, oh my God, like we have to bomb Cuba is like the normal opinion of like the average Democrat because they're like, oh, we're so terrified. He's like, for him to come out and just be like, no, this is ridiculous. Like what we're doing to Cuba is ridiculous. Like, to be able to do that advocacy, to have that knowledge to be able to do that advocacy, but then also to have that confidence that like you can say that in South Florida to Cubans and they will fucking understand. They're not stupid, okay? People are not stupid. It is incredibly frustrating that a lot of our politicians, a lot of our electeds treat people like they're fucking stupid, okay? And I'm sick and tired of it. Zoran did a really good job with that too. I think Oliver does a really good job with that as well.
Near the city of Adana, where America has dozens of fighter jets and bombers and reportedly nuclear warheads. But both missiles have been shot down harmlessly. So this shows NATO air defenses work.
IRGC responds to Donald Trump. Yeah, we'll get to that.
The reaction is calm. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan gave a speech early this evening in which he had the necessary warnings given to Iran. But despite these, Iran continues to take, quote, the wrong steps. And then he said, nobody should insist on doing wrong. Nobody should fall into the trap of the Zionist massacre organization, that's his euphemism for the Israeli government, of making brother kill brother. And by that he means Iranians and Turks are Muslim brothers. And then interestingly, he also said, we are watching the terrorist entities in the region. By that, he was referring to the Iranian Kurdish organization in the northeast of Iraq, which indicated last week.
It is pretty funny that like I sometimes forget because I'm so fucking Americanized at this point, but like I'm used to a government not treating Hamas automatically as like a terrorist group. You know what I mean? It's something that like does play a role in, I guess, like my social conditioning to a certain degree. Like even though Erdogan is a NATO country, obviously a NATO ally, but like the same goes for like even some European countries as well. Like the certain concepts that we have in America taken for granted, that we don't even think about, that we don't even actually question, right? Are not even like, they're on the exact opposite side in a lot of like European countries where people just like don't consider them to be the same thing. And it's not even like, you go to South Africa, right? That's not even a question. Like if you were to be like, this is like, what do you think about like resistance groups? They'd be like, what? It's great. It's awesome. I'm glad that they exist. The fuck are you talking about? You know?
Week that it would be happy to go into Iran and engage Iranian government forces. And initially, President Donald Trump said he would welcome that. But then it looks as if wiser people spoke in Trump's ear because he walked back from that offer to help the Iranian Kurdish militia.
Is there any sense, Jasper, given what you've told us about the NATO defences working, there must be a sense, though, among people that this could escalate. It takes one missile to fall in the wrong place, one issue like that to really create outrage. Turkey, of course, having that border with Iran. Is there a feeling that this could escalate?
Well, escalation is certainly a potential possibility. And Mark, the Incirlik Air Base is 10 kilometers from the center of Adana, a city of 1.8 million people. So if a missile were to puncture NATO air defenses and be slightly off course, it would land in a residential area of Adana and cause civilian casualties. And Turkey certainly doesn't want that. But, you know, so far in this war, Iran has been targeting the assets of its enemies, the US and Israel. Now, the US has two military assets in Turkey, Incirlik and the Kuricik radar station, which is also in the east of Turkey. Now, so far, Iran has failed to hit Incirlik, and there is no evidence that it has even tried to hit Kuricik. Escalation would actually mean Iran hitting Turkish assets. So far, there's no sign of that, and I think there's a reason. You know, when this war began, Turkey was the only regional power that condemned Washington outright. The Gulf states didn't like America starting this war, but they didn't condemn Washington.
Why is Iran attacking Turkey? It seems not smart to trigger NATO by attacking one of the strongest European powers in the world. I don't know, chatter. I don't know, Neek Skit. I don't know why they're doing that, okay? I'm sure they got their reasons. All right?
Turkey did. And I think Iran is grateful for that. And I think Iran sees Turkey as a potential mediator when the time comes for bringing this conflict to an end.
Jasper Mortimer, as always, thank you for your analysis of the situation. Jasper Mortimer, our correspondent in Ankara. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Bugünkü hadise bağlamında yanlışta ısrar ve inat edilmemesi gerektiğini bir kez daha hatırlatıyorum.
Yeah, it was Sean McCreesh of the New York Times, by the way. Someone almost certainly fed him this line. Someone in the administration told him that the Tomahawk is used by 3 other countries, all of them Western, and therefore the question of who could possibly be responsible can be allowed to loom. Yeah, it must have been the Dutch. The Dutch were lobbing Tomahawks in the region. Also, as far as the IRGC, there are some statements that came out. One, IRGC says, in response to Trump's comments, we are the ones who will determine the end of the war, according to the state media. And Iran's Revolutionary Guard spokesperson says Trump's comments about Iran were nonsense. As you guys probably heard before Oliver came on, we were listening to Donald Trump yap on and on and on about how the war is over, but also it's not really over, but it's far from over, but it could be over any moment now. Meanwhile, while Trump was saying those things, those nonsensical things, Iran was literally lobbing missiles at Israel and also numerous other bases in the region. Of course, it doesn't fucking matter for the average American hog who is an absolute fucking dumbass. But, you know, what is this? Islamofascism? Whoa. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah. That was crazy. Islamofascism caused millions of casualties since April 24th of April, 1915, and now is about to collapse, and peaceful West progressivism is spreading in the Middle East. Keep crying. Peaceful West progressivism is spreading in the Middle East is such a fucking funny thing to say, especially considering that the peaceful West progressivism is quite literally genocide in Gaza, okay, is the destruction of the Iranian assets that have caused an ecological disaster, American government fucking lasering a school with like 150, killing 150 schoolgirls. Like, that's what you think is Western progressivism? Get the fuck out of here, man. Oh, peacefully spreading Western progressivism. Suck my dick, dumbass. Anyway, Hezbollah's decision to attack Israel in support of Iran. Kaja Kallas is back. Everyone's favorite fucking moron. EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. Hezbollah's decision to attack Israel in support of Iran endangers the entire region. Israel has the right to self-defense in line with international law. At the same time, Israel's heavy-handed response is causing mass displacement. Israel is the only country that has a right to self-defense, by the way. No other country on the planet has a right to self-defense, okay? Not even America, unironically, just Israel. I never hear the right to self-defense more than I hear when it's in defense of Israel. God, the European Union is so fucking disgusting. Anyway, speaking of Iranian activities in the region, obviously we got some other stuff to talk about. One, Bahrain prosecutors now seeking the death penalty for citizens accused of photographing damage from the Iranian attacks. Bahrain is heating up with a lot of anger against the government there, obviously. And their way out of this is to say, how dare you take photos of the fucking impact sites? How dare you celebrate the impacts? We are going to dominate you. In court, they're literally seeking the death penalty for defendants accused of high betrayal, alleging they photographed locations where photography is prohibited. In court, prosecutors said the kingdom faces brutal Iranian aggression, adding that loyalty to the homeland is not an option that accepts negotiation, and maximum penalties for violators without the slightest mercy, which they added is the death penalty. The case comes as authorities continue blaming Iran for the damage from a strike in Sitra, where 32 civilians, including children, were injured after a Bahraini air defense interceptor appears to have struck a residential area. This was literally the video of one of the Patriot defenses stationed inside of Bahrain accidentally went for a fucking loop and struck a civilian neighborhood. Video from Bahrain appears to contradict the version of events given by U.S. Central Command, appearing to show an air defense interceptor descending into and striking an area off camera after a failed interception attempt. Local reports say the interceptor fell into a residential neighborhood, injuring 32 civilians, including 4 who are in critical condition. Here it is. And they got so mad, they got so fucking mad that someone filmed this, that they literally turned around and are now offering the death penalty to the people that filmed this shit. It's crazy. Okay? Shouts out. Great job, Bahrain. Good job. Anyway, Trump reposted Drew Pavlov, but I'm going to fucking skip that part. But what is this? Looks like something hit the Millennium Tower in Bahrain. Saudi Arabia is under attack, and Hezbollah continues to confront invading Israeli occupational armor in the south. This is an hour ago. So it's not like these guys are fucking stopping. It's not like the Iranians are stopping their unlimited attacks. Iran says Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Cyprus attacks were false flag operations by Israel. Now, considering they have the smoke for everyone, I don't know why they would have. I don't know why they would attack and open up new theaters of war and new enemies in general. I don't know why they would do such a thing. So I suspect that they are. Saying it's a false flag, but who knows? I mean, does Israel have Iranian missiles that they can recreate or something? I don't know. You can literally tell whether it's an Iranian missile launch or an Israeli one.
ترکیه و قبرس که شما اشاره کردید، ستاد کل نیروهای مسلح صراحتاً و رسما اعلام کرد که چنین پرتابه‌هایی از داخل ایران یا توسط نیروهای
The General Staff of the Armed Forces explicitly and officially announced that no such projectiles were launched from within Iran by our military forces. Anyway, Fox News is having a hard time defending that shit, by the way. But
Now
let's get to Iran's Arakshi, Foreign Minister Arakshi, once again talking to PBS this time around, not the Piker Broadcasting Service, but instead the Public Broadcasting Service. By the way, shouts out to the Piker Broadcasting Service. If you'd like to support the show and continue your support, please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. PBS is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, PBS, for tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service, please subscribe so I can maintain my editorial independence.
From the Iranian government. Earlier today, I spoke with Iran's Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, who joined us from Tehran. Mr. Minister, welcome to the News Hour. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Amna. Thank you indeed.
So I'd like to ask you first about the news, the selection of Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of the late Ayatollah, who's been named the new selected supreme leader of Iran. Some say his selection is a message of continuity of his father's leadership, of continued defiance to the U.S. and Israel. Do you agree with that? Is that the message Iran would like to send?
Well, I think that is a correct evaluation. It shows that the continuity and some sort of stability at the same time.
And since his selection, has he or anyone in your leadership had any contact with U.S. officials? Is that something that he is open to talk about negotiations or a ceasefire?
Well, first of all, it's too soon, for him to make any comment. We are all waiting for his speeches and comments, which would come later on. But I don't think the question of talking with Americans or negotiation with Americans once again.
Buzz is eating today, and I'm not talking about CUBA Day. Thanks, Chatter.
Would be on the table because, we have a very, bitter experience of talking with Americans. We negotiated with them last year, in last June, and they attacked us in the middle of negotiations. And again this year, they tried to convince us that this time is different. They promised us that they don't have any intention to attack us. And they wanted to resolve Iran's nuclear question peacefully and to find a negotiated solution. And we finally accepted. But again, after 3 rounds of negotiation, and after the American team in the negotiation, said itself that we made a big progress, still they decided to attack us. So I don't think, talking with Americans anymore would be, on our agenda anymore.
Mr. Minister, this war has now entered its 10th day. I know you have said that unless there's a permanent end to the war, not a ceasefire, in other words, that Iran will continue to defend itself, continue to fight. Can I ask you, what do you believe that the U.S. and Israel are trying to achieve or trying to change with this war?
Well, actually, they tried to achieve some targets, some of their goals, but they failed. They thought that in a matter of 2 or 3 days, they can go for a regime change, they can go for a rapid, clean victory, but they failed. So I believe that, plan A was a failure, and now they are trying other plans, but all of them have failed as well. And I don't think they have any, any realistic end game in their mind, because we are seeing some sort of a chaos in their sayings, in their, actions. They have just started to attack us blindly. They are attacking today. They attacked, residential areas. They attacked hospitals. They attacked schools, and they entered into to attacking our infrastructure, which is a very dangerous move. And as a result, you can see the oil prices everywhere in the world. So I don't see any reasonable goal that they are following. They failed to achieve their goals at the beginning, and now after 10 days, I think they are aimless.
I do want to ask more about the oil prices. As you mentioned, there have been widespread disruptions in the delivery of oil in the Persian Gulf. We're seeing prices here in the U.S. start to rise as well. Do you believe that you can pressure the U.S. and Israel to stop their attacks by slowing or stopping oil production as well?
Well, this is not our fault. This is not our plan. The oil production, transportation of oil has been slowed down or stopped, not because of us, because of the attacks and aggression made by Israelis and Americans against us. So they have made the whole region insecure. And this is why the tankers, the ships are scared, to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. We have not closed that strait. We have not. We are not preventing them to navigate in that strait. But this is the the result of the aggression by Israelis and Americans, which has made the whole region insecure, unstable, and the consequences are huge for not only us but for the whole region and now for the international community.
Iran has, though, hit multiple oil facilities in other nations, in some of the region's top producing nations, in fact, Saudi Arabia and Iraq and Kuwait. And we heard from your top military spokesman today who said, if you can tolerate oil at more than $200 per barrel, continue this game. So is limiting oil supply part of your strategy here?
Well, actually, this is a war imposed on us. And what we are doing...
Wait, Trump fucking said Iran has American tomahawks? Bro. They are literally flailing around, okay? They have nothing at all, which is precisely the reason why they're just like, WAPO report that Israel lost a key radar and is looking for an off-ramp in the war? Wait, no way. New Trump post, by the way. Trump on Truth Social. If Iran does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder than they've been hit thus far. Additionally, we will take out easily destroyable targets that will make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation again. Death, fire, and fury will rain upon them, but I hope and pray it does not happen. This is a gift from the United States of America to China and all of those nations that heavily use the Hormuz Strait. Hopefully it's a gesture that will be greatly appreciated. Yeah, I mean, he's saying, like, we're going to fucking strike the oil refineries even harder than we already have struck. That's it. That's the threat. The threat is we're going to do genocide to 93 million people, like, possibly. What is this? David Ignatius is a WAPO journalist who's basically the CIA's media mouthpiece, gets fed everything, prints what they want him to, pretending the decision is with Trump. The battered Axis powers want an off-ramp fast. A few senior officials in Israel are starting to voice concern about the escalating open-ended attack on Iran and suggesting possible exit ramps that might halt the war before it further damages the region and global economy. Talk of an endgame is early, and a decision about whether to stop the attacks rests largely with President Donald Trump, who continues to seek all-out victory. But in a telephone conversation Sunday, a senior Israeli official familiar with the planning and strategy of the Iran war discussed alternatives to Trump, what Trump calls unconditional surrender. The official requested anonymity because of the sensitivity of the Iran situation. No, it's just like, I still think it's fucking bullshit. And the reason why I say I think it's fucking bullshit, oh my God, that's funny. The reason why I think it's bullshit is because, like, Israel is the one that's, like, agitating further. I doubt that, yeah, he's talking about the desalination plants and the power grid targets, including the oil refineries, like you said. I think it's like they're already hitting some of these things, right? They're hitting some of the stuff, but they're just like saying we're gonna fuck the civilian life up. We're gonna fuck civilian existence up even further than we have thus far. If you posture against like the tankers from moving, which for the record, in terms of like the Iranian response, they have to. Now that they have said that if you like go through and if you have a vessel that like we are not allowing to pass through the Hormuz, because Iran is announcing that any Arab and European country that expels the Israeli and U.S. ambassador would be granted free passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? The point is, Iran is saying like, we're controlling the cards here. We're controlling who gets to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. If you want to pass through, you have to give us assurances, right? And Donald Trump doesn't want that. Donald Trump doesn't want Iran to have that control, except Iran does have that control whether Trump likes it or not. You can melt the civilian electrical grid, right? The electricity grid that 93 million people fucking rely on. But at the end of the day, Iran can still lob missiles from their facilities and overwhelm any boat that tries to pass through without Iran's go-ahead. Okay? It's kind of fucked up that his... Like, Americans' only means of dealing with people is like, oh, we'll just murder every single human that lives in your country. Like, we'll just murder every single human being that lives in your country. We'll make life uninhabitable. Like, that's the only tool we have. We can only go up the escalation ladder. We can't go down and de-escalate. But I think it's a desperate move from Trump. Like, this statement is one of desperation. It doesn't spell victory in the way that he was talking about it earlier today. If you were to ask him earlier today, he's like, oh, we've accomplished all of our military goals. Iran has no smoke. Iran has no bombs left. They got no bitches, right? So if the Iranian Navy is destroyed as you claim it is, if the Iranian Air Force is destroyed as you claim it is, then why are you still threatening Iran? I thought you already destroyed their facilities. I thought you already destroyed their capabilities of controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Now it feels like you're fucking fearful. Now it feels like you haven't actually destroyed its capabilities whatsoever. Meanwhile, if you want to understand how bad the situation actually is, which, by the way, China needs to fucking pick up the pace here, Jesus Christ. American satellite imagery company Planet Labs said that they were going to release information from this region after holding on for 9 days. Now they've increased the delay to 14 days. We're never getting that fucking Planet Labs imagery, for the record. They don't want to show exactly how bad the damage is. They don't want to show exactly how badly Iran destroyed American facilities. So now it's time for Mizar Vision to pick up the goddamn slack. Okay? Planet Labs is a satellite imagery company. It's a commercial American satellite imagery company. After consultations with the U.S. government, has announced an unprecedented 14-day delay to release the imagery of the Middle East. They don't want to show the world how good Iran has, how badly Iran has been defeated. That's what it is. That's what's going on here, chat. Satellite imagery companies, American commercial satellite imagery companies only do this when America's winning really well, you know? That's what it is. That's what's going on. Zoom out on this cam a little bit. Oh, fuck. There you go. Hassan, you look fried. I've been tired. I've been tired. Are you able to tell how far back I saw my first shot? I remember watching J6 on stream live. My 60-year-old Bangladeshi dad and mom are watching you on TV right now. Hi, mom and dad.
Jen Griffin.
Anyway, Jen Griffin, they're talking about the Tomahawk. They're trying to defend the American Tomahawk situation. Let's take a look at how well they do that on Fox News.
One of the questions, Jen, in that news conference was about the strike on the girls' school that's next to a base in Iran, and it was a Tomahawk missile. The president saying Tomahawks are used by other countries, but an investigation is ongoing. What do we know about where that stands?
Well, that was a bit surprising to me because basically the U.S. has Tomahawks. Tomahawks have to be fired from either submarines or from warships. The Brits and the Australians have Tomahawks, but they're not part of this conflict. And then you also have the Japanese who are in a testing phase. So it seems highly unlikely that it would be anyone's Tomahawk other than a U.S. Tomahawk that hit that school. And I think the president knows that. He just knows that this is certainly a mistake, a big mistake, and it's being investigated, but he's trying to sort of muddy the waters by talking about the Tomahawks.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah, great stuff.
They were saying that they didn't believe it was theirs, or they believed that Iran misfired something. Are we sure that it was a Tomahawk that hit that school?
There's no evidence that the Iranians fired anything at the school. If you look at the satellite imageries, and there have been a lot of investigations from the air, from these satellite photos, showing the impact and showing the likelihood that it was a Tomahawk.
God damn, they're cooking him. The White House expected an uprising in Iran. Instead, huge crowds are rallying behind the country's new hardline supreme leader, blaming the U.S. for civilian deaths, including more than 160 children killed when a missile destroyed a girls' school.
Now, so you attended that rally that was in support of the supreme leader. What was it like?
IRGC found the weak spot for Trump. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps say in response to Trump's comments that they are the ones who will determine the end of the war. The IRGC added that Tehran would not allow the export of 1 liter of oil from the region if the U.S. and Israeli attacks continued.
It was huge. It was massive. There were thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of people, Anderson, who turned out. It was in Engelab Square, which is Revolutionary Square, obviously celebrating the Islamic Revolution. And there really was a twofold message. On the one hand, people there were mourning the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the late supreme leader, who of course was killed in an airstrike a little over a week ago, and then also pledging allegiance to the new supreme leader, to Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, who of course is the second eldest son of the late supreme leader. A lot of people there were very angry at the current situation, I have to say. A lot of the people were pretty charged up, screaming death to America.
Bro, this is why I still ride for mainstream news, okay? Do they do a lot of propaganda? Absolutely, they do, okay? Are they aligned with the State Department all the time? Yes. But at the end of the day, they still got fucking dudes that they will send out there to conflict zones. Like there is no alternative to this. Like, I need you to understand, there is no fucking alternative to this. There is no UGC that you can create that's like reliable at all. Even if you know where CNN's biases are, it's still worthwhile to have a guy out there, even if you know that they're fucking biased.
America, death to Israel, certainly a lot more so and a lot more forcefully than we've witnessed in the past. And we've been at a lot of events similar to this one in the past. It was
crazy that Iran allows Western reporters into Iran, but Israel won't let reporters into Gaza. Yeah, of course not, dude. Because look, Iran obviously understands that there is like utility to showcasing the regular Iranian existence on the ground, as opposed to just like letting Western media dominate the fucking airwaves in whichever way they see fit. It's also solidifying the proof in the eyes of the Western world of war crimes in general. And that's precisely the reason why they are obviously going to let Western journalists into the country. Iran has turned public sentiment in less than 2 weeks. No, that's just our community. Let's be real. We're far from the norm here. But the very fact that there is a community as large as this one that even recognizes the sovereignty of Iranian people in general is unheard of in American news. But like, be real. Like, if you ask the average person, I don't think the average person is thinking like, no, Iran is actually shattering American hegemony and that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Oh, you meant like inside of Iran. No, I don't. I mean, there's still plenty of people. There's still plenty of people that are frustrated with the government, but like obviously they're infinitely more frustrated with America and Israel.
Very large, and you could tell that the people there were really angry at the Trump administration, were very angry, obviously, at Israel as well, but at the same time also tried to project that the governing forces here are still very much in control, Anderson, and also that there is a succession in place and that the leadership here in this country is still very much intact.
It's just like I never thought that I would see vindication after vindication so close to like my commentary. Usually it takes a while for people to come on board with the things that I'm saying. And yet nowadays, because of the administration's accelerated buffoonery, you kind of get you kind of immediately see the action and then the reaction. Like things are happening things are happening at a much faster pace, but it is wild. Like that's why I say Parker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. This is part of the reason, right?
It's to defend America.
Yeah, and Senator, I want to ask about what the Wall Street Journal is reporting about your colleague, Senator Lindsey Graham. The Journal is saying that Graham traveled several times to Israel in recent weeks to help make the case on Iran.
I don't know why, what's her face? Laura Ingraham is also kind of not fully on board. Laura Ingraham is not fully on board with what's happening either. It seems like she keeps hitting both angles.
Meeting with members of the country's intelligence agency, spoke with Netanyahu, coaching him on how to lobby President Trump for action. Graham said that Netanyahu showed the president intel that persuaded President Trump to go ahead. Senator, I know you all talk to foreign leaders, and that happens routinely. But speaking to a foreign leader on the precipice of war and seeming to be lobbying or being an intermediary, which this seems to indicate, is that the right way to go?
Well, listen, Lindsey is passionate about defending America, and he is on the road a lot. He's talking to world leaders all over the world. There are times when I agree with Lindsey. There are times when I don't. But when it comes to
what about this? Well, what about this? I mean, this is something of a totally different level, is it not?
No, actually, when it comes to the threat Iran poses, Lindsey agrees they pose a major threat to America, and I agree they pose a major threat to America. Look, Lindsey and I disagreed on the Iraq War. He thought the Iraq War was a good idea. I thought the Iraq War was a mistake. I think Iran is fundamentally different because Saddam Hussein was not murdering Americans on the scale and level that Iran has been doing. Saddam Hussein was not funding Hamas and Hezbollah killing Americans. And
bro, Saddam Hussein literally killed Iranians. Like, he is the worst person to compare this to. Like, if there's one guy, one historic figure in the region that you literally cannot compare to because he was objectively worse for, you know, everybody else involved, it's fucking Saddam Hussein. Ironically enough, you use the Saddam Hussein example to say, despite his ruthless nature, like Iraq would be better off if he was not deposed. Like, it was a spectacular flub.
President Trump acted boldly to take out a regime that had been killing.
He used chemical weapons on his own people? Yeah, except those were good chemical weapons because we gave Saddam Hussein those chemical weapons to use against the Iranians, which he did. And then he used it on his own people, which again is, you know, that's when it became bad because we decided we don't like Saddam Hussein because he was also like, you know, shooting missiles at Israel. That was his like biggest claim to fame.
Americans over.
He's the first to market with you know, bombing Israel. So that's part of the reason why he has a lot of prestige in the region regardless. They call him a lion regardless.
We're not disagreeing on that.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with that. Our point is working with Netanyahu so closely to lobby President Trump, acting as an intermediary for a foreign country. Is that appropriate? That was my simple question. I'm not trying to be difficult here, but that's slightly unusual, is it not? I agree with you on the other points.
I don't think it's a fair characterization that Lindsey is an intermediary for Israel. And a lot of the critics say, oh, the war is all about Israel. Understand, it's not about Israel. It is about America. The reason President Trump acted is to defend America. There's a reason the Ayatollah referred to Israel as the little Satan and America as the great Satan. I believe if the Ayatollah got a nuclear weapon, he would use it. Laura, if
Yeah,
the
I wonder why they say that. I wonder why they fucking say that,
Ayatollah
dude.
could kill you and me right now, he would. And that's why President Trump acted. And so I get frustrated with all the people who say, oh, this is all for Israel. No, it's not. This is for America. This is Donald Trump being the commander-in-chief of the United States of America and protecting us. And you started your monologue by saying this was not going to be a protracted land battle with troops there for a long time. You're absolutely right. That is not going to happen. But the president is acting decisively to take out real threats to the lives and safety of Americans.
All right. Well, Senator, it's great to see you. As always, thank you very much.
USA on TV versus USA in the Middle East is really funny. Oh, man. Oh, will anyone bite? Yeah, Iran's IRGC says any Arab or European country that expels Israeli and U.S. ambassadors will be granted full freedom of passage through the Strait of Hormuz starting tomorrow, according to Iranian state media. Interesting suggestion. Directly putting the control over the Strait of Hormuz in the hands of Iran once again, in the eyes of all the regional leadership, considering that, we're bombing electrical infrastructure? And there it is. We're currently bombing electrical infrastructure, and Trump is planning to an op to try and seize the enriched uranium. Wait, what? No fucking shot. They're doing special operations in Isfahan? Ain't no way.
So we're going to go further and decisively defeating the enemy, whatever it takes. But 3 hours ago, he told CBS News, quote, I think the war is very complete, pretty much. Well, that statement posted by CBS correspondent Weijia Yang was at 3:16 p.m. Well, President Donald Trump knows the timing of that very well. At 3:17 p.m., the Dow Jones Industrial Average shot up, major recovery. Oil went down. Until then, of course, there had been fear, and frankly, overnight in the oil market, panic. Oil had gone well above $100 a barrel. It was absolutely incredible what we witnessed. It was at the highest in 4 years. There was worry and fear and panic, as I said, about a global economic catastrophe. But it is clear tonight, long after the markets have formally closed, that Trump, at least for now, does not have an intention of ramping the war down. In fact, CNN is learning this hour that the Trump administration is considering a highly complex and risky operation to retrieve Iran's known highly enriched uranium. Now, that would be a massive mission. That would require boots on the ground. It would require significant forces, special forces, and it would put a significant number of American ground troops in harm's way. Robert Kelly is a former chief nuclear inspector for the IAEA. He told Outfront that the United States, in his view, probably doesn't even really have a clue where that uranium is. He said, quote, it can be split up into so many batches, so it's probably not all in one place. Seems like a script for a suicide mission with little chance of success.
Did our greatest president just lie to us? Yeah. I mean, I just don't think they're doing that. I don't think they're doing that, especially because if they were fucking doing that, I highly doubt that they would tell the media ahead of time. But then again, I don't know anymore because it's so stupid. Because everything is so stupid. This is the IRGC guy who referred to Trump as the corrupted island man, presumably in reference to the private island of Jeffrey Epstein, Little St. James, nicknamed Pedo Island. Despite flying on Epstein's private plane 7 times, Trump says he never visited. Yeah, they're calling him Island Man over there, which is wild. Blinken thinks he's the only one who said this.
At a couple of things going forward in terms of.
President Trump told CBS today that the war with Iran could be over soon. As I told David Gura at Business last week, 2 forces will ultimately shape how and when this ends: markets and munitions. Yeah, David Blinken and HasanAbi Piker, David Blinken, Anthony Blinken, and HasanAbi Piker in agreement here. Once the world hell is frozen over, we are living through the television presidency. Who knows? This was the intel that convinced Pete Hegseth to do this mission.
Detail on board. Rules of engagement.
Okay, with how stupid the current government is, this low-key could be like a part of it. You know what I mean? They're just straight up going, yeah, we watched this play itself out in Call of Duty. Wait, shut the fuck up. No, Bezalel Smotrich's son actually got fucking murked? Ain't no way. I thought I thought that he got like lasered in the legs or something. Like they pieced his legs up or something. 6 scotch deep. This would definitely seem legit. Can't blame the guy. I thought Hezbollah just like ripped his legs apart. But reports of Ben-Gvir's and Smotrich's son are dead. Wait, what? Ben-Gvir's son is dead too? Wait, what? Or you mean Ben-Gvir is dead? That's what they were saying, which, by the way, I don't know about that one. But yeah, Smotrich's son. Okay, guys, there are a lot of different fake news out there. One is about Benjamin Netanyahu's brother dying in Benjamin Netanyahu's residence that was bombed, is what they were claiming. We don't know if that's correct. There's one report about Ben-Gvir, Itamar Ben-Gvir, also dying, but then the Israeli government is claiming it's a car crash. Again, no evidence is out there for either of those things, okay? You're just hyping yourself up for no fucking reason. It's not, I don't think it's real. And then last but not least, this one is real. The Bezalel Smotrich's son, he got wounded seriously as shrapnel tore through his son's liver during an attack near the Lebanese border that wounded 8 Israeli soldiers, but we don't know if he's dead or not. Smotrich said his son was fucked up real badly. Yeah. Fragment tore through his back and stomach, ripped his liver, and came to rest 1 inch from the largest blood vessel in his abdomen. He was one of 8 soldiers hit in a single round. For all the politicians debating this war from podiums and press conferences, it just arrived at Smotrich's kitchen table. Yeah, I mean, that's usually not... yeah, that's Scott Ritter, man. Like, stop. Like, stop. Please. Like, have a little bit more discipline with your sourcing, okay? Jesus Christ. This is one of the unfortunate byproducts of having, like, anti-imperialist, like a wave of, like, anti-American hegemony politics rip apart the American collective consciousness, where you just, like, end up leaning into sources that are sometimes not very reliable, okay? Like, calm down. Like, you guys don't turn into, like, those fucking anti-hegemony accounts, you know, the hegemony destroyer accounts like Bricks Nation, Bricks News, and then the guy's like fucking, you know, weird like libertarian guy. Back to the special ops mission that seized Iran's uranium is very strange, because didn't the JCPOA literally have Iran shipping out most, if not all of its enriched uranium? Like, what an own goal that is. Yeah, and then the other one was David Bernia or something, the head of Mossad. Again, we don't know if that's real or not. Where is Yemen in all this? Yemen has been waiting. Yemen has been waiting for the American aircraft carrier to reach its shores. Bro, seriously, trying to figure out what accounts are legit on X has been a nightmare for someone like me who never uses X. Yeah, everyone on Twitter loves to spread misinfo. It's kind of fucking crazy. Yeah, Bricks News says China is going to shatter American hegemony by offering nuclear arms to Iran. It's like, that's not real, man. Like, please. Like, please. His son did actually get hurt. Yes, his son did actually get hurt. Anyway, you are also going to get PSYOP'd. The U.S. empire, suffocated by his own power, tries to give his last death throw, seeking his survival, but unwittingly has come up against the strongest enemy in political history, the PSOE. I mean, I like it. It's because Pedro's so hot. I'm sorry. That's literally half of the reason for me. He is such an attractive man. I don't know what it is, but he cooked me. He cooked me. Okay. I saw that handsome man come out and say, enough, you know, demonstrate bare minimum basic competence as a European country, as a leader of a European country. And I was like, wow, this is brilliant. This is incredible. Why does she keep posting shit like this, Lamau? I'm on a flight and my air host hands me a glass of champagne, sees my Magen David, and beneath his breath whispers, L'chaim. He asked me if I want to splash a juice in my glass. I said, just a side of Am Israel Chai. He smiles. I say, are you a member of the tribe? He says, I just found out, yes, in my bloodline. I ask, where are you from? He says, I am from Venezuela. I say, holy shit. How are you feeling right now? Good. He says, I'd love to say more. I will just say, I feel more world. Tobaraba for the you did. Right. What the fuck? Fatlo. What the hell? Fatlo's ghost came after me. What the hell was that? What the fucking hell was that? I just got Eve Fat Lord. Uh-oh. Internet is going in and out. It's not even a joke. Is actually cutting in and out right now. What the fuck? I cannot believe it. Eve Fat Lord's coming after my internet. Eve Fat Lord's coming after. You hit the accent so hard it hit the connection. I don't know what that was. Anyway, let's get back to Iraq.
Is only defending ourselves. We are facing an act of aggression which is absolutely illegal, and what we are doing is
that. What the fuck? Hey, yo, what the fuck? What the hell? Dude, what the frick is going on right now? I'm texting my people. I know we went black screen for a second. My internet is cooked right now. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm Israel high. I love Israel. I love the nation state of Israel. It's the greatest nation of all time. There's no country that is better than the nation state of Israel. Israel is the only country in the world. It's a small nation, but it should be a larger nation. I believe in the greater Israeli project. Please, Israel high. Please, Mossad, stop hitting the laser beam on my internet connection, please. Okay, I think we're good. I think I said the necessary Israel highs to continue. All right.
Is the act of self-defense, which is legal and legitimate. We have already warned everybody in the region that if the U.S. attack us, since we cannot reach the American soil, we have to attack their bases in the region, their facilities, their installations, their assets, and as a result, the war would be spread into the whole region. So this is the consequence of the U.S. aggression against us. We are not responsible for that.
I do want to ask you about another recent strike that killed more than 170 people in Minab in southern Iran. It was at a girls' school. We've heard from President Trump, who said this weekend he denied any U.S. involvement. On Saturday, he actually said, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran. You have said that strike would not go unanswered. What did you mean by that?
Well, this is ridiculous. I think all U.S. medias and different sources from American intelligence and American media, everybody have admitted that this is done by an American missile. There are footages of that. The footages are analyzed by neutral sources, and it is now a consensus that the attack is made by the United States, and they are in charge of the killing of 168 school girls who were absolutely innocent. They had sat in their classrooms, and all of a sudden they were killed by American military.
And we've heard from the Secretary of Defense an investigation is ongoing. But in saying that that strike will not go unanswered, I should note that Iranian strikes in other nations have already killed civilians. Are you saying now that civilians are fair targets in other nations?
What?
No, not at all.
Bro, that is crazy. Again, like saying that about the Iranian missile barrages so far. Saying that about the Iranian missile barrages so far is fucking nutty when Israel and America have killed thousands. Like so close after being like, hey, America double tapped a school with Tomahawk missiles and then blamed you for it, killing 160 little schoolgirls. On the other hand, your missile launches that have primarily been focused on not even like infrastructure, by the way, not even infrastructure, but just American military bases and specific targets hiding in residential areas that have led to, I think, like the total, which by the way, no civilian casualties is acceptable. Okay. I'm not making a defense for this at all. And I think the appropriate thing to do in this circumstance is obviously going to be not targeting any residential areas at all. Having said that, however, looking at like the Iranian conduct so far in the last 9 days, as opposed to the American and Israeli conduct, there is very clearly one force out there that is not following the rules of law, and it's not the Iranian side. The fact that they can still say this shit is crazy. I cannot believe it. So America can kill thousands, and I mean thousands of civilians, Because in comparison to the Iranian conduct thus far, Iran has, I think, killed there have been 2 confirmed contractors, I think, not defense contractors, but 2 confirmed workers that have died as a consequence, have been killed by Iranian strikes because they were debris fell on them or something like that, as opposed to thousands that have been deliberately targeted and killed just in Lebanon alone for one fucking insane suicide mission the Israelis wanted to commit to. They killed 41 Lebanese villagers in one go. They've killed hundreds in Lebanon already in the last missile barrage campaign that they started conducting. But they killed 41 villagers in one go because they wanted to extract the fucking body of some old guy that died against his widow's wishes.
Civilians are not target. Maybe there has been some collateral damages, which is quite, natural in any war, but we have not targeted. Contrary to Americans who deliberately targeted our schools and hospitals and our infrastructure, even, freshwater desalinations, we have never targeted any civilian, location, any civilian purpose, any civilian place. There might be some collateral damages, as I said, but this is not our plan to do that.
Your strikes in some of your neighboring nations, though, have hit a hotel. They've hit oil facilities as well. We've heard from Saudi Arabia's foreign minister, who's condemning those attacks and warning that it retains its full right to take all necessary measures to safeguard its security. Are you worried about the regional impact of your strikes in the neighboring nations, that you will damage Iranian relations in the long run?
Well, if they have all rights to take all necessary measures to protect their facilities, I think we are even, we have more rights to take all necessary measures to defend ourselves, to protect our people. And this is exactly what we are doing. No, this is not our war. This is not our choice. This war is imposed on us. We are under aggression, and we are defending ourselves. They cannot accuse us for things which happen on the other side. They should accuse those who started this war, and I think they should be held responsible for any damage inside Iran and in the region, because everything has started by the United States and Israel.
U.S. officials have noted that they're targeting your nuclear programs, your ballistic missile and drone programs, your naval assets. There are some who've pointed out they're also targeting headquarters and facilities of your internal security forces, some of those forces who have been used to suppress public dissent in the past. And some analysts say the U.S. may be laying the groundwork for some kind of public uprising. Do you believe that's the case? And if protesters take to the streets, will they be allowed to protest?
Well, where are those protesters? We have now millions of people in the streets right now in support of the Islamic Republic, in support of the new supreme leader, in support of their military.
Bro, what country on the planet, if they were under attack of this sort, would allow discontent to exist internally? What country on the planet? We wouldn't even let students protest against a foreign country doing a genocide. In the United States of America, the Biden administration arrested 3,500 peaceful student protesters. We're not even talking about people that had guns or anything, that shot at the police or whatever. We're talking about peaceful student encampments that Biden criminally prosecuted. And that wasn't even America under attack. What do you think America would do if we were getting bombed by a foreign alien power? And there were people that were taken to the streets to be like, no, let them do the bombing, actually. It's good. What do you think America would do in that situation? They would fucking melt the protesters, bro. We know because we already did that. We did that at Kent State with Vietnam, and Vietnam wasn't bombing us. That was another fucking, again, forever war that we had initiated. And not only that, but also, we literally put every Japanese person in a fucking concentration camp during World War II, ahead of time.
The armed forces. No, where are those protesters? People are, the big majority of people are now angry about this aggression. They are supporting, our armed forces. They are in the streets with the Iranian flags everywhere. So where are those accusations come from? Yes, they have attacked many of our facilities. They have attacked our nuclear facilities, but they couldn't destroy our nuclear program because it is a technology advanced and developed by ourselves. They have also attacked our missile facilities, but they have not been able to stop firing missiles against themselves. So the firings continues, and we are prepared. We are well prepared to continue attacking them with our missiles as long as needed and as long as it takes.
That is the Foreign Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, joining us today. Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you for your time.
Thank you indeed. Thank you for having me.
And a note, we did invite White House officials for an interview on the NewsHour. They declined. Our invitation still stands.
The American Public Broadcasting Service was able to reach out to the foreign minister of the country that we're currently at war with, and he was willing to entertain an interview, but our country's very own Department of Defense, also now known as the Department of War, refused to do an interview? What a fucking joke, man. What a goddamn joke we are.
Support your local PBS station. Your local station needs you now. Your generous financial support is more critical than ever to keep your local PBS station strong. Make a gift today to continue to provide a home.
This is the latest video we have of the day.
Like, I'll admit, it's not very difficult for me to say America bad. Like, they're doing the point. They don't even have any sort of like sophisticated propaganda to try and make it seem like America is not bad and there's like some kind of like overall good that they're doing this for. Is pretty crazy that they've just decided, nah, America's bad, honestly, and you need to shut the fuck up.
An area where a girls' school was hit in Iran. We've analysed the footage. We think it might shed light on who was responsible for the attack. Here is why. No one disputes that the deadly strike took place. More than 165 people, including children, were killed in the blast.
More than 165 people, including children. It was mostly children. That's crazy. Overwhelming majority were children, little girls.
During school hours at the elementary school, parents have blamed each other. But this video sheds crucial new light. It was put out by an Iranian news agency which said it shows the school being hit. That's wrong. Actually, it is a building in the same area, and so far there's no footage of the school strike itself. But it does give a very important clue about what might have happened. If you look closely at the start of the video, you see the strike, and then you can see smoke coming out of an area where the school is supposed to be. And here you can see the outline of a missile quite clearly. Experts have told us this is a US Tomahawk. Then we went and looked for footage of US military action on the same day. We found this video released by the US military that shows similar missiles being launched on the same day of the school strike. We can't say whether this particular salvo or this particular missile was part of the attack, but it shows they were being fired at the same time. The US is the only combatant that uses the Tomahawk missile. But why would someone want to strike that site? Well, we had a look through the satellite images, the before and after. This is the satellite image of the compound before the strike. The main part of this is an Iranian Revolutionary Guards naval base. The school, built at the same time, is separated from the base by a wall. You can see brightly coloured walls which look like chalk markings on the floor and the outline of a sports court. And this is after. The imagery shows large holes in the centre of each of the buildings targeted, indicating precision strikes, but absolutely devastating when they hit. Let's go back to that video of the Tomahawk missile. It appears it is hitting one part of the IRGC base, but not the school itself. There's a plume of smoke on the right. This is where the school is, indicating it may already have been hit by this point. Israeli spokespeople have said they were not aware of any operation in the area and said they didn't know who was responsible. President Donald Trump rejected accusations that the US was behind the attack. His defense secretary, Peter Hegseth, was a little more guarded.
No, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating?
But the only side that targets civilians
is Iran.
Without independent access to the site or clear imagery of any potential missile parts recovered, that investigation may take some time. But the devastation of the strike is also clear from another type of satellite imagery. This shows graves being dug for those who were killed, row after row of them. This was a strike in the very first days of the war. While it still continues, there's similar potential for more civilian casualties.
I must say, I am perpetually shocked by the depths of the depravity when it comes to a lot of these, streamers, influencers, whatever the fuck you want to call them. I told you guys there was a story of all these influencers who lived in the Gulf Arab states, the playground of the 1%. And they, as soon as the war started, they fled so quickly, and they literally left their dogs behind and they left their animals behind. And there was like a record number of calls to like shelters and shit being like, you gotta take my animal, I'm leaving. Literally even to the point where they were like, I'll just have my animal euthanized because I don't care about this fucking animal. I'm just trying to get out of here. Like this is how disgusting the influencer class is. They're so gross. They're so fucking gross. I feel like I need to take a shower. Just the fact that I'm even loosely affiliated with these disgusting fucks, it sickens me to no end. Well, anyway, the king of the fucking streamers is, of course, a guy by the name of Asmongold, or as we call him, Asmeinkampf. And he's somehow getting worse by the day, bro. He is somehow getting worse by the day. I mean, he started gargling Trump's nuts not that long ago. He, of course, said some casually genocidal shit about Palestinians, which is like the first political comments that I saw that came onto my radar. Well, now he's trying to find a way to go even lower than that. Okay, so talking about the Iran war, and he says this.
Sounds going nuts about a school getting bombed. Oh, a school got bombed? Yeah, I didn't see that. I mean, again, any time that I hear somebody trying to cry and get upset about like, oh my God, Israel and America bombed a school, Iran killed thousands of their own people. And
Iran killed thousands of their own people, so we should be allowed to bomb their elementary schools? It's so wrong that they killed their own people, so now we're going to kill their own people. Because it was wrong that they killed their own people. You might want to like workshop some of this shit before you go on air and start babbling, you unwashed fuck. Like you just might want to like, hey, you know what? Let me do a little outline here. Let me write a little framework skis, okay? Let me jot out the Cliff Notes version of what I'm gonna say when tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people are watching me. You think, no, you don't want to do that? You don't care if you contradict yourself, make an ass of yourself, say some fucking depraved genocidal shit? Like, none of that matters to you? Apparently not.
America bombed a school. Iran killed thousands of their own people, and nobody was really talking about that at all.
I saw endless fucking talk about that to the point where it was very clear they were making numbers up. Some of them literally tried to argue that more people died in a couple days of protests in Iran than died throughout the entire genocide that Israel did to Gaza.
Yeah.
That's how ridiculous these people are. That 30,000 number, by the way, completely and utterly made up. Completely and utterly made up. There's fucking zero evidence for it.
Yep.
Did they kill some people? I'm sure. Wasn't anywhere near fucking 30,000. And all the same people were like, actually, they're faking the deaths in Gaza. All of them were like, it's like 100,000 Iranians killed by the Iranian regime. These people fall, they're fucking Hassan called them Asman cattle, because like they fall for the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your life, the worst propaganda you've ever seen, and they will slurp that bitch up as long as it comes from Trump or people adjacent to Trump.
People, and nobody was really talking about that at all. So yeah, I mean, if a school gets bombed and kids get killed, it's sad. It's obviously a tragedy, but it's collateral damage in a war, and
it's sad. It's an obvious tragedy, but it's collateral damage in a war. Saying it's collateral damage implies it was a mistake. What we now learned is it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It was a Tomahawk missile that specifically targeted that building. Okay? We are now double digits when it comes to hospitals and schools that have been hit. At some point, you got to go, you know what? I think this is on purpose. I think this is the point. I think terrorizing the civilians is the point. Israel attacked the oil refinery, and now a city of 10 million people are under toxic rain that causes cancer and lung issues and all sorts of health problems. Was that a mistake? Oh, I'm sorry. Did we poison a whole city of 10 million people? Our bad. That was a mistake. We didn't mean to do that. Yes, you fucking did. Yes, you did. And it's people like this. This is why I can't stand these sorts of people, is they never stop for 1 second to think, hold on, what if we actually are the baddies? It never occurred to him. What if our intent is actually not pure and it's not good? What if it has nothing to do with freedom and democracy and liberty and like, spreading the proper values? What if we actively want a broken region of the world, a failed state, warlords to fucking gain control, open slave markets, and that makes it so there is no regional adversary for Israel and they could take over the entire area? What if that's exactly what's going on here? And it would never occur to him, ever, in a million years. Because, you know, we're us, and we're good, because we're us.
I don't think Asmongold thinks about it that much. I think he just literally turns around and finds like the maximum bad guy position and just goes along with it. Like, I think that's his, like, it's very obvious that there's a market for this. And there are a lot of people who want to justify this cruelty. And he will be a willing servant of those people. He's realized that as long as he leans into whatever the administration is saying, no matter how heinous, he'll have support. Of course, the issue for him is he doesn't realize that the type of guy that wants to hear from Asmongold is increasingly more mad at the administration for going to war with Iran because of Israel. If he wanted to present himself as a bold truth teller, he would probably take an anti-Iran position. I mean, anti-Israel position, sorry. But he's not taking that position right now because he thinks like this is the better lane. He's so fucking gross, though.
Insane simpleton shit is what this is.
To see a tragedy, but it's collateral damage in a war, and it's inevitable, number one.
It's inevitable to bomb an elementary school. It's inevitable to bomb double-digit hospitals and schools. Inevitable. You know, it's like a hurricane. It's like a tornado. It's like just like an act of nature. There's nothing we could do. I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, it just happens. You know, you wake up. Sometimes you wake up and you go, oops, did I bomb an elementary school and kill little girls? Tee-hee-hee. It happened. Just like you got to wake up and you got to go take a piss. Sometimes you wake up and you press a big red button and you murder an elementary school full of kids. It just happens, right?
And number two, you know, if they didn't want that to happen, maybe they shouldn't have been funding terror groups and antagonizing a world superpower like America.
I didn't know that the elementary school was doing that. That's kind of crazy. The elementary school was doing that? That's crazy. See, I thought they were just little kids that were going and learning. That's what I thought. My bad, dog. I didn't realize they were doing all that.
You know, if they didn't want that to happen, maybe...
Yeah, the IRGC generals that are 6 years old at the elementary school, you know, they are the ones who have control over... they're the ones who have control over the levers of power in Iranian society.
Maybe they shouldn't have been funding terror groups and antagonizing a world superpower like America. Like if you, and this is what I think is ridiculous, right? Is that how is it that you can antagonize somebody for so many years and then they attack you back and now you're the victim?
That is fucking hilarious because the only people antagonizing are Israel. And it's always been. Asmongold has no idea that Iran...
I know you haven't addressed him on stream lately, but his insane rhetoric on a stream has ramped up so much lately. His comments on Zoran were insanely racist. I don't even see most of his... like some of his idiotic baby tantrums make their way to my timeline, and when I see it, I'll just, you know, call him a fucking... I'll say he's like Asmon cattle, or I'll say like we should draft Asmongold to fight in the war or whatever. But I don't really hear from him that much, and I kind of like it. You are the terrorist, attack back. Burnt Peanut just roasted my country of Cuba again, and he wishes all the Cuban diaspora the worst. Okay, why the fuck are you watching Burnt Peanut, brother? What the fuck? I mean, there's a lot of chuds. There's a lot of hogs out there. His father would be disgusted by this now. Yeah, but it's, you know, there's no one holding him back at this point.
The strictest controls on the enriched uranium right before they were attacked. He has no idea. They basically gave the U.S. negotiators, fine, we'll do whatever the fuck you want. Didn't matter, they were attacked. They followed the Iran agreement perfectly. The JCPOA in 2015, they followed it perfectly, verified over a dozen times. And then Trump got in there and violated the agreement and ripped up the deal. And somehow Iran's the problem. Somehow Iran is antagonizing. The fact of the matter is, every step of the way, Israel and the U.S. were antagonizing. That's an objective, stone-cold fact. Okay? But he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know. He doesn't know anything about the history of the region. He doesn't know anything about 1953 and the overthrowing of Mohammed Mossadegh that the CIA and MI6 did, where we overthrew their leader because they nationalized their oil so that the people of Iran could profit from their own natural resources. Then the Islamic Revolution was a direct result of the Western puppet dictator being brutal and repressive. He doesn't know. He doesn't care. Like, that's why people say about Asmongold, his whole show is...
He says Zoran is not American. Right-wing account clipped
As we spend more
Asmongold goes nuclear on New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani in his base. He puts his identity and faith over America. We've imported millions who don't assimilate. Drain taxes, vote tribe loyalty, fix, denaturalize and deport every single one of the recent immigrants. Things would be way better without them.
time looking at this, we will see that people like Zoran Mamdani are fundamentally not Americans. They don't identify as an American. They don't put their country first. They put their ethnicity first. They put their religion first, and they do not put their country first. People like this have no position in power. And ultimately, I don't really think Zoran is the problem. I think it's the fact that we have imported a bunch of people who, based off of an ethnic, racial, and religious basis, have voted him into this position are the problem. And I think that we need to systematically denaturalize and deport every single one of them. That's what I think that we need to do.
It's so funny. Yeah, Twitch TOS is decoration for the stream, you know? I mean, that's crazy. What are we doing? He's just out here straight up doing Nazi propaganda, bro. Yeah, Zoran, who is one of the most popular politicians in the country right now, you know, overseeing the lives of everyday Americans to the tune of 14 million people in New York City, which he is the mayor of, is actually not putting Americans first. And he was only allowed into the country because there is an ethnic need. Is he evil and uneducated? Yes, he is both evil and uneducated. I don't really like saying he's evil, though, because he kind of gets off on that, I think. He's just a fucking loser. That's what it is. He's just a fucking friendless loser who people don't even want to be around for the most part. And he'll turn around and say this is like ad hominem or some shit, but it's because he has a repulsive ideology. And the only people, it's not an accident that the only people that want to fucking farm clout off of his ass are also disgusting monsters. Like half of his fucking best friends are outed as like rapists and pedophiles and lolly enjoyers. Like he's just a repulsive guy surrounded by also repulsive people. And it's because he wants to fucking farm people's approval, and he realizes that this is the easiest way to farm approval. There are a lot of fucking disgusting losers on the internet who are rudderless, who are angry, and don't really know what they're angry at, and they're very malleable. They're very easy to manipulate, and Asmongold can do that by engaging with them with the lowest common denominator propaganda, where he can just sit there. He can just fucking sit there and be like, yeah, Zoran Mamdani is actually disgusting and un-American, and act as though he's making like a coherent argument. And some people actually like that open bigotry. They're nasty pieces of shit for the most part. Asmongold certainly is a bad person. Definitely a bad person. Can't actually maintain an audience playing Dark Souls 2, Rage Quit the Game, or Dark Souls 3, forget which one it was. And that's what like that's what started his like villain arc, because people were like dunking on him. His gamers were making fun of him, and he couldn't handle the heat. So he realized like, oh, I can get the admiration of these fucking douchebags by leaning into their frustrations and redirecting their animosity to vulnerable populations by heightening, white supremacist tensions in the country. And that's what it is. His villain arc, $10 says you can't redeem him. What do you mean? There's no redemption for this guy. Asmongold says he'll never attend another streamer event or collab with Twitch streamers again. I'm basically racist against Twitch streamers. I have no problem doing a collab stream with Clavicular. So you're saying this is literally From Software's fault? No, it's because he's a weak and insecure man. He's a weak man and very desperate for admiration.
All of these immigrants that have come over here recently, they haven't assimilated. They're costing taxpayers money.
Like saying Zoran Mamdani is an immigrant that hasn't assimilated to the region is so funny, because if you were to put Asmongold on one side and Zoran Mamdani on the other side, just on paper of like and put their achievements across, right? Like 34-year-old guy who became the mayor of New York City by running objectively an American first campaign, like a campaign that said no to foreign interference, saying no to Israel, something that Asmongold even at the time gave credit to, a campaign that said we can take money away from some of the wealthiest subsects of society and give it back to the working class that want to live in the city, that play a major role in building this beautiful city. That guy is less American than a monstrous cancer sore that never fucking leaves his house and wastes away in toxic sludge, like, and is not really a part of normal functioning society at all, and just constantly is just hyping up racial agitation. Like, I wonder which one is more American than the other, you know? He's like a fucking living skid mark. And he's talking shit about, again, the mayor of New York City. It's not a surprise that the majority of his audience are fucking Euroid neo-Nazis who love LARPing as MAGA, you know? As opposed to someone like myself, where most of my audience is American, you know? Obviously, on the aesthetic front, you know, who's more American? Oh, the patriot. Who's more patriotic? The racist, right? That's the attitude that a lot of people have, but that's obviously not the case. He has a bunch of IT neo-Nazi shut-ins from like the Netherlands and shit tuning in to be like, yeah, we are MAGA too, yeah. We are MAGA too. We love Donald Trump. Like, that's his entire community. That's his entire audience. It's ridiculous.
James Flynn, the political scientist who documented this pattern, showed that IQ scores increased roughly.
Papa Gut coming after Asmongold? Okay, I'm sad. That's my president, President Papa Gut. He has the same chud takes of dudes that would make fun of him in public. Yeah. He's literally just 4chan in human form. Yeah, I mean, he is just disgusting. He's like a fucking human skin tag. I don't know what else to say.
Etc. They all need to go, in my opinion. I think all of them need to go. And if that happened, I think that things would be a lot better overall, right? They would definitely be a lot better. As we spend more time.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I'm looking.
Asmongold goes nuclear on New York City Mayor Mamdani. All right, I gotta fucking respond to this. I gotta hit something here. I have to type some shit up here, you know? And then I said, I wonder who's more American, the dudes running a major American city or the human skid mark that doesn't leave his decrepit home. Take your time, buddy. Shut up. I didn't even read it. Lorry driver versus Detective Kim, the most boring racist. Bro, people aren't Nazis, you crazy guys. You guys, all people say it creates what division and separates and it's pure hate. Come on, guys, stop using that word. It's silly. Why, lol? Bro, chat GPTing this? Bro, I'm literally writing this on stream. I just typed it out. Yeah, no, the real divisiveness is not saying that Zohran Mamdani is un-American. The real divisiveness is the guy who wants to denaturalize every fucking brown person, calling that person a Nazi. That's the real divisiveness. It's so funny. It's like all these guys love repeating Nazi propaganda, defending Nazis over and over again. And when you fucking call them Nazis, they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I can't believe you would say such a thing.
I am still a streamer, and I do make content here on Twitch. I am not really a part of the streaming community. You're probably never going to see me at another streaming event. I'm never probably going to do a collab stream again with another streamer. It's probably never going to happen again. I don't know. I don't like saying never say never, right? But like it's something I'm really never planning on doing again, collabing with, or having anything to do with these people ever. And it's not that I hate them. Some of them I do. But many of them, that's not the case.
Yeah, no, everyone was like on their fucking hands and knees being like, why won't Asmongold come and fucking smell bad at our parties?
But too far? What about Clav? That's the thing. I'm saying, this might sound bad. I'm talking about Twitch streamers specifically. I have no problem doing a collab stream with Kovicure. I have no problem with that. Same with like talking to like maybe Sneeko, right? Or like Nick, right? I've got no issue with that. But specifically Twitch streamers, I'm basically racist against Twitch streamers. And after my 10 years on Twitch and the 5 years recently, can you really fucking blame me? After how many of my friends have been canceled, crashed.
Yeah, bro, your friends have been canceled because they did sex offenses. Like what? Like they got canceled by the courts, dude. What are you talking about? They got canceled by the legal system. That's wild. Oh my God. Think about how many of my friends have been canceled. Yeah, dude, because they did rapes. Like that's, you know, the fuck is wrong with you? Nobody's a Nazi since the 40s law. You are creating a Nazi narrative by calling people that guys. Just call them something that isn't hateful or that word. It's like the other N word. Come on, use your heads. If everyone here would understand that, then it'd be a more peaceful world. Like, guys, name calling is just lame as fuck. I love this chatter. This guy's fucking awesome. No one is a Nazi since the 40s. Yeah, totally. All the people that actually call themselves neo-Nazis, they're not even Nazis. Like, that's bullshit. And also, calling someone a Nazi is like calling someone the N-word. Another incredible take. And then last but not least, he fucking turns around and says, It's actually hateful. All right, thank you. Here's the attention you ordered, chatter. Eat this fucking band, suck my dick.
Out. Massive problems. Huge drama. Can you actually blame me?
Yeah, bro said you can't be a Nazi unless you're from a specific region in 1930s Germany. You know, from the Nazi Germany. Like we're talking about Champagne or some shit. Mamdani hosted Mahmoud Khalil at Gracie Mansion to break the fast. Hell yeah. For Mahmoud Khalil, this past year has been marked by profound hardship and by profound courage. A year ago, Mahmoud was walking home through our city, sharing an iftar with his wife, Noor, when he was detained by federal agents, flown to Louisiana, and then held in an ICE facility for months. In that time, he was forced to miss the birth of his first child. All of this for exercising his First Amendment rights and protesting the ongoing genocide in Palestine. And yet, even in the face of that cruelty, there has also been beauty. New Yorkers raising their voices in solidarity, a city refusing to look away. Mahmoud won his freedom, and a father was finally reunited with his child. Last night, as we marked the one-year anniversary of his detention, Rama and I were honored to welcome Mahmoud, Noor, and their son, Dean, to Gracie Mansion to break our fast together. Mahmoud is a New Yorker, and he belongs in New York City. Nice. Bro, ever since October 7, I've seen a lot of leftists get called Nazis. None of them react the way right-wingers do. It's so obvious. They just feel called out. Yeah, I get called a fucking Nazi all the goddamn time. You don't ever see me go, wait a minute, yeah. Who's a Nazi? No such thing exists, yeah. Yeah, every fucking Israel dick rider calls me a Nazi every day. I've not once been like, wow, you're really diluting the term, you know? I wonder why. Perhaps it's because the shoe doesn't fucking fit for someone like myself. But all you dumb fucks that keep chirping about it very obviously recognize that your ideals are totally fucking in line with Nazis. You know? German liberals don't like it when you throw out the N-word. I know. German liberals are so fucking annoying. CPAC head says Iranian schoolgirls are better dead than in a burqa. Leading Republicans don't seem to care about bombing the girls of schools in Iran. And if another country bombed an elementary school in Alabama, then started saying shit like they're better off dead than growing up evangelical while their executive branch was posting 2010 Marvel memes on their socials, what do you think the reaction would be? Yeah, exactly. But no other country can do that to us. Well, there might be a country that can do that to us in the future, you know? You should just beg. You just hope to God that they're not as fucking cruel and as ruthless as we are, you know? Gross.
Watching what Trump does, giggling and going, yeah, based. Like, thank you. Thank you for your fucking genius input. And by the way, this is where so many people are going now. They're done with like the Ben Shapiro, highfalutin, fake intellectual bullshit. And they're just like, give me some unwashed idiot in his room giggling and agreeing with anything Trump does without researching any of it.
You are saying it dilutes the term in sense of anti-Semitism. Yes, calling things that are not anti-Semitic does dilute the term. That's the difference. It does. And as a matter of fact, I don't even need to advocate for this anymore. I don't even need to say it out loud because it's already here. It's already been destroyed. No one gives a fuck when someone is called an anti-Semite. People still do give a fuck when you're called a Nazi, though.
The fact is, what I'm saying is accurate. Still doesn't excuse the double tap. Only reason for that is to kill medical. Well, of course you should kill their medical.
Of course you should kill their medical. Doctors, nurses, paramedics, of course, they're fair game. Murder them. By the way, I'm sure he would feel like this if it was, you know, the elementary school of a family member that went there and they got murdered. I'm sure he'd say, well, that's fair game, right? I'm sure if it was the hospital by him, if it got bombed, well, that's fair game. We're at war, right? I'm sure he'd feel that way. I'm sure it's not just because it's the other that he feels like this, right?
Of course you should kill their medical. Like, if they're helping, of course you should kill their medics. Like, if you have these people that are helping these soldiers that are terrorizing you and fighting against you, you should, of course, shoot them.
Yeah, this guy doesn't know anything. Like, I'm willing to bet he thinks this because he's like, what do you mean? If you're doing a raid, you hit the healer. Like, he literally thinks you're supposed to, like, target the healers. He doesn't understand that that is a fucking transparent war crime. Also, these healers were not even fucking healing the soldiers. They were first responders trying to take out the little children from the rubble. Incredible work.
The whole point about the medical profession is they don't distinguish. Like, if you are a serial killer and you're locked up for life, you still have a fundamental right to medical care. It's not like, oh, since you're a serial killer, you get cancer, and now we're just going to let you rot with the cancer and not get any treatment whatsoever. Like, that's not how it works. In civilized, functional societies that give the basic bare minimum of a shit about human rights, this stuff is off the table. Everybody deserves medical care, right? And here he is saying, well, yeah, but if you're helping people who I think are bad, who I have defined as bad, therefore, you're fair game. God, this...
Yeah, it's wonderful that Twitch banned streamers for 30 days over a Sabra hummus tier list created by their own staff at their own event, but advocating to fucking murder medics, and not even in the field of combat, after like a fucking after a military operation that blew up a fucking school, killing 150 plus little schoolgirls, and then the first responders that arrived on scene. Justifying all that is totally valid. It's incredible stuff. Hassan, you precogged their defense. Asmongold understands the art of war. Pretty sure that's what you do in a real-time strategy game so that your enemy couldn't heal their units. Oh my God. Can I be honest? This Asmongold stuff is meaningless to me. It's obvious that his whole shtick at this point is just to say the most insane and unhinged shit and get this kind of attention from it. I don't even feel any sort of anger from him anymore because it's just dumbass being proudly dumb. What am I supposed to do about that? Waste my energy being mad every fucking day? I mean, we get mad. We get mad at, you know, shit that is actually relevant. What here he says you should not follow international law. It's this that pisses me off because there are a lot of dumb baby brain losers out there who will watch his commentary and reward him with the clicks that he desperately wants. That's what pisses me off more than anything else. The fact that there is a market for it, you know, the fact that there are so many people out there who are like, oh, hell yeah, base, dude. We should kill more fucking medics. Straight up fucking neo-Nazi, dude.
He is spiritually Israeli, right? He is spiritually Israeli with how he talks about this shit, isn't he?
You should, of course, shoot them. Duh. Ugh. Like, what are you talking about? That's a war... What? Yes, absolutely. That's a war crime? What do you mean? The medics? Yes, absolutely. It's a brutal take. It's not a brutal take. The fact...
My God. My God. All right, and then here he goes. Trump is not enough of a warmonger. He's actually a pussy.
I said it last year. I think that Trump is such a pussy. I do. I think he is the biggest fucking bitch. It makes me like we should be doing something like Maduro once a week.
We should be doing an illegal and offensive regime change where we bomb and kill grandmas like Rosa Gonzalez, rest in peace. And then we should steal their natural resources and put it in a private bank account in Qatar so Trump can get personally rich off of all of Venezuela's oil. That's what he wants to do every week.
Like once a week, we need to be doing that. Like we have this arm.
I love how he's so cucked. He doesn't even realize that this does nothing for you. That this is literally only for the Epstein class. The fucking disgusting pervert, rapist, pedophile Epstein class that somehow you think you're going to get good things off of? Are you insane? They're the enemy of humanity, and so are you.
$1 trillion a year for the army. You're telling us we can only do this like once every 4 years? Come on. Give me a break. And not radical enough? I know. He's a massive fucking bitch. The reason why I don't like Trump isn't because he's extreme. It's because he's not extreme.
He needs to do more war. He needs to overthrow more countries. He needs to steal more natural resources. How are you not just a Nazi? Like, shouldn't you just say, I am a Nazi? Like, shouldn't you just admit that? Because that's what this shit is. That's what this...
I mean, he is, but it's like fun for him to play around with it. Also, I don't think any of this stuff, he even thinks twice about anything that he's saying.
Mindset, that's what this ideology is. You want to loot, you want to pillage, you want to massacre innocent people, kill kids, kill medics, overthrow more countries, steal their shit. Like, I don't know, man. Something is completely fucking gone in the mind of people like this. Like, this is just unsalvageable, in my opinion, you know? Like, things that 99% of people would agree are gross. Like, think about the number of people who reacted to the bombing of the elementary school with disgust and horror and thought, like, oh my God, that's horrible, right? And think of his reaction. Like, I don't know who this is for. And by the way, if you watch this guy, like, it's not too late to fucking jump ship, right? It's not too late to jump ship because this is as depraved as it gets. And usually people like to think of themselves to one extent or another as the good guy and like having the right values. And when you're now openly defending bombing doctors and bombing elementary school kids and, you know, asking Trump to do more war because apparently the fucking 8 that he's doing are not enough, like, it kind of is hard to keep that veneer of like, I'm a good person, right? Like even that sort of goes away in that scenario. But anyway, there you have it. That's why he's called As Mein Kampf.
Yeah, he is 100% like reveling in the idea that like people despise him. Like he leans into it. It's vice signaling. It's a horrible way to live. And unironically, the only times where he actually feels the hurt, like a lot of people get mad at me when I look at Asmongold videos, but it does matter when he goes viral. I know it matters to him when he goes viral. When he goes viral for this like evil shit that he's saying and normal people interact with him for the first time ever, because he gets away with like being in his own corner, being like a repulsive little freak in his own corner. But when it actually reaches to the other side, people are horrified by what he's saying, and they actually do start yelling at him, and it does hurt his feelings. 100%. It absolutely hurts his feelings because he still wants to like feel loved. It's not that he like triggers the libs and he's in it for the battle, or that this is like a serious ideological project for him. Yes, he absolutely does. You know for a fact that he does. He does have fucking feelings and he cares about validation. So when people, that's fair, you only really cover him in depth when he goes viral. Appreciate you pointing out as someone who sometimes gets annoyed when you cover him, but I understood now. No, 100%. His right-wing grifting pivot, when it reaches across the aisle, actually hurts his sensitive feelings. Because he's doing all this for validation. He's doing all this for praise. He's doing all this for a sense of belonging. And when he's constantly inundated with people being like, you're a fucking loser, what the hell are you saying? He does get sad about it. And you can see it. Like when he experiences repercussions for his actions, he gets sad about it. He'll be like, oh, I'm so strong. I don't want to be around anybody. I hate everyone or whatever, right? But in real life, it does actually hurt him. Same with like when he can't hang out with his friends. Oh, I can't be around other people. I'm never going to go around and be around other people any longer because like everybody's abandoned me. Yeah, you did that to yourself.
3 points per decade in many countries throughout the 20th century.
I think there's a lot of reasons why that happens. And
yeah, that's because
one of the reasons is a eugenic reason. Whenever you have dumb people that are really stupid, the probability is that they're not going to reproduce.
Dude, I don't think that there's ever been a dumber fucking thing that anyone has ever said in like the history of the world. The idea that dumb people aren't reproducing. This has to be Asmongold's dumbest fucking take, right? Like we have to understand this. My man, dumb people are the only ones producing. They don't care if they have enough money to survive. They will just go and have fucking kids. They don't give a shit. What are you talking about? Smart people try to make sure that they have the finances available to have kids. The hell are you saying?
So the reason why is that those dumb people usually make bad decisions. Those bad decisions get them put in jail, and you can't have a kid whenever you're in jail.
What are you talking? Dude, this guy's an idiot. So what, most dumb people are in jail now? I don't understand what's happening.
So that's what happens is that a lot of...
He's so dumb. Holy fuck, dude.
dumb people wrong. Well, of course, it's obvious that's true.
I can't believe anybody listened to this and went, yeah, I think this guy's actually speaking facts.
Is that a lot of the dumbest people are going to get removed from the gene pool.
He's so fucking stupid. This has to be Asmongold's dumbest fucking moment in his entire life. That's the biggest indication that he doesn't go outside. Nobody would ever agree with this. Even like racist conservatives are saying, guys, we're taking in too many brown people from other countries that are dumb. They think they're dumb. I don't. Because white people aren't having enough babies and they just think all white people are smart. Asmongold isn't being consistent with any narrative ever. He's just saying something to say something. That's literally it. Please, for the love of fucking Christ, acknowledge this and understand this. Asmongold doesn't mean anything he says. Understand, like...
Papa God is right. That's my president right there. Even though he calls me apparently anti-Semitic all the time, he's right on this issue. Like he is trying to farm outrage. That's all he's doing. Asmon Dad was the last string of humanity he had left. I for real think he's just having a public breakdown. This guy talks more shit about you than he does about Asmon. I don't care. He needs to be addressed and dissected. A spotlight is needed so much as the good people know of his disgusting worldview and how he's poisoning the internet waves. Yeah.
Asmongold is a fucking goldfish. He just wants to disagree with everything everyone is saying. This is his stupidest moment ever.
Contrarian death worshiper craves self-isolation is probably for the best he stays home. I mean, like I said, he's a disgusting little fucking freak and utterly repulsive. So that's it. Most normal people would be... Papa Gut is a leftist pipeline, bro. Yeah, I think he was... Perhaps he was a little bit too, like, up Ethan Klein's asshole initially, if he's, like, running around being like, I'm a fucking anti-Semite. It is also kind of funny because, like, where is the market for that now? Like, it is pretty funny how much, like, the discourse changed over the last 2.5 years, where, like, yeah, sure, at first there was a lot of, like, people who were like, fuck you, how dare you say free Palestine? Then it was like, okay, free Palestine, but like, you know, Israel would never bomb a hospital. Then it was like, okay, oh my God, Israel bombed every hospital, free Palestine, but also Hamas is bad. But we're almost 3 years into it. And at this point, I'm sure there are still, you know, Japanese imperial soldiers still fighting the good fight 40 years after World War II ended, right? But like, there isn't really a lane for people who are still running around being like, Israel committed a genocide and the Palestinian people deserve freedom, but also the only group of people that are fighting for Palestinians in that emancipatory need are actually like evil, violent monsters. And if you actually defend them in any way, shape, or form, you're a bad guy, you're an anti-Semite. Like, it's gone. It's over. You know what I mean? Especially with like Israel doing this shit in Syria, in Lebanon, and now doing it in Iran. It's pretty obvious that, you know, this is a one-sided endeavor where Israel is always in the wrong. What is this? Hassan is just speculating about Asman. You're overanalyzing why Asman has the opinions he does. It's not purposeful. He's just dumb, hateful, racist piece of shit. He's been like that since the WoW days. I think that's part of it for sure. But guys like Asmongold absolutely, guys like Asmongold absolutely do go along with the wins, right? Like, even if they have dumb and hateful positions, if a lot of people were yelling at him for having those dumb and hateful positions, then he would stop saying them, right? The reason why he continues is because there is a market for it. It's pretty weird because he has a lot of fans, but in real life, I haven't met a single person that actually watches videos. Yes, because they don't go outside. One, because they're in fucking, they're in Europe for the most part. And two, they don't go outside anyway. Yeah, you're not going to see a fucking IT specialist in the Netherlands that's like awake at America hours. You know what I mean? Because that's literally his fucking audience. Like, even if you lived in the Netherlands, you would never meet an Asmongold fan because, again, they don't go outside. They sleep during the day and they're up during America hours because that's the time frame that they're working. Officer Tucker is correct that the most generous explanation at this point is that the bombing of the schoolgirls was a U.S. mistake, but we need to do an investigation to find out if it truly was. Double tap is not an easy explanation. Okay. Roughly a week into the Iran war, a majority of voters oppose it, do not want to see the U.S. ground troops sent, and do not expect a quick end to the conflict, per Quinnipiac poll. But support has reached 40%. Opposition is at 53% still, but support has reached 40%. Why has it reached 40%? Because Republicans are at 85%. Okay? Dude, why are we Dutch catching all these fucking strays? I don't know why I've decided to hit the Dutch with this, but apologies. Would you support or oppose sending U.S. ground troops? 37% support it, 52% oppose it. Republicans, watch this space. Watch this space, because the moment that like Donald Trump sends those troops, that's just going to flip so fucking hard. CBS New York is cooking Zoran Mamdani.
The protesters who...
Classic. His message to Saudi Arabia. Oh, Lindsey Graham. Let's watch Lindsey Graham talking about Saudi Arabia.
To help you construct a new Mideast, you need to up your game here. I can't go to South Carolina and say we're fighting and you won't publicly fight. What you're doing behind the scenes, that has to stop. The double dealing of the Arab world when it comes to this stuff needs to end. I go back to South Carolina. I'm asking them to send their sons and daughters over to the Mideast. What I want you to do in the Mideast, to our friends in Saudi Arabia and other places, step forward and say this.
Have you heard of Michael Peretti? You mean Parenti? Yes, I am familiar.
This is my fight, too. I join America. I'm publicly involved in bringing this regime down. If you don't, you're making a great mistake, and you're going to cut off the ability to have a better relationship with the United States. I say this as a friend. To our Arab friends, I've tried to help you.
Yeah, he's been fucking complaining that, like, the Arab countries are not doing enough.
God bless you for trying. God bless you for destroying this regime.
And Spain, Macron, and Great Britain, they either wake up. This is their tipping point moment too. Just like the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, you decide now. UAE, decide now. Qatar, decide now. Because I'm a little sick and tired of you know, the constant threading of needles. They wanted the Iranians stopped as much as the Israelis did.
Absolutely.
Truth be told.
God bless Israel.
All right.
We should move all our stuff to Israel. Thank you.
Senator Graham, thank you.
Oh my God. God, he dick rides Israel so hard. It's like nasty. It's nasty. What is this? Well, that confirms U.S. soldiers are held captive. Wonder if a sovereign unit or Quds force that nabbed them.
The message is going to be very clear. The United States will not tolerate hostage diplomacy. They're not going to tolerate. We're not going to, and we're going to continue to hold that regime accountable.
Oh, no, he means hostage diplomacy as in like, you can't hold us hostage. I don't think he means like, you can't hold our troops hostage. Wait, what else did he say? I will be with Israel till my dying day.
All the isolationists. I don't believe. Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day. They're the best ally we could hope for. So we have a commander-in-chief in President Trump, who I think is Ronald Reagan plus, plus, plus. All the...
I mean, this can't be doing numbers on like Republican corners, right? Like you have to have a little bit more decency, right? There's no shot the Republicans hear Lindsey Graham say this and they're like, yeah, me too, me too. I love Israel a lot more than I love my own city and my state. Also, every time he talks about Israel, I feel like there's video footage of shit that we've never even seen before in the realm of pedophilia, okay? Like, every time he goes on camera to talk about Israel, I'm like, oh my God, how compromised is this person? Like, he loves it, certainly. Make no mistake, it's not like Israel's like really pushing him, right? But this is beyond loving Israel. Like, I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was like eating a child, like literally eating a baby, like on camera, spine first, and going, yum, I love eating babies. I'm Lindsey Graham from South Carolina, and I'm famished. I love eating little babies. It's barbecue time. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Lindsey Graham on vacation in Israel? Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. My conservative family's been flip-flopping every day now. They listen to what Fox News has to say, go with that point for a few days, and a tiny bit of sanity shows up before Fox News comes back again and tells them to go to the local park with unsalted bean. Oh, my God. God damn it, dude. Fuck you. Oh, unsalted peanuts and hard-boiled eggs to feed the crows. Oh, the hard-boiled eggs guy is back. You fucked me. He's talking like he's the president too.
Saudi Arabia. I've been your biggest champion. I think the Crown Prince has taken Saudi Arabia in a completely different direction in a good way. But here's what I want to say to Saudi Arabia tonight. I'm willing to do a mutual defense agreement with your...
Who the fuck are you, bro? What do you mean I'm willing to do a mutual defense agreement? Who the fuck are you? Who are you, bro? Who the fuck are you?
...country to give you protection in perpetuity. Under the agreement I've been pushing, and I hope we can continue to talk about, if you're attacked by Iran, we would go to war for you. Finally, to my friends in Saudi Arabia, I've been your biggest champion.
I guess because of his proximity to Israel. As a UK guy, why vote for Green? They want to disarm our nukes. Like, what the fuck? I like everything else. They do, but that just, I don't know. Sorry for spamming, but I've been asking this for days, and I don't have time for a better opportunity to ask. Okay, well, don't worry. They're not going to fucking disarm the nukes anyway. That's crazy. Guy who really likes everything that the Green Party stands for, but can't sign on board because they have a fucking policy of disarming the nukes. If I were to give advice to the Green Party, my advice would basically be, don't say no to your nuclear arms yet. Okay? Everyone should disarm. Everyone should disarm, but collectively. Okay? Right now is not the time to let go of your nukes. I can't believe I'm saying this. And yes, that includes France and certainly the UK as well. Because if you want any kind of sovereignty with what comes next, you're going to need to have nuclear arms, okay? Please don't advertise for the Greens. They also want war for Israel. Wait, what? No, they don't. Oh, you're talking about Greens in Germany. Man, shut the fuck up. I'm not talking about Greens in Germany. I'm talking about Greens in the UK, man. It's a totally different party. What the fuck? Oh my God, you like, I got confused for a second. I'm like, what? No, they don't. It's kind of their whole like major selling point. The distinguishing factor between them and like labor is that they don't want war and support like Israel's. It's the same movement. It could not be a different part. It's like saying Jill Stein is the same. I thought you were talking about Greens in the US, bro. I'm gonna kill myself. No, I'm specifically talking about the Greens in the UK, okay? The Green Party in the UK, led by HasanAbi head, Zach Polanski, okay? Jesus Christ. Yes, every goddamn Western state has a fucking Green Party. It's different, though. They're all different. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm fucking tired. I did 8 hours and 30 minutes. I don't know how the fuck I did that. I'll be live tomorrow, okay? I love you guys, but it's too much. Too much for me. Okay. See you tomorrow, everybody.
Stunning refined
Bye-bye.
introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. Hustle people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There it is again. Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin Chatterloss, giving greetings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's